What up, 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 what up? What up, though? What's popping with y'all? How you feel? What's the deal? You're back in the lab with your favorite neighbor, your man Mark Nash. He is I am he. Another great episode of Breaking Beats. Man, what a fight. What a night. Oh, man, it went down in a major way. This was a damn good scrap, man. I ain't gonna lie. I thought it was gonna go a little bit smoother for Navarrete in there, but man, my guy Liam Wilson came in there to scrap, sat the man down, got a very I think Navarrete got a nice little break with that too, but we'll talk about that as well. Wow, good scrap, good scrap. What did you guys think of it? Huh? Had a good one, right? Pretty damn good one. I like this one. I like this one. Prior to the fight, I heard him saying he wanted to fight Shakur, making it seem like Shakur ducked him. I was like, Shakur ducking Navarrete? Nah, I never hoarded that. I need some receipts on that, Playboy. But we'll talk about it. What a fight, though. What a fight. While it lasted, I ain't gonna lie, man. I think Liam Wilson kind of gave this one away. He had a little help from the referee, but he was right there. He just didn't come. It was, man, some of them shots was there. Navarrete won. He's now 3-division champion, winning another vacant belt. But it was a good fight, though, man. Oh, let me plug this up. Y'all can't even hear me over here. I'm like, damn, what's up with the soundboard? Y'all don't even hear the sounds. There we go.
What up?
There we go. All right, y'all give me 5 minutes. Let me blast this link out. Let everybody know we live. We're going to turn up. I'm going to open the phone lines up. I'm going to drop the link. We're going to have a good fight. We're going to have a good night of boxing. Also, we're going to have some, Friday night kickback. Y'all know how we do. All right, so let's talk about it. My man said, bro, you saw that too? Bro, he had like 30 seconds, fam. It was like 30 seconds, but when Liam got dropped, he was right back in, and I was like, oh, I got to put a case on this ref, bro. Got to put a case on him. Did not like it. I ain't like that, B. I caught that too, fam. Long ass count. I'm glad you said something, bro, because, people always say, oh, man, y'all just got to enjoy the fight. Was somebody fighting in the stands? Hold on, somebody fighting in the stands? What the hell was going on up there? Like somebody scrapping in the stands right there after the fight. Oh, yeah, they rumbling. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it is what it is. All right, man, let me run this intro. We're going to drop the link. He said, spit his mouthpiece out, and that's what. Bro, that's cap, though. Deduct another point. Intentional spitting of the mouthpiece. It should have deducted another point. But look, give me 5 minutes, man. Let me blast this link out. Let everybody know we live. And yeah, man, y'all pull up. We're going to have a good time tonight, Friday night. Man, shout out to ESPN, though, man. Got a Friday night fight. I ain't mad at it. I'm not mad at a Friday night fight. So we get boxing tomorrow and today. I love it. What is it, my birthday? Having the best week ever over here. All right, let's do it. I'm going to drop the link out there, open the phone lines up. 5 minutes, yo. Matter of fact, it might not even take me 5 minutes. I just need to blast this link out on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. Give me 5 minutes. 5 minutes. If you're new to the show, drop your area code. Let people know what side of the earth you roaming the turf. All right, it's your man Mark Nash, Breaking Beats. Let's get it.
This is my passion. This is what I love to do. But some days, sometimes, I'm just like you, man. I hate this job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. I'm just like you. Damn, I hate this job. Man, I hate this job. Man, I hate my job. From a good dream I wake, sun rays on my face, planning out my day, hoping this ain't the one that I catch a case. I feel so good, I feel so straight. My manager keep calling me saying, hurry up, you late. Hurry up, you lay off. Y'all, man, I hate this job. Man, I hate this job. Been trying to play it cool, but it's hard to play it off. I've been hanging on to this bush, cause my car still ain't paid off. I know I'm on my way up. My boy just got laid off, so y'all, man, I hate this job. Man, I hate this job. These hoes is so ratchet. These hoes is so sneaky. Y'all don't even really pay enough for y'all to only pay bi-weekly. I'm trying to double up my cash. Take this job, shove it up your ass. Yo, man, I hate this job. Sometimes I wanna say, walk in and slap my boss. This shit is getting hard. Damn, I hate this job. Gotta make it out of this struggle, bruh. And I don't really mean to take it out on you. You just a customer, but damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. We're the reason why your stockholders always stay afloat. Yet I'm asking, are they hiring? Like everywhere I go, schedule will say 9, but I think it's fine if I clock in at 9:04. I work 40 hours a week plus overtime just to be bro. So y'all, man, I hate this job. Hate that I applied. So much has transpired since the day that I was high. Told me I could advance, but you were telling me lies. Gotta give your notice before I quit, but you don't say shit right before I'm fired. Damn, man, I hate this job. Sometimes I wanna say, walk in and slap my boss. This shit is getting hard. Damn, I hate this job. Gotta make it out of this struggle, bruh. And I don't really mean to take it out on you. You just a customer, but damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. You and your procedures. You and your protocol. You and your policies. None of that shit don't apply to me. You and your quotas. You and your standards. You and your 2 sick days a year. Y'all niggas bananas. Wonder why the postman's posted with hammers. Going postal with Popo on camera. His wage got him enraged. Stressed out, it's hard to maintain. He flips the middle, grabs his. He said, if you don't get the picture, I quit, you ain't shoot. Mother, man, I hate this job. Sometimes I wanna say, walk in and slap my boss. This shit is getting hard. Damn, I hate this job. Gotta make it out of this struggle, bruh. And I don't really mean to take it out on you. You just a customer, but damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. Look, man, I hate this job. I put my pants on one leg at a time, just like you. I'm out here trying to take care of my family. Damn, I hate this job. It's not always glamorous, for real. But I do what I gotta do for me and mine, you know? Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. I'm just like you, nigga. Damn, I hate this job. Man, I hate this job. Man, I hate my job.
The views and opinions expressed in this program are those of the speakers, commentators, experts, and or the hosts. They do not explicitly nor necessarily reflect nor represent the channel's policy or the views held by the channel or broadcaster. The broadcaster or its channel cannot be held accountable for all or any views expressed during the program. Basically, if I didn't say it, don't come for me. You come for the person who said it. And please don't sue me for somebody else's words. With that said, let's start the show, motherfucker.
This that squad side.
Yeah. What up? What up, though? What's popping?
What up, gangsta?
How y'all feel? What's the deal? All right, let me put this survey in the chat. Based off what you saw tonight, who wins, Navarrete or Oscar Valdez? I'm leading the witness. I'm sorry. Put a case on me. I'm going to start off with my vote first. Y'all know I don't normally like to do that because I don't want people to think, oh, I'm the host. You don't. My man, Oscar Valdez going to slow this guy boots based on what I saw. Hold up. Let me see something. Yeah, based off what I saw tonight, you better leave Oscar Valdez alone. He not ready. Oh, my goodness. Good scrap. Make some noise for both competitors. Start off there. Respectfully, of course. Make some noise for both competitors. Good scrap. I'm going to drop this phone, open these phone lines up. Make sure I got these phone lines up. Man, y'all got to get the lights up. Y'all playing already. It's about 30 of y'all in here. We ain't even got 12 lights. Come on, man. Stop playing with me. All right, let me open these phone lines up. See if we can get some calls in. Before I do that, damn, I got to do my neighbors only roll call. We got to shout out the neighbors because without the neighbors, the show won't be the show at this level. So let's do it. Taking it from the top.
What up?
Shout out to everybody, man. Shout out to all the neighbors. Kansas City, Mac. What up, family? Welcome back.
What up?
That guy Eclipse 330.
What up?
True Media Today, USA Boxing. That's my guy, Coach Malachi Williams.
What up?
Tar Heel Resin.
What up?
Pudo.
What up?
Stephen Bateman in Australia.
What up?
Damn, man, the Aussie came up a little short.
What up?
Food Revolution.
What up?
C. Jones 0224.
What up?
KP from KC5, but he in Hawaii right now with the family. Have a good time, bro. Can't wait to see you when you get back.
What up?
TJR.
What up?
Matt Wade.
What up?
DJ.
What up?
Karma Serene.
What up?
Ill Status Boxing.
What up?
Ace Retro.
What up?
Tank the Sweet Science Examiner.
What up?
Beyond and Above Media.
What up?
Pittsburgh T.
What up?
SF City Slicker.
What up?
I Know Boxing.
What up?
The Boxing Lounge.
What up?
It's Mex.
What up?
Mike from Boston.
What up?
Ride Up the Storm.
What up?
Here to There.
What up?
Miss Queen Sunkissed.
What up?
Taylor Bell.
What up?
Maddie Yoel.
What up?
Cliff Bailey.
What up?
Con Shonery.
What up?
Lisa Bell. She never fails.
What up, gangsta?
Cooking with the Champ.
What up?
On the mic with Terrence Bailey Sr.
What up?
HLD.
What up?
Cooking with Sir Sr.
What up?
Brandon Washington.
What up?
Lady Shan Dunn MCs and my UK girl all the way in London town.
What up, gangsta?
D Bevel the Champ.
What up?
And of course, the big fish himself, my good brother Derek Lincoln.
What up, gangsta?
All right, let's do it. Let's talk about it. Let's talk some boxing, baby. Let's talk some boxing. What y'all think of the fight? Make sure I got the phone number on the screen so y'all will know what I mean when I say these things. I'll drop the link out there too so we can chop it up for the people who prefer to click in. Man, let's go. Where y'all want to start with this, man? Can we start with Liam? What y'all want to start with? Ali Walsh? Did good. Went in there and did what he's supposed to do. Torres was in there fighting a damn football player with booty shorts on. That nigga had the little booty shorts on. I thought he was gonna start twerking in the ring. I was like, what's up with these little shorts? Even the commentator team started picking on the shorts.
Small hats.
No, small shorts.
Small hats.
Yeah, small shorts.
It never heard of it.
All right, but man, this was a good little scrap for why it lasted. Damn good scrap. I want to say this. When it comes to Emanuel Navarrete, in the words of the now Hall of Famer Tim Bradley, I gotta say it. Navarrete,
but he gotta fix these holes.
Gotta fix these holes.
But he gotta fix these holes.
Gotta fix them holes, baby. Gotta fix them holes. All that lunging, caskets. All that lunging is for caskets, homie. Look sloppy in there. Had a little muffin top. Oh, let me see if we got some screenshots of that. Had a little muffin top over the trunks. I'm like, man, he ain't ready for these dudes at 135. And prior to the fight, he was talking about Shakur Stevenson was ducking him.
Small hats.
Bruh.
It never heard of
Putting
it.
a case on you. Put another one. Man, this Shakur ain't ducking, did not duck this dude. Get off the gas, homie. Never heard of it.
It never heard of it.
All right, let me make sure I drop the link out there. Shout out to my brother, Matty. He said, I love this show. Man, and I love you back, my brother. It's all love. It's all love. It's all love. Let me give him a drop.
I got 5 on it.
Travis Brown, what up, my guy? It's Mark with a Q, though, because I question everything. The K is what I keep by the bed. You know what I'm saying? The K is what's in the, you know what I'm saying, what's by the bed. That's the K. But I'm the Q. I question everything. Lisa Bells, what up? She said, hit that like button, please. Ace Retro, what's popping, my G? All right, make sure I got that link out there. All right, so the link is out there. All right, good fight. Good fight. But, bro, he got to fix these hoes. Yeah, he got to fix these hoes, man. I'm sorry.
But he got to fix these hoes.
He is not going to beat Oscar Valdez at 135. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I want to hear that.
Nah, bro. Nah. And when he got dropped, oh, my God, did the referee give him 40 seconds or what?
No!
The hell was up with the ref? My man intentionally spit out the mouthpiece, the whole 9. No, bro. No. Cannot do that. Put a case on you. The hell is up with this? I mean, he counted for my man like this. He was like, 1, 2, 3, 4. Are you okay? Are you all right? Step over here. Step over there. Spin around. Touch your nose. Drop with it. Wait. Think about it. Oh, you dropped your mouthpiece too? Put your mouthpiece in. Matter of fact, come on. Oh my God. The hell was up with the ref? It was like mad time, yo. I was not feeling it. I was not happy. Come on, bro. You know what I'm talking about, Ace. Was I the only one who saw it? Long ass count. No, man. Good fight, though. Good fight. Good fight while it lasted. Liam was this close, man. He blew it, man. Liam blew it. Liam Wilson, you blew it. She said at 130, yeah, because Oscar Valdez said he want to fight him next. Let me go to the rankings. Let me share the rankings. We're going to talk about this fight, but it's a Friday night kickback, so we're going to be talking about a little bit of everything tonight. Y'all know how we do. Let me share the screen. Boom. Let me share the screen so y'all know what I mean when I say these things. So this is where we at with the rankings now. Let me take this fight off the screen. Boom. So when you're looking at these rankings right here, right? Let me put them right here. When you look at these rankings, somebody said, yeah, you gotta protect that paycheck. There he did. Adam Kelly, what up, family? Welcome home. Shout out to Australia. Guys, what up? He said, just stopping by to say hi and leave a like. I appreciate that, man. Appreciate your time. All right, let me blow this screen up. Oscar Valdez was in attendance. He's number 2. He said, I want to fight him next. I want to see what I can do. I want to get in there. Put him in there with Oscar Valdez. Should it be over? He said Valdez would have stopped them by flatline KO, a la Miguel Burch. Man, right, bro. He too sloppy, man. I'm sorry. I got off the Navarrete hype train tonight. I'm sorry, bro. I'm off. Next stop here, please. Let me off. Let me off. All that he was ducking Shakur or Shakur was ducking him. I meant, man, Shakur is not ducking this dude. This dude too sloppy. Fundamentally sloppy. Swings too wide, lunging in, leading with his head, dropping his guard. Guy with 11 fights that went there almost beat his ass tonight. Gotta fix these holes, man. Gotta fix these holes.
I'm not
And I ain't speculating.
speculating. I have the information. I'm not speculating.
I ain't speculating at all. I saw it tonight. It was a wrap. This guy is good, but he's just not as good as everyone said he was. He got the victory, had a little help with that count. I ain't gonna lie. He got some help with that count, but come on, B. Make some noise for ESPN, though. Giving us some Friday night fights, man. Damn, that felt good. Felt good to get us a fight on Friday. He said, Valdez, I think Valdez said something was up with his, what'd he say? What do you mean by that? Your back is broken.
What, a vertebrae or what portion?
Spinal. I think Valdez said he had some kind of injury. But he was there tonight, and he was saying, I want to fight him next. Valdez said he want to fight him next. Put him in there. That'll be a good fight while it lasts. But I got Valdez stopping Navarrete. based off what I saw tonight. Any takers? Anybody disagree? Does anybody disagree? I don't think so. Oh, yeah, that's what he said, broken ribs. He said he couldn't breathe. He's like, man, I couldn't even breathe. I had broken ribs.
What do you mean by that? Your
Back is broken.
What, a vertebrae or what portion?
Spinal.
Yeah, he's injured. Yeah, he injured. Lisa Bell, she said, no, it wasn't it was a veteran tactic by spitting out a mouthpiece mark. That gave him a few more seconds, and he should have lost the point. Lisa Bell, he should have lost the point. Should have lost the point for that. He definitely spit that out on purpose. The referee had already gave him a long count anyway. If I was Liam Wilson, I would have spit my mouthpiece out too when I got dropped. Referee had him back fighting quick. 7, 8. All right, give me your gloves. Go kill him. Go get him. I was like, damn, man. I was like, bro had like 30, 40 seconds a while ago. I think he got dropped at like the 46 mark. I think they started back fighting like 16 or 12 when I was looking at the clock. I was like, oh, hell no. Hell no. He said good night at boxing. Shout out to Mad Dog. Hell yeah, I couldn't agree more. Damn good night at boxing. I enjoyed it. Torres did good. He went in there, like I said, he fought a football player who was wearing booty shorts. I was like, why is this big ass nigga in there with the booty shorts on? You talking about his ankle was hurting. That's why he couldn't continue. No, your face is hurting. Your face is hurt. Lisa Bell said, no, it was a veteran tactic. Okay, I read that one. Den Valdez. Okay, I read that one. Navarrete is awkward. Basically, Navarrete is awkward. Basically his style. Yeah, he ain't gonna beat Oscar Valdez with that. I'm sorry. I got Oscar Valdez all day.
I'm not speculating. Sure. I have the information. I'm not speculating. But
based off that, yeah, man. He can't beat Oscar Valdez. Oscar Valdez is too fundamentally sound, too sharp, explosive. Yeah, I got Oscar Valdez beating him, bro. I'm sorry. I got Oscar Valdez beating him. I got him beating by stoppers too. I think he's gonna sleep him. Like he ain't gonna be moving. Like in the words of T.I., he gonna be shivering and shaking on the pavement. Food Revolution. What up, fam?
What up?
What's popping with you? What it do, man? Talking some boxing for a little bit. Then we get into some Friday night kickback type shit. Yeah, man. Good fight though. Who else was fighting tonight? What else? Who else was on that shit? We had Torres, Walsh. It's another fight up there that I saw that was a pretty good scrap. I'm trying to remember, man. I'm having a brain freeze. Who else was fighting? Who else was on this card? Damn, brain freeze. My bad. It'll come back to me. Barbosa, thank you.
What up?
Barbosa fought Pedraza. Pedraza, man, he gave it a lot, man. I don't think, but that weight class just ain't for him, man. It's just not for him. He's not as effective. I mean, the gas tank was good, though. I give him that. His gas tank was looking good. He was coming on strong late, but yeah, man. But Pedraza, this just ain't the division for him. At this point, he's a former two-division champion. I mean, two-time champ. Yeah, two-time champion. And yeah, he's there. He's there to get a check, I guess. I don't see him beating these guys. Just not explosive. His punches don't have a lot of effect on these guys. So, yeah, man. Sorry, Pedraza, but yeah.
But he gotta fix these holes.
Yeah, he can't fix that. He just ain't got nothing for these guys. And based on what I saw tonight, Tio probably would have stopped Pedraza. Probably would have slept him. He said Teofimo better not duck Barbosa. Not for what? Tio ain't ducking that guy. He ain't gonna duck. Trust me, Tio is not gonna duck Barbosa, especially what we saw tonight. Tio's so explosive, man. He explosive, has a lot of shots. I mean, a variety of punches. I saw he would have exploited Barbosa on tonight versus Pedraza just couldn't pull the trigger, didn't pull the trigger. There was times where he overshot the shot, and most guys would have came back with the punch the other way. He just didn't do it. He just didn't seem like he was like he trusted his abilities. I don't think he trusted his ability tonight. HOD said Pedraza is a solid journeyman. I guess at this point, yeah. At this point, that's what he is. It is what it is. He's a solid journeyman at this point. Pedraza's a good boxer. He's been in some wars. His best days are over. I agree, Lisa Bell. And it's that weight division. I just don't think 140 is for him. He don't have enough pop to hurt these guys at 140. I mean, he did good closer to the end of the fight, but come on, man. He was looking bad. He was looking to be beat up, man. He looked very beat up at the end of the fight. You can look at the pictures and the faces and tell who won the fight between them two. Lisa Bell said, okay, I read that one. Rooski, he said Mark Nash. That's why we got to see the fight. See what fight, Rooski? T.O. versus Barbosa? I got T.O. Got T.O. by decision, maybe a late stoppage. Dirk, what up?
Hey, what up?
What's popping with you, my G?
Nothing cool. And seen that was a pretty good fight. I'm not going. Yeah.
Talk to me. Based off what you saw tonight, can Navarrete beat Valdez? Valdez said he won him next.
Actually, I don't know. Are you familiar with boxing gyms?
Yeah.
I'm sure you probably are. So yeah, he's been saying for a while that he had Valdez knocking out Navarrete. So,
but I asked you. I didn't ask boxing gyms.
I know, but I respect his boxing now. So and actually, I kind of felt the same way too, because Valdez is the more skilled fighter. He's an Olympian. Like, I'm always wary of fighters that just rely on their power and nothing else. Like what are you gonna do when you run to that guy you can't knock out? You know, what are you gonna run to when you run to that guy that can take your punches and hit hard just like you do? What's your plan B? So yeah, I'll say Oscar will win. And we've never seen Oscar hurt either. We've seen this dude fight with a broken jaw, so I know he's got the heart to last in there with Navarrete. So I would say yeah, I would have Oscar winning that fight.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Right. What you think of Barbosa performance, Torres, everybody else who was fighting tonight? What you think?
To be honest with you, I didn't see that fight.
Oh, okay.
I was watching the Navarrete fight.
Oh, you didn't see the other fights on the card?
No. I just got home. I got home in time for the Navarrete fight.
Okay. What you think of his performance, man?
Barbosa?
No, you said you didn't see that fight. Let's get you about Navarrete. Overall, like think Valdez.
I mean, it was a typical performance by him. Like, I believe he was in trouble that last fight. I thought he was losing that fight too, and he pulled that up. So like, he's very clutch. I can say that. I mean, he's a good fighter. Nothing special. He's awkward, a lot of power, throws punches from weird angles. Yeah, he's okay fighter. Nothing special.
Who Navarrete?
Yeah.
Yeah, I ain't think he was that, man. I think he's a little overrated, man. I ain't gonna lie.
He's a division champ.
All these vacant belts and shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But he does have an interesting style, but like against the elite of the elite, he'll get washed.
Easy, bro. All that lunging and leaping and leading with your head, that shit ain't gonna work against these top guys.
At all. That shit gonna get you either knocked out, embarrassed, both. Yeah. They your ass at 130.
Okay, somebody said Navarrete went down at the 48 seconds left in the round. The fight continued at 20 seconds. That's what I'm talking about.
What do you mean by that? Your back
is broken.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, that was some bullshit. That mouthpiece situation, that was some bullshit.
Speak on it, man. He should have lost the point for that, right?
Yeah, he definitely should have lost the point for that, but I mean, it ended up being a stoppage anyway, so that wouldn't have mattered. But still,
nah. Sometimes they could have shaped it when the guy realized, damn, I'm down 3 points for that knockdown. That shapes the fight a little different. He might have took more of risk that made him be a little more in danger. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. But also, we got to get on Wilson for not like because he had him hurt. Yeah. He eventually, got back and he was still hurt, and he was not able to capitalize on it. He was missing shots, and so I blame that on Liam. But
Yeah, man.
that was sketchy.
Inexperience too. He only had 11 fights, so inexperience.
True.
Inexperience, and
He's not a bad fighter.
He should have been working that body earlier, man, and all night. He just wasn't really committing to the body shots. It was times where that left hook, and he was switching back and forth too much. I thought
lunging in.
He was overshooting the hook. It was times the hook was there and he wasn't pulling the trigger. I'm like, come on, bro.
It was very frustrating.
What you mean?
Like, because I wanted him to win. Like, I'm not a big fan of Navarrete style, but but it was frustrating because like you had this dude hurt and there was multiple opportunities for you to take advantage, and you just couldn't do it. Couldn't close the show. And you could tell Navarrete was starting to break this dude down, like to the body. Like, I'm surprised he didn't like fold earlier because he was killing him to the body.
Yep.
Like in the mid rounds.
Yeah. Yep. Once we hit around what round? Because he hurt him in 4. He dropped him in 4. I think he hurt him again in 6. Round 7 and 8. Navarrete just turned up to another level.
Yeah, dude's tough.
That pressure, he just started putting that relentless pressure on Liam. Just swarmed him.
That shit ain't gonna work on Oscar Valdez, bro. He a Mexican, bro. Like you gonna have to kill him in that ring for you to stop him to the body or some shit like that, or knock him out. I don't see that happening. I see Oscar knocking him out with that left hook. Oscar got a great left hook.
Yeah, he do. But a lot of times too tonight, Liam looked like he thought he was out of range, and Barbosa was just leaping in with that long reach and just tapping him, touching him, and closing the distance.
Very awkward fighter. That's what makes him dangerous.
Yeah, man.
Like he looks slow and sloppy, but he got that wingspan. Like it's and it comes from weird angles, and it's got a long reach, and it can catch you from a long distance that you don't see coming. So like that's why he's a dangerous fighter, and he's got a lot of power, obviously. But so yeah, he's. I mean. 3-division champ. You could talk about vacating that, but it's still a 3-division champ. It's not easy to go up in weight classes and still be successful.
I don't know. Versus a guy with 11 fights. I don't know.
Sure.
It's different, man. It's different going in there taking a.
Are they gonna? Oh, my bad. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying it's different when you're in there taking the belt off a guy.
Yeah, definitely.
But what was your question?
They're gonna redo that Oscar Valdez fight, right?
What you mean, Navarrete versus Oscar?
Yeah, they're gonna reschedule that.
I didn't know. I don't know. I know Oscar Valdez said he wants that fight next, so we'll see. Sometimes you lose your place in line, bro, and it's sad, but sometimes.
Hell no. I mean, who else is that one? Oh, there's that Brazilian dude.
I put the rankings on the screen right now. Just the January rankings. Here you go. Boom.
Okay.
Let me scroll down.
Archie Sharp, Albert Bell. Albert Bell better stay his ass away from Navarrete. Lamont Roach, hell no. Joel Cordina, he nice. Rio Santa Cruz, that's not even realistic.
Conceição.
Hell no.
Yeah, that's the rankings right here.
That man weak to the body. He gonna get stopped. Yeah, I have no idea who Shakadzan Rakimov is.
You said you never heard of him?
I don't know what that
Heard of it.
Yeah, man. I want to see Oscar Valdez get in there with him. I want to see Oscar Valdez. I think Oscar Valdez gonna give him that work.
Right.
Early, bro. You might stop him before 7 or 8. I think Oscar Valdez will stop him in 7 or 8. Just because
I think that Shakur win look good.
So what?
It's gonna make that win that Shakur had over him is gonna age well if that happens. But
You have the belief that a guy, like, if let's say you and I fought, right? I beat you, but then you go off to become a champion again. You feel like, but let's say you don't become a champion again. Like, let's say you retire after that. What makes my win look better? Me retiring you, or you going on and becoming a champ again?
me going to be a champ again. But I mean, it really depends. Like, how successful was I as a fighter before I fought you?
You was a champ.
Yeah. So I mean, it's still a great win on Shakur's resume, regardless. Like, even if he were to lose to Navarrete, but obviously it would look a lot better if he beats Navarrete and becomes champ again.
My boy A said, from what I wouldn't say to that is sometimes I think it's worse. Like when you beat a guy and he's just never the same no more. I think that makes your win look better. Like you stop that guy and now he's damaged goods after that, or
I mean, it's not like Shakur beat him, but it's not like he beat the dog shit out of him where he like damaged him. And yeah, he probably hurt his ego, but I don't know. I don't think it's going to affect him. He'll be all right. Look at Canelo. Look how he got embarrassed by Floyd, but shit, that shit made him look better. That shit made him better.
Ace Retro said, what I see, he said, from what I see, boxers from overseas don't go to the body effectively. What do you say to that?
Not true.
Speak on it.
I mean, let me give you a couple of examples. Stanionis at 147. He goes to the body pretty effectively. Even the guy he fought, Butayev, the Russian, he goes to the body effectively. Beterbiev goes to the body. Canelo's technically from overseas in Mexico. That's a foreign country. He goes to the body pretty damn well. I mean, it's plenty.
Usyk?
Triple G.
Yeah, Triple G.
I could go on. Like, I don't understand.
Anyway.
But one thing they do need to know is that our fighters do here in America is when these dudes get hurt, y'all need to clinch. Good Lord. Like Liam, if he would have learned how to clinch, he could have survived that round where he was hurt and maybe, go on to fight for another day. But they just don't learn how to clinch. Like, maybe they think it's being a pussy or whatever, but like it's smart if you're hurt to clinch. It's okay. Clinch, get yourself out of trouble, and go on to the next round.
Right.
And reset. It's okay you're not being a punk or I don't know. It's an art in clinching, so motherfuckers just don't. I guess these coaches don't bother teaching them.
I mean, but he with Barry Hunter. They know how to. They can teach you, but they can't clinch for you. But I'm sure Barry Hunter tells people to clinch. Knows from the Headhunter gym.
I mean, I guess you could tell them, but it's one thing to actually implement it in a fight. Maybe I don't know.
No, you're right. You're right.
But they was trying to tell him, like, hey, this dude is still dangerous. I don't know if you heard the corner. Like, you stop trying to be a hero.
Yep.
I've been feeling bad for these dudes. Like when you see their wife and their kids in the crowds, and like they're taking a beating. Yeah. And they had like a little sob story about him. Like he was fighting for his dad. Like, damn.
Yeah. Well, shoot, but everybody else got a wife and kids and a dad too. So shoot, I don't feel bad.
True story, man. You in there with man trying to feed his family. That's why you don't play boxing.
Yeah.
Right. These dudes are literally fighting for their livelihood. So, yeah.
My boy, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
H was like, Smith only had 11 fights, inexperience. That's all. Man. Yeah. No excuses, man. Shit. No excuses. Shit. He got his ass in there. He made weight. He got paid. Shit. He had enough experience to get to that position. Shit. Get it done, bro. It was right there for him. It ain't like he was just in there just totally outclassed. It was right there for him. He hurt him again in the 6th round. Hurt him again bad in the 6th round. Just couldn't finish him, man. Couldn't finish him. It's part of the game, though. Yep, this is what happens in boxing.
Joe Cordina, I think he'd beat him too.
You got Cordina beating him?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know about that one. I see it. I don't know. How you feel about Archie Sharp? You
I
familiar?
gotta watch him fight. The only thing I know about him, he's always calling out score. That's the only thing I know about him. Not too familiar with the UK fighters.
He ain't got a lot of pop. He can box though. Undefeated.
Well, he better be a hell of a boxer if you're gonna put him in there with Navarrete.
Yeah, man. He can box, man. He can box. I think he can probably, yeah, man. Navarrete showed me he can be outboxed, man. And if you can, you know how to box, like clinch, turn them, like they kept telling him to turn them.
Yeah.
It's like
yeah. But you got the gas tank to do that for 12 rounds, though, if you don't got the power.
Good point. I don't know if he, but from what I saw, he didn't need to have to do it for 12 rounds.
Cause this dude, he started digging to the body, and these dudes, they just wilt. Like they eventually wilt over. Like they can't take it. Like Rashidi Ellis and Roman Villa, he was outboxing Villa for what, 8 rounds in a row. Eventually, he got him up out of there. That might happen to Sharp.
God Body, what up? He said, Tim Bradley just said, you fighters can do all the ducking you want, but it won't earn you a spot in the Hall of Fame or the top. Interesting.
I feel like that's a shot at Earl Spence.
Man, I don't know. I don't know what he's talking about. You never know. You never know with Tim Bradley.
I mean, yeah.
I mean, shit. He ain't even, I mean, that's unrelated. Like, damn, he just want to keep taking shots at Errol Spence. You ain't gonna shame these guys into doing whatever you want them to do or whatever you think they should be doing. These guys making a lot of money doing whatever they choosing to do, and got a lot of fans that love them. You know what I'm saying? Packing arenas out to see him. So it is what it is.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just agreeing with you, but they definitely should fight.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
Man, I don't give up on that shit, bro.
Yeah.
Unless this Thurman shit go through at 54, I think it's a wrap, bro. If you fight Thurman at 154, I think it's a wrap. I don't see him coming back down to 147 to fight Crawford. I could be wrong, but I don't see it, bro.
And I just wanted to vacate if that's the case, then vacate them belts.
That's, bro, I said the same shit. I was like, why hold on to the belts then? If you done the division, go ahead. It's like
we're ready for the new blood.
Right. Let these other dudes.
Conor Ben. I know I didn't say Conor Ben. Virgil, Boots, Stanionis, all them guys. It's time for their shot.
Don't get me on Virgil, because Virgil could have a shot right now if he wanted to. He does not have to be in no WBA tournament to get a title shot. He got a title shot right now waiting for him. He's the number one guy.
Virgil style, if I was Oscar and them people, I'll keep his ass away from Bud too.
Nah, but you can't say that you can't say make new room for these new blood guys drop the belts. But
I was talking about him, like maybe him and Earl at least. At least that's a lucrative fight.
Fight Bud right now. You number one. What's the point? You work hard to be number one to get a title shot. You number one. Fight for the title. Fuck out of here, Virgil.
One thing I did notice about Bud, his last fight, against what's his name, Avanesian.
Yeah.
He wasn't moving at all. Like, I don't know, it's because he didn't respect, or he just wanted to walk this dude down because, he wanted to get it over with, or maybe he's getting older and he's not moving as much as he used to. But he didn't move at all in that fight.
Bro, I think at 47, he just been sitting down more on his shots. He don't really grow into this weight. I think he believes I'm him. I think he believe that shit. Like, bro, I ain't got to be. Last time I seen Bud really move around the ring like that was probably Victor Postal. Other than that, he didn't move a lot in front of Jeff Horn. None of these dudes. He respected Kell Brooks' jab, but look at that fight. He's standing right there in the pocket. He's catching dudes in between shots. He was doing bag drills on that nigga one time, bro. It was like pop, pop, bang, touch, touch, bang. The shock of
I
the
ain't never
punch.
seen somebody get knocked out by a jab. But that's basically what happened. But he ran into the shit, so the power was even increased even more because of that.
You talking about Kell Brook with the juke?
Yeah.
Yeah, he got hit with that half jab, half hook type shot. He ran right into it. Beautiful work. Beautiful work.
Yeah.
My boy M Stacks, he said, these new age fans are weird. Always want their favorite fighter to duck. Never heard of it.
Never heard of it.
Well, I hear of it, but I don't. It is what it is. He said, bump that EJ. He said, bump that EJ. He trying to bait Crawford to 154 so he can steal Crawford's belt without fighting him. Oh, shit. Put a case on it. What you think of that theory? Bait Crawford to come up to 154, but really he's not going to fight him at 154. He's just going to drive the belt. EJ going to go back down and fight for all the belts. I'm a little smarter than that. I don't think he's going to fall for that. And I think if he move up, he's going to fight whoever got that super champ belt. I mean, whoever got that WBO, he going to go for a mandatory. He going to probably exercise that super champ status. That's my opinion. That would be smart. That would be an easy way to get a title shot at 154. Just exercise your super champ status.
Well, something need to pop off because this is crazy. The welterweight division is like the premier division. Got two dudes that.
You sound muffled or low, bro. Say it again.
I was saying the welterweight division is the premier division.
Is it really? Is it really?
Yeah, it's like Sugar Ray Leonard, Hearns,
like 4 top guys over there right now, and only 2 of them are proven.
No, but I'm saying like historically.
Yeah, historically, yeah. But right now, man, shit.
Well, in any other division, Boots and Virgil will be fighting for titles right now. But you got 2 knuckleheads holding up the division and they can't.
Nah, but Virgil could fight Bud right now if he wanted to. He's number 1. instead of fighting the number 1 guy, I mean the champion, because you're number 1, you know what he's doing? He said, hey, put me in the tournament so possibly I could be number 1 in 2 sanctioning bodies.
I mean, Virgil's about to fight Stanion, so I'm not too mad about it.
You gotta fight him, though. You can fight the champion now. So all of that, we got 2 guys doing it. No, bro. Virgil can fight Crawford right now. You the number 1 guy. What the fuck, man? He been number 1 since Sean Porter fought him. It was Virgil. It was Sean Porter. Then it went to Virgil. Then it went back to Sean Porter. And Virgil's still number 1 over there. I ain't fought.
I mean, could they scrap the fight with Stanion and just make the Buff fight if they wanted to, like right similar to how Fulton did with Figueroa?
Man, they could have did that shit, man. When especially when Stanionis got injured or whatever happened, he got pulled out. That was the time they could have did it.
They don't want to.
They want to schedule. They wanted to reschedule that shit. No different from Tim Tszyu. He was the number 1 guy for Charlo. Charlo got injured. He was like, well, shit, I'm going to stay busy. We give me Tony Harrison, which is going to be a difficult fight for him.
Bud is a problem, and they know that.
These niggas know what's up, bro.
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
Made 0 negotiations trying to get that shit done. I don't know if that's the fight I want, but come on. He said, I don't know if I'm ready, but that's the fight I want. That sounds like I want to get paid.
Who said that, Rocha?
No, Rocha said something very similar. He said, I don't know if I'm ready. That's he said, I won't know if I'm ready until I'm in there. What?
You know, something Virgil's old coach says was like very kind of like a red flag to me about Virgil. He said, you might outbox Virgil for 8 to 9 rounds, but eventually he's gonna get you. Like, well, I mean, okay, but what if he doesn't get you? Then what? He loses the fight, right? So he basically just admitted his guy can be outboxed. I've never seen that before. So I don't know.
Ruski said fast, fight for the title or you should lose your ranking spot. Yeah. But that's what I'm saying. Once he chose not to do that, number 2 could have did that. But number 2 chose not to fight him. Was he chose not to go the IBF route, number 3 could have did. He's going the WBC route. You got the top 3 guys over there in the WBA ranking saying, nah, I don't want it. I'm good.
Yeah.
Get the fuck out of here. And nobody says nothing. It's just say, well, Bud's a duck. I was like, well, why 1, 2, and 3 ain't fighting him?
Yep.
Motherfuckers over there trying to get a vacant belt, respectfully. Philip H, the all-time great, he said, no, the stop. Somebody asked what's the stoppage early. What you think of that, Dirt?
I'm sorry, what happened?
Somebody said the stoppage was early. Do you think the stoppage was early? What you think?
For the Navarrete fight?
Yeah.
No. He was getting pieced up.
Yeah, it was a time where the referee separated him and he took a step back and he wobbled in. I was like, yo.
He couldn't do shit. Like he tried to throw a punch. He couldn't clinch. He couldn't do nothing to stop that barrage. So like ain't no point in dude taking more damage. Just stop the fight. So that's my opinion.
Yeah, all right. Somebody said 30 and 35 are the best divisions right now. Not really for me, because them dudes ain't fighting.
30? Who the fuck is at 30?
He said, I'm just telling you what he said in the chat. He said 30 and
Oh,
30.
no, I'm asking him. I don't know about that. 40 got more people to me.
Shit, but yeah.
Subaru, Matias, Regis Prograde, Teofimo's punk ass. Who?
Yo, why you gotta be a punk ass?
Cause man, he be saying some bullshit talking about you're not even allowed in America and literally Regis just fought in Los Angeles.
Who he said you're not allowed in America?
Teofimo.
No,
because of that Kinahan situation. Yeah, he was basically saying, why would I fight you? You're not allowed in America. But like the dude just fought in Los Angeles against
he's
Cepeda.
from America. And he fought he fought at Carson, right?
Yeah, but he's saying that because the people that are involved with that Kinahan situation are banned from America. But Regis ain't banned from nothing. So what are you talking about? Sounds like you just don't want to fight him.
I thought he said he wanted Regis though.
That was cap.
Virgil called out Bud, but his team shot it down. What? No. Virgil, I seen Virgil's on TV saying, I don't know if they've been asked twice after 2 fights. Is that the fight you want? I don't know if that's the fight. I don't know. He said, I don't know if I'm ready, but that's the fight I want. Alexis Rocha said, I don't know if I'm ready. I won't know until I'm in there. That don't sound like something that's too confident. And if they saying that publicly, imagine what they saying privately or what their team is saying privately. If that's what they saying publicly after wins and knockout wins, like I don't know if I'm ready, but I don't know if I'm in there. Or I won't know if come on, bro. I don't know if I'm ready, but that's the fight I want. But prior to that, he had said, I don't know. That was the fight that Bud was at. And Bud was like, well, let's go then. Let's go. Man, these motherfuckers don't want to fight, bro. But yeah, man, I didn't know T.O. was saying shit like that.
He was. Him and his dad talking about, we're gonna end these fighters' careers. They've been talking big shit.
Fight the man. I don't like that, T.O. Just fight the dude if you can fight him. Cause we know that's a lie. Like you said, he just fought Ramirez. Just fought. So we know he can fight in America. Checkmate. Now you gotta fight the man.
Crawford, Berlin, Oscar.
And De La Hoya, what if he offered him the Virgil fight and Rocha? I mean, at least I wouldn't mind seeing him fight Virgil. I want to see him fight Virgil. People up there talking like, oh, he signed a Golden Boy, he going a scary route. Like, nigga, y'all said Virgil was the truth a while ago. But if Bud fight him, he gonna be too green. He ain't gonna be nothing. Man, get out of here, bro. I told people back in December it was gonna probably be Alexis Rocha or one of those guys over there, because all of those other dudes were going different route. That was December the 29th. And then even in that same video, I said, and Spence might go up to 154. This was before we even knew about Thurman and the 154 thing. Because he said making weight ain't easy. It ain't fun. So I was like, shit, he might go to 154, and then this shit comes out. So I'm just waiting for it to be official to drop my video to say I told y'all. You get what I'm saying?
Yep.
But you can go back to my my video, December 29th. Go around the 4-hour, 12-minute mark. You'll see. Somebody said, what class is Tank and I'm at? Tank at 35.
You could fight at 130 though. Easy.
Fight who at 130? Well, shit, I got Tank beating Navarrete too. Tank would have slept him. Tank could go right.
Knock that motherfucker out.
Tank could go right down there and take that WBO belt from that guy if he wanted to.
That's a waste of his time.
Hardest part would be him making the weight. Tank is all talk, no bite, man. Tank is beating the guys that's in front of him and doing it in devastating fashion. If they don't belong in there with him, he get them out of there. I think Tank is explosive, bro. I don't sleep on that kid, man. That kid can box, bro. That kid can box.
That type of fighters I like. I like boxer punchers.
Hell yeah, Tank can box and he can bang, bro. Yeah. Big Warren, what up? What's popping with you? Somebody said you got Tank, Garcia, Haney, Lopez, Loma, Ortiz, and a couple, but peep this. Haney on his way out of there. He on his way out of there. This is Garcia's last fight there too. Lopez is not at 130. Lopez is at 140 now. That's it. And you talking about Jermaine Ortiz, he good, but I think he good. He ain't proven yet. He lost the biggest fight of his career to Loma.
Yep.
Got to win those. So you get pushed back some. But Tank, come on, bro. Garcia, this is his last fight at 135. I think that's a catch weight like a 136. It's like 1 pound over. Haney, this is his last one there. You get what I'm saying? 3 of the names you put up here aren't even about to be fighting at the division no more, bro.
Mm-hmm.
And how many more fights y'all think Loma got? Come on, bro.
I'm gonna say like 3 or 4.
I don't think it's gonna be 3 or 4 back to back. None of it ain't gonna be no. I'm gonna fight Devin Haney, then I'm gonna fight Tank Davis, and then I'm gonna fight who else was up there? Shakur Stevenson. That ain't gonna be the 3. It ain't gonna be Shakur, Haney, Haney, Shakur, and pick somebody else. It ain't gonna be none of them. Back to back to back. It's gonna be some more of those Jermaine Ortiz type action. Said Lisa Bell said that's the somebody. Carlos talking to Lisa. Unboxing, right? All promotion companies are messing up the big fights. I couldn't agree more. Yeah, man. I didn't know T.O. was talking like that though, man. I thought Regis with Probellum or something. Is Regis with Probellum? I don't know. Dirk over there watching somebody else YouTube right now. Mute his mic. Shit distracted me. Tank. He said, Tank looks great in front of low competition he's fighting. If it was that easy to go from 135 to 40 and 30 and 35 back up like that, everybody would be doing it. I don't think they low competition. Just not the guys we want to see on fight. He looked great against. Hey, look, but Isaac Cruz, we didn't know who he was, but Isaac Cruz got a name just off of losing to Tank Davis. A lot of people know who he is now just for making it all 12 rounds. I know some people lost some money that night. I guarantee you, people was thinking like he gonna knock out Isaac Cruz, but he didn't though. Couldn't agree more, Carlos. Somebody said put some respect on Tank's name, M Stacks. His resume 10 times better than anybody else in the division. People be saying anything with no merit behind it. All right, shout out to Kenny McCullough. He got some smoke for you. Haney versus Teofimo Lopez at 140. I wouldn't mind seeing that. Make some noise for that guy. Who said that? Carlos? I ain't mad at that. He said, I wasn't gonna say 118. What y'all talking about? What you say? He said, no, Mark. I'm just saying all these guys are around the same weight or they're hot right now. I don't know about 130. I just threw it out there because they just look small to me. He said, I wasn't gonna say 118. Yeah, that's no Nito. Those are smaller guys too, but they can crack. I don't think nobody at 118 gonna beat Nito though. I think he go in there and rack up right now. And then the Inui's gone. Inui's just too young, too explosive, footwork, chin, whole nine. M-Stack said, as soon as I hear resume, I know it's a hype job. Put a case on it. Let me see what he said. Big Worm said, Progress will smash T.O. Really? You think so? I didn't even think that last fight Regis won. It was times I thought he was doing a little bad in there at times. I thought he looked slow. Maybe, I don't know. I thought Regis looked slow in there. He got the job done, and that's all that matters, though, so make some noise for that. I thought he looked a little slow. Somebody said, Martinez, check your IG. Man, I'm hosting the show, man. What you send me? You send me some naked pictures of some girls or something? If so, you can send some more. You didn't even see. Oh, okay, I see what you sent me with old boy. All right, let me go. Let me see. I need some context, bro. I'm live. I don't even know what that is. As soon as I hear resume, boom, 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 Progress will smash T.O. Loma looks like he about to retire if he takes the L to Caney. I agree. I heard the new thing is now he want more money. I heard he want more money. Phone lines open 44692-1766. Talking boxing. M-Stack said Tank ain't fighting nobody. He even said it. Damn. Well, he did say that. And not so many words. He like, these other guys ain't fighting nobody neither. Yeah, that's what he said. That's what he said. Al said, where's Boots? Warning Bud title. Right. Put a case on it, bro. Put a case on it. Let me give you the $2 drop. Thanks for supporting the show in a major way.
I'll give you the $2. You give him the $2. All right, pay him the $2. Oh, pay the $2.
Hell yeah. M-Stack's in the building. He said, yeah, what'd he say? He said, yeah, Tank is popular, but I'm not talking about popular. I'm talking about boxing the best. He avoids them. I can't say he avoided them. Keep in mind, he wasn't even in charge of his career. Let's be clear. I don't picture Tank Davis saying, man, I don't want to fight that motherfucker. But he did have that tweet that he was like, his team tried to rush him into a fight. So I know what you're talking about. He was like, man, they tried to set me up when he was like, I wasn't ready for the title shot. I was like, but you won though. But he did say he thought he was being set up. Cruz had heart. Shout out to Big Worm. He said Cruz had heart, didn't want to go out like the others. That's why the crowd wanted to see Tank lose. Oh, shout out to that. Yeah, Cruz definitely had some heart. Had a good story too, watching it 24/7. Alf, he said, the newcomers looking for vacant belts. Right, put a case on it. Put another case on it, bro. Yeah, a lot of people looking for vacant belts. KP from KC5, all the way in Hawaii, he said, it ain't about how many fights you had, it's about who you fought. Shout out to him. Those words could have been in the Bible, bro. I can hear God now. Put that in the 11th commandment of the Son.
It's not about how many fights you had. It's who you fought.
Right. Yeah. I couldn't agree more.
A vertebrae or what portion?
Spinal.
Yeah. Yeah. Hurts my back. Clip said, I got Regis over T.O. as well. Damn, y'all ain't giving T.O. no, y'all don't give T.O. a chance. That kid tough, man. He can box too. He can box. He's fast. I think he's faster than, I think the hand speed is gonna be the difference. I think he's gonna be piecing Regis up and getting out the way. I think he's gonna put on a boxing class. Well, he can put on a boxing class. It's possible. He said, I got Regis over T.O. Hold on one second. I got to sneeze. Excuse me. Dirk on the panel. He don't went to sleep. Let me see. He said T.O. did bad against the Spaniard. Okay. Did he? I went back and watched that fight again, man. He didn't do as bad as I thought he did. I rewatched it. I think I still had T.O. Matter of fact, did I have T.O. winning or I had the Spaniard winning by 1 round? But it was close though. It was only like by 1 round, so it was a good fight. Actually, but if you would have counted that other knockdown, I had him winning. If they would have counted the other knockdown, I had the Spaniard winning. I think he should have got credit for that other knockdown. T.O. was lunging in, leading with his head, and got clipped. Oh. Let me hear this. Can you hear this? Okay, I don't know if y'all can hear that. Did y'all hear that? I don't know if y'all can hear it. I'm gonna share the screen. Let me see. Big Worm. They talking about a Spaniard. He said, Big Worm, them Spaniards been doing good in boxing lately. He said Progress can box too. I'm just saying I didn't say Progress can't box. I think Regis can box. And he's tough, but I just thought he looked really slow in his last fight for a guy at 140. Only reason he didn't look that bad is because Ramirez was slow too. I mean, not Ramirez, but Zepeda was slow too. He was just even slower. So, but yeah, he looked slow early. Yeah, Regis the best 140. Technically, Josh Taylor's still the best at 140 because ain't nobody beat him, man. He beat Regis. So, yeah. Yeah, I can't do that. I like Regis, but I ain't going to do that. Josh Taylor beat him on the way to undisputed. So, that's just my opinion, though. Phone lines are open and the link is out there if you want to join the conversation. 404-692-1766. 404-692-1766. Dirk is on the panel, but he fell asleep or something else. Yeah, I can't give pro grade number 1 though at 140. Big Worm said true. The other Spaniard fought Ray Martinez. Had some style. That was the one fight he had. Let me pin that spot right there so I remember where I'm at. HLD sent me this. We was talking about this earlier, but I don't know why you brought it up right here, though. I'm confused. But I'll play it.
That's where the ball was dropped. There's another. What you think, Dre? There's another element here that we haven't dealt with, which is Top Rank says they will not do business with Pro Bellum under any circumstances. That's a separate issue. However, that's where the ball was dropped.
Let me hear it again.
There's another. What you think, Dre? There's another element here that we haven't dealt with, which is Top Rank says they will not do business with Pro Bellum under any circumstances. That's a separate issue. However,
that's crazy. They ain't doing no business with him. So you with Pro Bellum, you can't get none of this Top Rank money, I guess. All right. Damn. What did he say? He said Haney, the closest thing to Mayweather, in my opinion. Man, he still has some growth. Is what's scary about Haney. Mayweather though, I don't know about that, big dog. He's Haney. I don't know how close you think he is to Mayweather. I don't know. What you mean like that? You talking about with hand speed, defense, footwork, like what are you talking about? I'm gonna tell you what I think he's close to Mayweather with. For me, is his punch selection, shots that he chooses to take on the inside when he's inside, like when he was with Kambosos. I give him some Mayweather juice for that. You know what I'm saying? The way he's able to get out of range or the pull counter, I give him some of the Mayweather juice for that. But I just remember at 135, Mayweather was stopping these guys. I feel like Mayweather had more power at 135 than Haney has right now. So I can't get on that. But you're entitled to your opinion. What do you say? But I like Haney though. Don't get it twisted. I think the kid is phenomenal, bro. But I get what you're saying. I get where you're coming from, but I just don't think I think he's Devin Haney. You know what I'm saying? And that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. You know what I'm saying? Everybody ain't got to be Floyd Mayweather. He's going to have his own path. I do think he's going to be a multiple division champion. I can see Haney going up a couple divisions and possibly retiring undefeated. Yeah, but that kid can scrap, man. That kid is good. He's good and he's tough. It's tough. Arguably, Rolly was beating Tank on the cards before the stoppage. Might have to put a case on that. I never went back to score it. I thought Tank was doing what he was doing, standing out the way, picking the shots, and Rolly ran into something. HLD. I actually forgot. I didn't get the context like in this conversation. So you kind of lost me, but the link is out there though. You want to pull up and I can play it again and you can explain it. Regis got the Henry Armstrong style. I don't know about that. I got to put a case on that. Henry Armstrong, bro. Nah, B. Not for me. I'm sorry, Joe Botson. You entitled to your opinion though. Lisa Bell, she said, in all fairness, no one looks spectacular against Sandor Martin. Yeah. But there was things T.O. could have did, though, to stop some of that movement. And he shouldn't have been lunging in leading with his head. You know what I'm saying? That's how he got clipped. Somebody with more power could have hurt him. You know what I'm saying? But y'all don't think people gonna be studying that? He kept getting caught with the same check hook all night. Well, not all night, but a lot. T.O. was getting frustrated. He said T.O. was getting frustrated. You said you can't hear it. I think that was from earlier. He said T.O. was getting frustrated like when he fought Kambosos. Now, I can agree to that. But this guy was doing way more movement than Kambosos. Way more movement. Some would say running. Put a case on it. Some would say running, not me. But yeah, man, I get where you're coming from though, Big Worm. I definitely can see why some would say that. Alf said no. It should no. Big Worm says Zepeda. Damn, I don't know. Oh, you said who? I don't even know. I'm losing context now. He said, "What's up with that? What's up with that Taylor and the other versus Catterall?" Man, I don't know what the hell is up with Josh Taylor. Josh Taylor stay with an injured something since he defended that fight against Catterall. Man, that's been a long time ago. It seemed like. He said Shakur is more like Mayweather. Okay. Shakur is more like Mayweather. All right. In what ways, though? You talking about the defense, the footwork, the hand speed, punch selection? Like, let me know what y'all saying. He said turn the volume down and watch how he fights. You talking about Haney? I get it. I get where you're coming from. I just think Mayweather was probably a little faster back then and had more pop. You know what I'm saying? But I could be wrong. But it's nothing wrong with being your own yourself. Like, it's nothing wrong with not being the next Mayweather and just being the first you. That's all I was trying to say. Who is this? Bold? Is this the Bold Professor?
Nah, Bold and Understanding. What's up, man?
What's up, my G? Talk to me.
Chilling, man. Yeah, it was a great night of fights. Well, good performance on Barboza part, but I was that main event was really interesting. That dude, Liam Wilson, man, he surprised me, man. I mean, I ain't really know much about him anyway. I was just thinking like it was just another bum they brought in and whatnot, man. But he wasn't backing down from Navarrete, and he put Navarrete on his ass. So that was a good one, man. But Navarrete, of course, he turned up the pressure and got him out of there, man. I just thought when he had Navarrete hurt, man, he should have went to the body. He started headhunting too much. It was missing, and he let Navarrete off the hook. So
yeah.
Referee
gave him a long ass count though, too, didn't he?
I don't know if it's a long ass count because the man did get up within the count. I mean, he just pulled a veteran move and spit out his mouthpiece. And
take a point then.
What's that?
Take a point. Intentional spitting out your mouthpiece, take a point. Do that at the end of the round. After the end of the round, go over there and say, I'm taking a point away from him because he spit out that mouthpiece. You don't even have to stop and do a timeout. You could have did it at the end of the round. Take that extra point.
Yeah, but a lot of times referees not going to take a point the first time you spit out your mouthpiece. They're going to have to give you
intentional though. That was intentional. It's not like it was accidental. That was intentional, bro. He just stood up like, nah, B, come on.
Nah, I get it, but I'm just saying, look how many boxers have done it before. You know what I'm saying? Like how many times you see Keith Thurman spit out his mouthpiece, right?
Take a point from his ass. Keith Thurman take his mouthpiece out, put it in his hand, and run around.
Nah, I get it, but technically you still spitting it out, right?
He put it back in, but it's not. He don't use it to get time though. He don't get no extra time when he do it. This guy got dropped, spit it out to get extra time. Penalize him. And the count was slower. The way he counted for him is not the way he counted for Liam Wilson. Just watch the playback, bro. I'm just saying that referee on some bullshit on this one, bro. But I get it. He knows where his bread get buttered. But that's my opinion, though. But I
I mean, I just think it was a veteran move on his part. But at the same time, whether the referee counted slow or not, I just thought Navarrete was already up anyway. He just prolonged it, the count. I mean, prolonged the whole situation with this whole mouthpiece. But the man got it. It ain't taking forever to get up on his feet, though.
Yeah. I agree with my guy Mike Jones. He said Wilson had the uppercut open all night. Yeah, similar to the way Torres caught the heavyweight who was wearing the booty shorts in there. Put a case on him. Nigga was in there with the nigga had the damn thong on in that bitch. Nigga was in there, damn booty shorts. But just how Torres caught him with that uppercut, this guy, that uppercut was right there for Navarrete leaning in. What you think about Navarrete saying pretty much saying Shakur ducked him?
I didn't even hear that part. When he said that?
It was before the fight. You know, when they be doing the pre-fight hype and they doing the build-up, they playing the little videos, your background. He said, I hate that I'm fighting for a vacant belt. I wanted all the champions. I wanted to fight Shakur, but he chose to fight Fonseca. I was like, that's not the way I remember it, bro.
Yeah, I mean, isn't this Navarrete first time fighting in his weight class?
He said, right, but he said he wanted Shakur, but remember that Shakur Fonseca was at 130.
Yeah.
He said he wanted Shakur, and Shakur chose to fight Fonseca instead. That's not the way I remember it. I remember they saying, nah.
Yeah, I mean, as far as I remember, this is how I look at it. I believe Conceição should have, I believe he should have got that match with Shakur because, to be honest with you, I thought he actually beat Oscar Valdez, in my opinion. So I think, you know, that was a good thing that he did for Shakur. But I mean, I don't know why Navarrete would say Shakur was ducking her. I mean, that doesn't even make sense to me.
I use the word duck, but he didn't. Let me see. Let me get this. Hold on one second, bro. Take this call. 6-7. Hold on one second. 678. What's your name? Where you from?
My name is Steve.
Steve, where you from?
Can I get together with you sometime?
Oh, hell no. This nigga weird as fuck.
What the hell was that, man?
Block that shit. It's a live show, man. It's a live show. A lot of kids watching.
Somebody trolling.
Yeah, man. It is what it is. Motherfuckers be lonely at night. They ain't got no friends. And the PlayStation broke. Someone said everyone fell asleep on Sandor. I don't know about that.
Sandor and Tio match.
That was a good fight.
I thought Sandor won that fight, to be honest with you.
Speak on it.
I mean, I just thought he outboxed Tio. Tio, in my mind, Tio knew he lost. And check this out. I'm a Tio fan. Tio knew he lost that fight, to be honest with you. He was dropped twice, and I think only one of them was counted as a knockdown. But yeah, man, he got the best of Tio that night. And Tio need to get his head together, to be honest with you. And I think that performance Sandor Martin put on Teofimo was probably the reason why Tio didn't even want to fight Arnold Barboza, because it'd probably been like a similar situation.
Yeah. Hold on. Say that again. You said who fought Barboza? Tio?
No. Remember, Barboza been trying to fight Teofimo Lopez. And Tio was like, "Who the hell is Barboza?" Nobody know him. He, you know how the politic talks and whatever. So he ended up fighting. Well, he was trying to fight one other guy, but then at the last minute, Sandor Martin stepped in. But I just thought Sandor Martin exposed Tio to the point where it's the reason why he probably never wanted to fight Arnold Barboza.
That's a way of looking at it. Somebody said what did he say? He said Pro Grace is on an island all by himself with Pro Bellum and will not get the opportunity to fight Tio, Taylor, Ramirez, or any other top ranked fighters. That's my point. And all I'm trying to say is this guy right here. Let me see. Yeah, but my point to all of that is shame on Top Rank then. You get what I'm saying? Like, why Top Rank can't do the business with him?
I don't know. You saw that tweet Prograde just put out too, right?
What is the tweet? What did he say?
He said Top Rank need to make that Tio and Barboza fight next.
Who? My bad, bro. I was blocking some more trolls.
All right.
Oh, my bad. So I had to. Yeah, I muted my mic because that's where they get the joy out of hearing this stuff online. So I just ain't gonna let them be heard over here. I'm gonna mute my mic and then I deal with them. Block them that way. Screen the calls offline. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But nah, Regis Prograde basically put out a tweet saying that T.O. need to fight Barboza next. Top Rank needs to make that happen.
Why would he say that?
Because T.O. was pretty much T.O. kind of avoiding Barboza.
Based on what I saw, though, that'll be a good fight. I don't know if T.O. beats him, but I don't know if he beats T.O. so easily neither. But if you're the champ, I don't want to hear you out there telling other people who they should be fighting.
Well, remember, T.O. was talking about fighting Prograde, right? Prograde was like, "What's up?" But then all of a sudden, T.O. father was like, "Oh, ain't no money in that fight." So he basically did the same shit that Ramirez did when he came to trying to fight Prograde. His team started to talk about, "Oh, I'm not going to make no money fighting Prograde." Like I think a lot of guys at 140 don't want that smoke with Prograde because they know
title though. At that point, I don't want to hear that because you get a title. He the champion.
I
and
know
other fights you get the titles.
But you got to think too. A lot of people, when it comes to certain fighters, they want to make business decisions all of a sudden. It's like, how much money can I get paid for fighting this dude? If I ain't
it's a business, so I can understand that. But if you that guy though, like you are, people gonna pay you to fight anybody. Like Canelo got paid $40 million to fight Caleb Plant. Was able to get Caleb Plant $10 million. I was like, damn, this is a $50 million fight. It's undisputed. I was like, but Caleb Plant getting $10 million?
Yeah, but Caleb Plant only got $10 million because he fought Canelo. Caleb Plant probably ain't seen another $2 million fight.
Canelo's getting 40, but Caleb Plant, Canelo got 40 to fight Caleb Plant. Look at that too.
But that's Canelo.
That's what I'm saying. If you that guy, you gonna get paid regardless. That's what I'm saying.
No, I mean,
Mayweather got $35 million to fight Robert Guerrero because he's that guy.
No, if you that guy as far as business wise, you gonna get paid that money. But if you that guy,
as a draw, I mean as a draw, big dog.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. As a draw, you gonna get paid that money. But if you that guy as far as skills and you're not a draw, you ain't gonna get paid that money.
Well, you shouldn't be saying somebody else ain't no star. Like if you get what I'm saying, you'll never hear AJ say, I ain't fighting him, I ain't gonna get paid that much money. Like AJ gonna get a bag whoever he fight. This guy, I think they talking about him fighting next. I think what, Franklin or something like that? Shit, he gonna get paid a hefty bag full of $1,000 bills. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, but AJ is also a cash cow too.
That's what I'm saying, bro.
But what I'm saying is this: you got fighters that people know, like fighters know who's the real dude. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And if that person is not a draw, they'll use every politics in the world to not fight you. They will say,
who he beat? What is his ticket sales? What's his pay-per-view?
Exactly.
Nobody knows him.
He a horrible fighter.
He on the wrong side of the street.
Yeah.
Reacher's on the wrong side of the street. That's what they saying now, I guess.
Yep.
Fuck out of here, man. I don't respect that shit as a fan. I don't. I've never been that. I'm a fan of this promotional company. Like putting that shit in your avatar and your logo. Come on, fam. No disrespect to you. Damn, I didn't even realize you had Al Heyman.
Hey, but see, you see what
no disrespect, fam.
No. You see what I got in the background though, right?
I can't see the whole picture. I just see.
All right. So you ever watch that show American Greed?
Oh shit. Yeah. Never mind.
That's why I put it like that.
Yeah, all I see is Greek, so it looks like green, but now I see America GR. Okay, I get it now. Yeah, but man, people, my name will never be Martin Nash #PBC lover or something like that. Like,
yeah.
Oh man, Martin Nash top rank over everything. What? What?
You never heard of it.
Nah, man, we ain't riding no promotional company over the sport.
Nah, definitely not.
No
man.
networks, none of that shit. Somebody said he's a pure boxer, so blah blah blah. He's setting up in mind. Oh, you talking about Haney? Yeah, Haney is a pure boxer though. I give him that. The kid can scrap, bro.
See, that's another kid that gets avoided, and I ain't really a big Devin Haney fan, but he gets avoided.
I ain't even gonna hold you. I'm a big Devin Haney fan, bro.
But I realize,
and he stay out of trouble.
Yeah.
Getting drunk and high and wilding out. You know what I'm saying? Nah, bro. I respect.
But you notice the energy change when it comes to him, right? Mm-hmm. It's like, all of a sudden the belts ain't important. As long as Devin Haney got the title, the belts ain't important.
Come on,
but
bro.
before the Devin Haney had the title, it was like we need to fight for the titles.
Right. And I like Ryan and Tank. I ain't mad seeing that scrap, but come on, bro. Devin Haney's the guy to beat, man.
Yeah, he is.
My boy Ryan was like, yo, if I beat Tank, ain't nobody going, question me. I ain't got to fight nobody else at 35. I beat Tank. And it's kind of fucked up, but it's kind of, some people would say that too. They were like, yo, he beat Tank, bro. So shit, that means he would have beat everybody else too with the theories in their mind. And he is going to 140, but I ain't mad because Devin Haney's going to 140. But unfortunately, I don't think they're going to fight at 140 neither. I think they got a bigger plan for them to fight down the road. And Shakur, I heard his dad talking to Haney was talking to Shakur when they was all on 3 together on the live, and it was like I said, we're gonna fight down the line, and it's gonna be for everything. But in my mind, I was like, yo, you got everything right now.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe they mean everything again. You know what I'm saying? They want to build a fight up more. But that shit, I don't know, bro.
But that goes
down the road.
But that goes to what I was saying about earlier. There's a difference between a draw and a real fighter. You know what I'm saying? I mean, don't get me wrong. There's some draws that are all real fighters, but you got some draws out there. They know who's gonna give them problems, so they gonna pretty much politic their way out the fight.
Kid Clientele 19 said, what y'all think? He said, what you think about Boots Ennis? Kid can box. He can box. He can bang. Power in both hands. I think his stock dropped in the minds of some people on YouTube based off his last performance and how he performed against Karen Kukuchan. Is it Kukujan or Kukuchan? I think it's Kukujan.
It's Kuchazian.
Kuchazian. It's not Kukujan?
Nah, Kuchazian.
Kukajian. Damn.
Kuchazian.
Kuchazian. All right. Damn, I had practiced that Karen Kukuchan too. I thought that's how they were saying it in the fight, didn't they? Too. I let that shit flow too. I was like, oh yeah, they got hit the accent right and everything. Nope.
I don't know. Maybe I got to go back and listen to it, but I thought it was Chukazian.
Yeah, I wrote it down. I wrote it like phonetically how it's supposed to. Like I thought I did good. I was like Kukuchan, okay, but it looks like it should be like that. Kukajian. Yeah. All right. So boom. I think Boots stock dropped with some YouTubers in that fight. Not me personally, though. I just like he was just a little excited trying to get that guy out of there. And that guy was just moving all night. But he did counter Boots with some good shots. I thought Boots switched too much. Like when he went left, when he switched left-handed, the guy went to his right. When he switched southpaw, the guy, when he switched conventional stand, the guy went the other way. He just knew the way to stay away from Boots' power and found a way to survive. But I think that's good, though. I think Boots learned some shit from that fight, and he's going to get better from here. Sky's the limit for that kid as well. What you think about Boots in this?
I think that last fight was definitely a lessons learned because I was thinking the whole time, a lot of times when I hear Boots' names, he was getting a little bit overhyped. The guy he's a great talent, but I think a lot of people jumped out the window too early for him, and he hasn't really fought anybody. You know what I'm saying? The talent is there. Don't get me wrong, but Chugazian had Boots on skates. Boots was missing wide.
Yeah.
And he was coming in trying to be like Mike Tyson. He was missing. That shit almost looked like Mike Tyson punch out when they be missing those shots and shit. That's how Boots was and whatnot. I was like, God damn. And I thought if Chukazian would have stepped up his offense a little bit, he probably would have won that fight. I mean, because his defense is on point. It's just that he ain't really put that much offense on Boots. And he was hitting Boots with some shit though, but the man spent more time just trying to be a defensive fighter than applying any type of offense. So Boots did mess around, get the win in that fight, man. But he got to take this as a lesson learned. They team cannot run around saying we don't watch the fights of our opponents. Like his father can't tell the public. Well, if he can tell the public whatever he wants, but he can't live by that. Oh, after the first round, we'll come up with a game plan after the first round. We don't care about the first round. Try to make a game plan on the fly. Like they can't think like that, man. They gotta sit down and do some studying if they're not doing it. I mean, they could be fronting for the crowd or whatever, but if they not, man, they really got to sit down and study some of these fighters they're gonna be fighting in the future.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, bro. Like all of that, we don't study this, we don't watch film, we just work on what we do. Look, I get it. That's like Jay-Z saying I don't write rhymes, right? A lot of guys went out there and tried to go in the booth and just everybody ain't like that. You know what I mean? And even what Hov do, he don't just go in there and freestyle. You know, he'll take a take, go back, cut and paste, you know what I'm saying, punch in. You know, now granted, has he one take some records? Yeah, but he was like, man, I've been rehearsing that shit in my head all day. You know what I'm saying? It's like an organized freestyle. His words, not mine. I think fighters try to do that too with the Mayweather shit. Like, I don't watch film. Uncle Roger watched that damn film. Okay? And Uncle Roger had them damn game plans. They would sit there and break this shit down. And like you can see it in certain fights, like with the Ricky Hatton fight. Ricky Hatton would bounce, he would dip to his left and do a leaping left hook, right? Trying to close the distance. Or he'll bounce, all right, dip, and he'll do an up jab, or he bounce in with a jab. Man, every time he did it, Floyd was check hooking him. And how the fight come to the end, the damn check hook.
Exactly.
So somebody was watching that damn film because he was hitting with that shit early. Ricky was doing it, lunging in, Floyd would hit him. And then they're going to clinch. He'll do it again, clinch. Do it again, clinch. Finally, referee said, hey, stop all that wrestling. Start taking some points. I'm gonna start taking some points. All right, so he slowed the fight down some for Ricky with that. With all that leaping and lunging and getting all rough on the inside. So yeah, man. I get where homie coming from, but yeah, some people are just masters, man, when it comes to this shit. They are just masters, bro.
Yeah, and also I think Floyd be lying to the public saying he don't watch tape because Floyd will break down somebody's fighting style even if he doesn't fight it. He'd be like, oh, this dude does this too much and all that other stuff.
Right, bro. He invented the Triple G. He invented that straight up and down, no special effects. That's his bar. How many people you hear on YouTube saying that? Oh, such and such is straight up and down, no special effects. No special effects. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
From a guy who don't watch film. Come on, bro. How he know that about Triple G? Because he had him pinned, didn't he? Described him perfectly. So yeah, but yeah, Floyd watched this shit, man. He's like I said, he's like that guy that say I don't write rhymes, but got a book full of raps at the crib. He just come to the studio with everything he gonna rap. He got that shit memorized.
Exactly.
Yeah, it is what it is. That kid is dope. Yeah, he's dope. Let me see what are they talking about. Said outpointing George Kambosos doesn't make you the man. What T.O. couldn't do it. It makes you the man, Jerry. I disagree with that. What you think of that, man? People don't like to give Haney his props because they said, well, you beat George Kambosos. I was like, well, he beat the man who beat the man who beat the man. That's called lineal. Right?
Yeah, exactly. I guess
when people say that lineal, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I guess when people say that, they saying like Devin Haney doesn't have a deep resume, which he really doesn't have a deep resume, but that's not really his fault. You know what I'm saying? He did fight JoJo. I don't know why people ignore that fight. He beat JoJo, and he fought Linares too. People could say Linares was past his prime, but he still fought him. That was a good win on his part. But it's not Devin Haney's fault that a lot of people are not trying to fight him. So that's not his fault. You can't blame him for that.
Yeah, people pick and choose when they say somebody passed their prime. You know what I mean? Somebody else, they be like, oh, fighting fought this guy. Like, oh, he was a former Olympian, former champion. I was like, man, he had 12 losses by 12 knockouts. Hold on, let me go to Jerry from Baltimore. Put him on real quick. Jerry from Baltimore, talk to me, bro.
Oh, what's up, Mark?
What's up, big dog? You got the flow.
Yeah, let me turn this down. Yeah, I just want to clear the air about Devin Haney, at least my opinion on Devin Haney. First, I'm going to say Devin Haney is a very good fighter. Anyone can see that. Anyone can see that he's a top lightweight. And currently, he's the undisputed champion, and no one can dispute that. I was one of the many, like Tank Davis, that called him a paper champ when he had the WBC belt because he didn't fight anybody in the ring to get that belt. However, and everybody knows the backstory with Loma and this and that and all that. And what you said is true. He lineal champion. You beat the man who beat the man. Okay? But just like your partner there said, his resume does not, to me, he's overrated right now. Simply because outpointing Kambosos, to me, and I like George. George's a tough guy. He's a small lightweight, but he's tough. Doesn't have a lot of power, but Haney beat him. I don't care that he beat him on the road. Fighters fight on the road all the time. Every fighter that comes here to the United States is fighting on the road. You know, when you're better than your opponent, you can beat him. He got decision wins over Kambosos, and he got the undisputed titles, and that's all well and good. But to me, he's still got a whole lot to prove in boxing before he belongs put up there like the way people hear a lot of people rating him. In my opinion, and I'm not taking anything away from him because Kambosos did pull an upset when he beat Lopez. But answer me this: if Lopez had beat Kambosos, would you think anybody be bragging about that? People didn't know who the fuck Kambosos was. Kambosos was world ranked somewhere like down in the 40s somewhere. He wasn't a top 5 lightweight. He pulled an upset and he fought a good fight. And that's all well and good, but I think Shakur Stevenson is actually, I think he's a little better than Devin. And if they fought, I would pick Shakur over Devin. I want to see Devin in a real fight. I'm not sure the Loma fight is it. I don't know what's taking so long. I think Loma's having second thoughts. You know, I'd like to see Devin, what he can do at 140. And like I say, I don't dislike him, but I'm not ready to crown him, you know, the king because he has a belt collection that he got in one fight.
But nobody says that about other fighters. Like Jermaine Taylor got his undisputed all in one fight. He went in there and beat Bernard Hopkins, bro. Got all the belts in one fight.
Well, I'm not really concerned about what others say. That's what I'm just telling you how I feel. Bernard Hopkins is a legendary Hall of Fame fighter. George Kambosos is not that.
No. But the point was winning all the belts in one fight.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's just a fact. He won all those belts in one fight against a fighter that was not a top 5 lightweight. Pulled an upset, yes. Came off a clean victory, you know, nice victory, yes. But, you know, like I say, and I'll say again, Haney's a good fighter. He may be capable of beating Tank, Shakur, and all those guys. I mean, you know, but for me, I gotta wait and see. I think if he gets the Loma fight done, that's a good step in the right direction because I can't count Gamboa. Gamboa was 39 years old. 39. That's ancient for a former featherweight. Plus, Linares was 37. And had been stopped 5 times prior to fighting Devin Haney. He should have beat those two. He should have beat them. The Jojo Diaz fight, I think he might deserve a little bit more credit for that, but I've never been big on Diaz either. He steps up, he loses. But that, to me, it may be his best win. I don't know, I just think he's overrated right now. But I'll tell you this, too.
But
he's fucking undisputed, dog.
But Jojo Diaz did beat Jojo Diaz.
I'm just saying, Kambosos so trash. T.O. should have beat him.
Jojo Diaz did beat Tevin Farmer.
Yeah, well, that's okay, but that ain't that doesn't impress me that much either. I'm not saying Kambosos is trash. I told you just a few minutes ago. I like George. I rate George better than a lot of guys do because prior to the T.O. fight, he was being criticized for even fighting that guy. Nobody had even heard of little George Kambosos. He hadn't beat nobody to really make a splash anywhere. He had
beat Mickey
one victory.
He'll beat Mickey
over
Bay.
Mickey Bay, which was a controversial win. And it wasn't nothing really to brag about. I'm not trying to shit on Devin. I'm not trying to shit on George neither. But I'm just trying to give you my perspective on what the belt collection doesn't mean a whole lot to me. I'm in that camp. Yeah, I'm more concerned about who you fighting and who you beating. Now Devin has been avoided too, so I won't deny that. It doesn't seem like the other guys are really headstrong, willing to get in there with him. You know, even with that belt collection that he has, I don't know if his box office appeal is there or not. But, you know, but I'll tell you this, too, so you don't think that I'm being racist. Gennady Golovkin. If you ask me who's the most overrated fighter in the last 10 years, I would tell you Gennady Golovkin. Easily.
What you mean?
The guy got a lot of hype.
You said, what you said about, I won't say you being racist, and then you said, what you said about Triple G?
Overrated.
Oh,
I think he's the most overrated fighter in the last 10 years.
Damn.
And he's a good fighter, beast of a fighter. But like when he had that run on HBO and all those title defenses, and he ended them all with knockouts, and he give him credit for that. But he was heavily favored to win all of those fights. As soon as he stepped up to the real world-class fighters in the division, Danny Jacobs, the Canelo fights, and you might throw the other Russian guy in there that he struggled with, 4 fights. You could argue all 4 of those fights were draws, or that he lost a couple of them. I mean, the dominance ended as soon as he stepped up to fight the top guys. You see what I'm saying? And that's where I'm at with Haney. Haney, to me, hasn't fought any of the top guys yet. So, you know, like I say, he may be capable of beating all of them, but first I got to see it.
I mean, I did hear stuff about Triple G. You know, I seen a lot of criticism about him being kind of overrated. To be fair, there were also a lot of fighters that weren't trying to fight Triple G at the time either. But I do agree the fact that when he finally got those fighters in, because I think once Kell Brook moved up 2 weight classes and kind of exposed Triple G, then people was like, okay, I could fight Triple G. So when he did get some of these fights, Danny Jacobs gave Triple G a hell of a fight. That was a real close fight right there, in my honest opinion. When Canelo fought Triple G, especially the first time, I thought Triple G won that fight. And then when Triple G fought Deryevchenko, I actually thought Deryevchenko won that fight. So I do agree. Once them step-up fights really did happen, Triple G ain't looked the same.
Well, that's all I'm really saying about any fighter. I'm just applying it to Devin because Devin gets getting a lot of attention because, to me, largely because he got all those belts. But I'll say it again, he got them in one fight. And, I mean, that's not his problem. I don't blame him for fighting for them. I mean, nobody could blame him. But I want to see what he does when he's really matched against the top world-class fighters. There's a lot of talent around him. So I'm hopeful that, you know, once Tank and Ryan get settled, you know, that hopefully this year we start getting some of those fights around that weight class because there's way too much talent down there for those fights not to be happening. I mean, there's a shitstorm of talent down there. And getting back to Triple G, I mean, I could give you several other examples where the same thing. I mean, you might even take Earl Spence. Now, Earl Spence was wrecking everybody. Everybody he was fighting, he was wrecking. Then he took and fought 3 world-class opponents. Mikey Garcia, who was moving up a small, you know, was coming from 135. I think he had a little stop at 140. And he fought Mikey Garcia, and what happened? The fight went the distance. Now, he beat the crap out of Mikey, but the fight went the distance. There was no knockdowns. Then he fought, who he fight next? Is it Danny Garcia? He fought
Sean Porter. Sean
Porter, rather. And that fight was real close. I had Spence winning that fight by the knockdown, the late knockdown. Otherwise, to me, that fight was maybe a draw. But either way, it was a very close and competitive fight. One knockdown, then he fought Danny, and again, you know, he won, but it was a decision victory with no knockdown. So you see, this is the difference between fighting guys where you're heavily favored to beat i.e. Gamboa, Linares, and fighting guys that are the top guys. I mean, we see it all the time in boxing. So, that's when you can judge. That's when I judge, how good a guy really is. And with Tank, with this Ryan fight, I don't know, to me, if he beats Ryan, I don't know what that's really going to prove a whole lot. I like Ryan. He looks like an athletic, strong guy at the weight, but Ryan ain't beat nobody to really be considered a top guy. I mean, would you disagree with that?
Say that one more time.
Ryan Garcia. I'm going to make a big fight with Tank Davis. Ought to probably sell pretty well. But to me, I can't rank Ryan as a top fighter. Resume is just too thin.
To me, both of their resumes are thin. I think Tank is a lot better than Ryan, but I still think he's thin overall. Both of those guys to me is more of box office type fights. They both they bring a lot of people to their fights. So really, when you watch it, it's more like a showcase fight. But I think these two fighting each other, even though I believe these guys need to step their game up as far as their resume, I still think whoever wins this fight is going to be a very good win between them, because both of these guys got talent. I just think Tank got a little bit more talent than Ryan. Ryan got slow feet, but he has quick hands. And and Ryan could box, to be honest with you. I know he acts like a instant thought, you know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, the man can fight. So I do give Ryan props on that. He's very talented. But the winner out of this, I will give them more props.
Yeah. I mean, you gotta, you gotta give him props, for the winner of the fight. Ryan Garcia fought Devin Haney 6 times in the amateurs, and he split with him 3-3. He also beat Virgil Ortiz in the amateurs. He had like 230 or 40 amateur fights. I don't know if people think because he's a good-looking kid or because he tries to promote himself through media that he can't fight, but it's clear that he can fight. I'm just curious if he can fight at the very top world-class level. But like you pointed out, we got that same curiosity about a lot of fighters. Boxing's so fucked up, none of the top fighters fight each other no more. We didn't have to wonder about Ray Leonard and Thomas Hearns and Hagler and Duran and them. Even in the 90s, we was getting the fights that we wanted. But, man, the last 10 years, I'm frustrated with boxing, man. I've been a boxing fan for a long, long time, but I'm sick of bullshit fights and the bullshit. I'm just sick of it. And it's Showtime.
You get good fights and you don't even like them shits, Jared. You complain about the good fights.
Well, I do like good fights. Of course I do. But like I say, man, I've been through.
Tio and Kambosos had a little war. You said that won't shit.
No, I didn't. You're putting words in my mouth.
Okay.
I said Kambosos. I said Kambosos wasn't a top 5.
But it was a good. Hold up, but no. Now you're talking about the fighter. I'm talking about the
that's
fight.
What I said. I'm
talking about the fight though.
Never said the fight wasn't good. I don't know where you got that.
But you discredited the guy, though. The guy went in there and had a hell of a fight, pulled it off, went in there with Devin Haney. The first fight, I think he got a little blowed out. The second fight was more competitive. I still think Haney won convincingly, but man, I can't take away this guy went in there and beat Teofimo, undefeated Teofimo Lopez coming off a damn Lomachenko win. And if Devin could go in there and beat him after that, Devin Haney's the man, bro. Because we don't know.
Well, I mean, Buster Douglas beat Mike Tyson.
I was quiet for a long time, man. I let y'all talk for a long time, bro. I didn't even get all the way. Go ahead, though. Fuck it. Go ahead.
No. I'm just saying. Upsets happen in boxing. I don't deprive George Kambosos for that. I was happy for him, even though I like Tio Lopez. But I like a good upset in boxing. It was good for boxing. And he fought his heart out in that fight, and it was an exciting fight. So I didn't say anything about the fight that the fight wasn't good, or try to belittle what he done in the fight. Just like when Douglas beat Tyson. I mean, But when Douglas fought Holyfield, I didn't think for 1 minute he was going to beat Holyfield, not for a second. And we seen what happened.
Bro,
now.
everybody
You know?
say that now, but like everybody say that now, but back then, yeah, people was talking. But half the build up to the story was, oh, remember, Holyfield got a hole in his heart. He got a bad heart. That was half the build up. People was like, damn, he had to get cleared. It was a lot of shit to get him cleared. People thought Mike Tyson was gonna kill Holyfield in there at one point.
No, I think he's talking about the Douglas and Holyfield.
Yeah.
I thought he said Tyson and Holyfield.
No, I mean, hell, everybody thought that Tyson was going to beat Douglas. But I didn't think he would beat Holyfield, regardless of what happened in the Tyson fight. But the point is this, upsets happen in boxing. I didn't think Darianchenko was going to compete like that against Golovkin, but like your partner saying there, I thought Darianchenko won that fight. Now, the Jacobs fight, I think, was a little closer. Could have been a draw. Maybe could have won either way. But to me, that Darianchenko beat Golovkin in that fight. But upsets, they happen all the time in boxing. That's part of the reason why I love boxing.
But at the end of the day, you can't discredit the guy though afterwards. And like he wasn't that good. That's what made boxing so dope. One fight, one night, anything can happen, bro. It ain't like with football where you got these other resumes. Like in boxing, you got one fight, one night, you pull that shit off, you pulled it off. It ain't about, he wasn't that good anyway. Man, he beat that guy. That was an undefeated champion. He beat that man. He's better. Sorry.
Well, if Lopez had beat him, nobody would be putting a feather in his cap.
That's different. That's a whole different argument, though. Because we thought Lopez was we all thought Lopez was that good because he just beat Loma. But once this guy beat you, like, oh, bro, I got your number right here. I'm stepping with you. I'm timing you. I'm catching you coming in. Dropped you in the first round. Had him leaking, bloodied up. He was timing that guy, bro. It's a beautiful fight. Can't say he ain't that good just because Devin Haney made him look average.
Well, I didn't say it. His world ranking said it. The fact that he hadn't beat anybody.
He was the mandatory, bro, for that IBF. He was number one. He was mandatory for that IBF.
Yeah, he was. But what did he do to get that mandatory?
He beat a former champion, Mickey Bay. He also beat forgot the other guy name, but yeah, he beat some guys. Just because we can't remember or we don't know, don't mean he didn't beat him.
Well, you can rate him wherever you want to rate him.
I mean, the IBF ranked him number one, though. That's all that matters. Yeah, it does. That's how he got the title shot, bro.
Yeah, Keith Thurman's ranked number one.
He was the mandatory.
Oh, I know that he was. I know he was the mandatory, but Keith Thurman's currently ranked number one in the WBC at 47, and he's had 2 fights in 4 years. One he lost, and one against a guy wasn't even a welterweight and was coming off a KO loss. So that should tell you all you need to know about rankings. They're bought and paid for.
Oh yeah, I don't disagree with that whatsoever.
They got in those positions too because they both were former champions too, and they petitioned.
Well,
like a lot of boxers, a lot of fans don't know about paperwork. A lot of boxers, a lot of fans don't know about paperwork and petitions, and they didn't do. Like even Boots and his dad said, "Well, I thought they was just gonna make us automatic." He didn't know we had to petition. He said, "So now we petition." So look, that's the trainer. That's his dad. He didn't know they had to petition to get the slot. So he said, but now we petition, so now we got 120 days after whoever he fight next. You get what I'm saying? So that's not guys ducking. That's not, how did he get up there? Because their people knew what paperwork to fill out. It ain't just, you bought somebody. No, man, I filled out the paperwork. I petitioned. Yes, it ain't no nah. That's a fact. Hold on, that's not a nah. That's a fact that his daddy said. He said, I didn't know we had to petition.
You're taking one little scenario,
bro. I can name a couple other ones. I can name a couple other people, bro. They don't know the business, bro. A lot of people don't be knowing the business.
I can name a million rankings, like Deontay Wilder took 2 back-to-back KO losses and stayed at the very top of the WBC ranking off of 2 KO losses. And I can give you tons of examples.
Give me an example like that that's not a former champion. Because usually the champions get priority.
Okay, so you can have 2 fights in 4 years and lose one and get a high ranking like that.
Keith Thurman? You talking about Keith Thurman?
Adrian Broner said it recently. It's about who you know. And Broner put it right out there like he often does. He said, not
But
so much about who you fight.
Also,
it's
who you know got to know what paperwork to fill out and send in your fee. Send in your paperwork and your fee.
So you got to fill out paperwork to be ranked in an organization.
You talking about being number one and getting petitioned or the fighting for the title and all of that? Yeah, man. Got to fill out that paperwork.
Well, petitioning for the title shot from the mandatory, yeah. I mean, that's pretty much common knowledge that you have to petition for that. But you don't have to petition for the ranking. And all you got to do really, too, is look at if you're a champion in one alphabet group, you can't be ranked in another one. What kind of crap is that?
Because the champion isn't ranked. The champion's all the way at the top. We're at the top of the
right.
food
But okay, so if you're like, if boxing was about shit and the rankings was really about shit, then it wouldn't be like that. If you're the champion in the WBC, you should probably be highly ranked in the other organizations. You know, but they don't want it like that because they want to dictate who the title shots go to and let the champions and Emeritus champion and super champion and a bullshit champion and just technicalities that go involved there.
But like I said, the rules they're there. They can write and change rules as they go. I get that, but like I think Pound for Pound said it best in the chat. Where is it at? Let me find it. Here we go. Keith Thurman is a former unified champ that got stripped. Well, he said gave up his belt, but Keith Thurman got stripped. He never lost his WBC title. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So, he's back in the rankings.
Yeah, what doesn't make sense to me is just what I said. 2 fights in 4 years, one of them he lost.
Well, the time limit,
victory.
Well, guys only fight once a year anyway, but you bringing that time up, but that's part of this. He got injured. That's part of the reason why he had the inactivity.
Yeah, well, that's his problem. That's not that's
right. Well, the WBC said,
hey,
look. But you said that's his problem. But he got injured. They took the title. When he comes back, they put him right next in line to get a title shot. And then what I didn't like was Mario Barrios getting right there. I was like, well, what happened to these other guys? Why didn't them or their promotion push the issues, or their manager said, hey, I want that title shot? Shit, Nonito Donaire just got knocked out. His next fight about to be for a title. You know why? Because he got an active manager. He got people out there working for him.
Right. Well, I can't get behind stuff like that because
it's business.
That's part of what's behind.
And now is that Nonito's fault? Now he's going. Now is that his fault that the division might be small? Is that his fault that the guys are going a different route, going a WBO route, WBA route, this, that, and the third? That's not his fault.
No,
I'm back in line.
Because typically what happens is they go the route that the promoter has the best relationship with the organization. So Al Heyman has a good working relationship with the WBC, so his fighters get favored. Period. End of story. That's how they maintain high rankings, even though they got tons of inactivity, KO losses, back to back. Doesn't matter. It comes down to the promoters and the relationships with the organizations, and that's what dictates. 9 times out of 10, there's better fighters ranked in the top 10 or top 10 type fighters than the ones that we get to see on TV a lot. They're the ones that get the push. The guy that Lopez just fought recently, who I agree, I thought Lopez lost that fight. That guy right there doesn't get the push Teofimo Lopez does. And he didn't get the decision, but he probably deserved to get it. But he doesn't get the push. And boxing has been like this for a long, long time now. And I'm just saying, that's a big part of the reason why. Because, like, if you look in football, it doesn't matter if you're a popular team or a team that sells out every game. If you're good enough to make it to the end, the best, most popular team still has to play you. That's not the case in boxing. Devin Haney is a great example of that. And fighters that like Boo Boo Andrade, they can't get the big fight, and they despite what they do, it's not there. And the promoters, and it's well known, they have relationships with the sanctioning bodies, and everybody knows that Bob Arum does business with PBC, WBA, and they all work together, but they work to make it advantageous so the fighters that they want to get the shots and the opportunities are the ones that get them.
Go ahead, Bo. You still there?
Yeah, I'm still there.
Go ahead. You want to reply? You got anything you want to add?
I mean, I agree somewhat with Jerry as far as sanctioned bodies putting people in certain places in order to get fights. I mean, yeah, I do get it. Like Keith Thurman, yeah, he did give up the belt. Now he's back in the running, but Keith Thurman is a very inactive fighter, and to fight Mario Barrios to get placed for an eliminator like that to me ain't make no sense whatsoever. Mario Barrios,
eliminator, right?
Yeah, Mario Barrios wasn't even ranked, and somehow that was a title eliminator. So
coming off a KO loss. Coming off a KO loss.
Different division, though. Different division.
Well,
and those different division, and the champions, former champions, get priority in those top. Hey, look, Danny Garcia ranked number 7 in the WBA at 160. He never fought at 160. How is he number 7?
Yeah, and I did a video about that like a month ago.
Go ahead, Bo. Finish saying what you were saying, because
I did a video on the Danny Garcia situation like over a month ago. I was like, that shit don't even make any sense. The man never even fought, and he's ranked in the top 10 of the WBA at middleweight.
Well, that's a perfect example of what I'm saying. I like Danny and I like Keith, but I can't justify those rankings. How the fuck are you going to rank Danny Garcia at 160? I don't even know if he's ever fought at 54. Has he fought at 54?
Yeah, he just fought at 54. He fought one fight. Fought Jose Benavidez.
Oh, okay, that fight was at 54. Well, but still, I mean, like saying, how can you rank him at middleweight in the top 10? That tells you what I'm saying. He got that ranking because his promoter does business with the WBA, and they want to position the fighters that they want.
But by that record, but look, all promoters do business with all the sanctioning bodies for the most part, bro. If they dealing with guys who are champions,
they do.
So you can. So what do you mean? You can't avoid that, right?
No. I mean, that's the politics of boxing. It's just that's what it is. But to this long-time boxing fan, I've watched that destroy boxing. I've watched that keep fighters worthy of the title opportunity from getting it, while other fighters get it. Boxing is an unorganized sport. Like I was saying with football or baseball, you have to play the best teams. If you make it to the end, the most popular team doesn't get to avoid you because you're unpopular. They have to play you. But in boxing, it's never really been that way. It's who's popular. Who's popular, that's where the fights, are likely going to happen. And this Tank Ryan fight is a good example of that, because Ryan ain't really done anything to really deserve a big fight like that. And I like Ryan. I like him. I think he can fight too. But, I mean, let's be honest. I mean, if boxing was about shit, Tank would have to fight Haney. In an organized sport. It wouldn't be no way around it. But really, it's up to the promoters. If the promoters don't feel like the fight can make money, or if it's not advantageous for their fighter, risk reward, which we always hear in boxing. You never hear that in any other sport. Any other sport, you don't have the option of a risk reward. But in boxing, you do. And, I mean, it's not just that. I mean, several things have crushed boxing. I hear Showtime very likely going to be out of boxing in no time. So you look in the last, 6-7 years, HBO, the gold standard in boxing, who I never thought was going to get out of boxing. When I tuned in that night, because I hadn't heard anything about it, and at the top of the telecast, what's his name said, this is our last broadcast, man. You could have knocked me over with a feather. I couldn't believe what I was hearing there. HBO out of boxing, they put on the most legendary fights. They were the gold standard. Now you got Showtime talking about getting out of boxing. I'm not sure if it's a good or a bad thing. Maybe if things change, and because a lot of what blocks fights from happening too is exclusive network deals. Fans, they want to blame fighters. This one's ducking, that one's ducking. Rarely is it the case that the fighter himself is ducking. They're fighters. They ain't looking to duck nobody. It's oftentimes if they're assigned to exclusive network deal, then that's what's going to stop the fight from being made. That's why I'm still reluctant about this Tank Ryan fight. Only Diaz has shown a propensity to let some of their fighters fight outside of the network. But maybe if Showtime's out and all those Al Heyman fighters become free agents, and boxing's going to become a caviar sport where every time you will see a fighter fight, no matter who the fuck they're fighting, you're going to have to pay good money for it, just like with Tank Davis right now. Tank Davis, they can handpick his opponents, and if you want to watch it, it's going to cost $80. And that's a sad thing for boxing because, to me, it's only going to deteriorate the sport that much more.
Yo, let me do this super chat. Shout out to Mike Biggs Boxing. He said, appreciate you coming through. Yeah, Mike Biggs had a good live today. He did the commentary on the fight. He said, appreciate you coming through, fam. Means a lot. Salute, King. The grind don't stop. Let me give him the $10 drop. Thanks again for supporting the show, bro, in a major way.
A 10, a fucking 10.
All right.
Let me say this also.
Damn, man, you had a long-ass wrong-going sentence. All I did was the super chat. I didn't even get to say nothing. But go ahead. No, go ahead.
I drank 2 cups of coffee earlier, but
I can tell, and it won't decaf.
Philip in the chat there, he says, but Loma got a title fight after 2 or 3 fights, but you love him, Jerry. Not true. I'm no hypocrite, man. I don't. That's exactly what I'm saying. He got those title shots because Bob Arum always has a big stable and he always has a bunch of title holders. Lomachenko had that long-ass amateur career and they fast-tracked him. But he shouldn't have got no title shot right away. Spinks got a shot at the heavyweight title with I think 6 or 7 fights. That has happened a few times. Not a lot, but it has happened a few times. But that illustrates right there, Lomachenko getting those title shots. How can you justify a guy with 2-3 fights or 1 fight getting a shot at the title? If it wasn't for Bob Arum having the belt holders, that wouldn't have happened. He would have had to fight his way through the rankings the way it's supposed to be. That's why when I see rankings.
Well, Jerry, to what I found out though, a lot of fighters that come out of the Olympics, they do have the privilege to actually get fast tracked, but a lot of them actually decide to get developed more before they step it up. And Lomachenko, I don't even think he's the first guy that ever got a title shot that early. I think it was somebody even way before his time from like an Asian country that had got a shot at a major title shot within 2 fights. And I think he actually won it. If I just don't remember, it's a while back. But yeah, when you come out the Olympics, they could fast track you right off the jump, especially if you want a medal. But other than that, like I said, a lot of it is like a developmental stage that a lot of them rather take that role in order to get to the title.
And Jerry, after this, Jerry, you got to pass the mic, bro. I want to say something too, and I didn't get to say nothing but the super chat.
I don't disagree with what he's saying there, but again, that's popularity. That's not what you did to earn the shot. It's medalists, Olympic medalists are popular. They're usually more popular, right?
They did something too, though. They won a fucking gold medal, Jerry.
Yeah, but that doesn't count in the pros, Mark.
But even what I mentioned, what happened in the pros, when I said, why did this guy get a shot? I was like, well, he was a former champion. And you was like, well, that don't count either. That's pro. He lost, but
no, it counts, but it don't count if you're all for 4
Well, how about
years.
this? Well, look, no, that was injury. But look, I'm gonna ask you to you can call back in or you can stay on hold, but I don't want you to be cutting them off while they're doing it because you cut me off all the time. But we got boxing royalty in the building, the Donaire family in the building, and maybe they can explain some of the stuff that's going on with the rankings that we seem to have some confusion about. How you guys doing it this evening? Who we got tonight?
Me.
Hey, me. How you doing, sis? What's up?
Good. What's up? It's Friday.
Yeah, man. Talk to me, man. Talk to us. Like, let's just start with you guys as an example. Nonito lost his last fight. How is he getting the title so quick? Let's just start there. So simple. Like, did you guys pay off somebody? Did you buy?
No, you just have to do your homework. If you look at the guy that was before us, there's two guys before us. Nonito was number 4, right? So it was Jason Maloney, Takuma Inoue. There was I can't. It's a Rungvisai last name, but I know the Rungvisai. It's a gym. His name was Norapin, I think, or Norapo, whatever. Anyway, he lost to Jason Maloney on the title eliminator. He was before us. And so I did my homework, and Takuma Inoue hasn't been fighting in the 118 since he lost to Ubali in 2019. He's been fighting and petitioning in 122. So it was easy to jump him, right? The other guy that we're talking about, the one that lost to Jason Maloney, was going to be another easy jump as well, because what you look at is who they fought, the quality of opponents. And when you look at the quality of opponents for that guy, he had he has an amazing, beautiful fucking record, 52-1 at this point, but it was 52-0, I think, at that time when he fought Jason. And 4 fights ago, he fought someone who was 0-1-0. 5 fights ago, he fought a debut fighter. Listen, we could rack up our record and pat it like a mother, fighting guys who I just got off the street. And so when quality of opponents come up and things like that, that's how you jump the record. Because Nonito, after he lost to Inoue part 1, he fought against Ubali, who was undefeated and an Olympian, knocked him out. Fought against another undefeated young kid in Gabayo, knocked him out. Then he lost to Inoue. But those two, in the last 4 fights that Nonito fought, the level of opponent is completely different.
Now, do you have to write a letter or petition? Like, what do you have to do to get you guys to jump them? Or, like, what happens there?
Yeah, you have to write a convincing argument. And when it comes to, the actual convention, you have to have done your homework. There were managers and promoters there that I had heard petition for their fighter to jump the rank, and they settled. I can't remember if their fighter was 7 or 6, and they switched them to 5, and they settled for it. And I kind of burned his ear in after, and I was like, "Do you even know the guys that are 4, 3, 2?" And he's like, "No." And I was like, "I'll tell you, this guy, this guy, this guy in this category hasn't fought the level of opponents. There was one ahead of him that has not had a fight in a year and a half and doesn't have a fight scheduled. So he could have gone ranked higher if he had put in, well, why, right? Instead of just asking for a position and yet not understanding the homework behind it and it's like a court of law. Like, so why do you deserve this more than this other person? Well, this is why.
All right, Jerry, go ahead. You want to reply, and then I'm gonna have to get you to call back. I got to switch devices. You can call right back after this.
She talked about strength of resume and activity, which is the same things I'm talking about, how fighters should be ranked. When I say Keith Thurman's had 2 fights in 4 years, one he lost, the other one against an opponent that was never in a division, making the same point that I am. I don't know Nonito Donaires' particular situation in regards to that, but she's talking the same language I am. Rank the fighters on the strength of their resume and their activity level, not the promoter that they know or who they're signed with.
Cool. All right, call back in. Call back in. Yeah, no problem. You can call back in. I just need to charge this one up and switch. If you call back in, I'll just be answering from the computer. Cool. Shout out to Jerry. But here's the thing. What happens if a guy, Rachel, like Keith Thurman was injured? So does he get like I was under the impression he got preferential treatment because he was a champion who was injured. Barrios, he got preferential treatment because he just came up from 140, and his resume was his resume. Like, why
you have to also
go ahead? I'm sorry.
Well, so yes, when you are an injured champion, that does give you, like, because you're basically timed out. You don't lose the position that you're in when you're timed out. Like, you basically just sit to the sidelines for a quick sec. For example, Choi is the WBA champion. and they're putting her into a what is it called? Champion in recess, so that Alicia can fight for an undisputed. Because she said she's quote unquote injured. That doesn't, when she decides to step back in, she's not going to get bumped down to number 10 or number 5 or even number 2. They're going to put her right back in where she was, because assumingly she had given her medical reports, which they had asked for, and it sufficed for them to say, okay, we're going to put you in a timeout, but you're not going to be degraded because of that. We're putting you in a timeout because of unforeseen circumstances such as that.
Okay, but my question is this though: if that's the case, why not strip Jamal Charlo? He hasn't fought since June of 2021.
If they're not stripping Jamal Charlo, it's more so the fact that the people that need to ask for him to be stripped. Because, for example, you have to assume that with all the movement within the rankings, with all the amount of weight divisions, with the mandatories, in addition to the different sanctioning bodies, and I'll say that due to the fact that if you're looking at what's going on in the 47 in addition to the 18 right now. So the 47 for Virgil Ortiz and Stanionis, they're getting pulled out of the WBA ranking. Was it WBA? No, WBO rankings, because they're fighting each other for a different organization, right? So that mixes up the division. It mixes up the rankings. Once you decide and mandate for a different organization, then your ranking gets pulled from the other organization. So that moves all the rankings. That just means to say that if you are a fighter, be a manager or a promoter, you have to push for the rights of your boxer to have them act accordingly. If no one's bringing it to their attention, everyone's just doing it on YouTube or on Twitter or whatever, that's not an actual letter to the organization, an official letter to say, hey, we're questioning the validity of this status. We're petitioning, officially petitioning that he gets put to the side. Because they will, if you petition, for example, Ubali, we petitioned for him to step aside to when he got COVID, right? To be the what's it called? The champion of recess. But if no one's saying it, not saying it, but if no one's actually putting in the paperwork,
Promoter,
fighter, manager.
We only deal with the promoters. They was up there. He was like, well, saying it on YouTube is one thing, but we only deal with promoters. It's not official unless it comes from the promoter. He's on the boxing, either fight hype, saying that.
Yeah. With the people that can speak for the boxer, I mean, if they listen to everything that we complained about, like, they'd just be overloaded. Like, to have a paper trail, and that's just legal, is just better, because you can say, hey, I petitioned for this, you saw it on this date, I've given you 2 weeks, you haven't responded, blah 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 blah. Because you're putting it in letter form, written, it would give them first an opportunity to respond and act. Number 2, bring it to their light and have them respond accordingly.
So when people are mad that Keith Thurman and Barrios are fighting for basically one guy coming off a knockout loss, other guy is coming off a loss. I think Keith Thurman had just lost. Yeah, that was his first fight back, right? After Manny Pacquiao, wasn't it Barrios?
Correct.
Okay, so
no. Keith Thurman fought. No, he fought in January or February at the Mandalay Bay. I was there, and then that was it. That was his last fight.
Let me pull him up. I just want to make sure I'm.
Yeah, that was his first fight after the loss. Yeah.
Okay, I'm looking at his box. Yeah. Boom. So he fought Manny Pacquiao. At the MGM Grand.
And then the Mandalay Bay fight.
Michelob Ultra Arena. He fought Barrios next. So he's coming off a loss. The guy he's fighting coming off a loss. And you guys are fighting in a final title eliminator. When you see that, these guys, so when the fans are upset, no, you should be upset with the other guys in the rankings that your people wasn't putting in the right paperwork. Is that correct?
If the Barrios fight was a final eliminator, then they petitioned for their fight to be a final eliminator between Barrios' people, agreed to it, and so did Keith Thurman's people. And they put it in and said, hey, we have this fight going on. Can you sanction it as a final eliminator?
But sis, no one else. Everybody else in the rankings, they just didn't Their people just didn't know what to do. They don't know the business, because that's what I told Jerry. I said, some people just don't know the business. Even they in charge of business for you. They just don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Is that very possible?
Yeah, it's super possible. Like I said, I gave you an example of someone at the WBC that I gave him an earful because I knew his fighter. And I was like, what the fuck was that? Why'd you sit on the sideline and just take what he gave you? And he was like, well, what was I supposed to do? I was like, you're supposed to argue your point. But if you don't even know what your point is, then yeah, okay, go sit down and take it. I was like, but you screwed your fighter just now. You screwed him. Because you didn't know.
So looking at these rankings right here, like when you was talking about the WBO, this is what we was talking about earlier. Keith Thurman is going the WBC route. Virgil Ortiz going the WBA route. Alexis Rocha's the next guy up, right? It's not
correct.
He's the mandatory, but once
he's going to be
paperwork, and they like Virgil got paperwork signed. Keith Thurman, it hasn't official far as we know, but once he get that signed, like we know
Alexis Rocha's next.
He's the next.
Correct.
Now, very true that his promoter could say, shit, we can't get Terrence Crawford. We ain't trying to do no one-off with you, blah, blah, blah. He might get passed over too, and it'll be on Cody Crawley next, right? And his team.
If Alexis, yeah,
if he don't push the issue, they don't put the paperwork in, they just let him sit there. Cody Crawley the WBO gonna say, hey, we got a mandatory coming up in April. Who's it gonna be? Somebody gonna have to fight this guy and defend his title, right? I mean,
but I mean, as early as now, what I would do is Virgil Ortiz, we already know which direction he's going. So you just write it out on paper and you email them. And Keith Thurman, you're saying tentative of this fight, getting signed and pushing through. We're going to, I'm requesting to be elevated to #1 status. Now, here's the one ticker about this though. Keith Thurman was mandated in WBC for 47, but he's allegedly fighting at 54, which doesn't affect your ranking in this situation. If Thurman's people can actually argue that point correctly.
Yeah,
because even Mauricio said, because even Mauricio said they're sanctioning the fight, and people asked him, well, what happens to their 47 ranking? And he was just like, I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah,
it's an unheard of situation.
I believe.
I'm sorry.
I believe Mauricio was just making up stuff on the fly too. Like every time somebody asks him, he kind of changes his answers up. The only thing he's been consistent on is that this is sanctioned. This is going to be a sanctioned WBC bout at 154. But everything else, he just keeps switching it up on, and that joint like frustrates me about him.
I mean, I don't know if I would have to get someone who's actually like one of the journalists to tell me, who is really good in history, to tell me if this has been done, and what was done about it. I honestly cannot tell you if there was a precedence at this point, and things like this, that he was mandated at 47 and they're jumping to go to 54. I don't know if that's been the exact same two people that are supposed to fight at 47. They're jumping to a different weight division, but getting sanctioned. Whether that's going to be a regional or whatever secondary title, it hasn't been done, and I think that's why it's one of those things where after this is done, they'll most likely lay down some bylaws after it's done. But I mean, unless someone can tell me that it's been done before within the WBC, that they've had to make this kind of decision. Because the only other one I know of, I mean, it's not even the same, is Ray Vargas holding the 26. He's going up to 30, but I believe 7 to 10 days after that fight, he's going to have to decide which title he's actually going to hold. But it's not the same, like I said, because it's not Ray Vargas's mandatory at 26, and he's going up to 30 to challenge him and have a title at 30. So.
Yeah. So like that's what I was trying to figure out too. I was like, how do you fight? How do you mandate a fight, and say, hey, you're the mandatory for the 147 title, but they're fighting at 154. I'm like, well, that's organized missing weight. You know what I'm saying?
Right? Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
I'm
here's
sorry.
the thing. Here's the thing too. I don't know if y'all would agree, but wasn't it like organized with the whole Canelo weight situation back in the day, the 155 joint?
I'm sorry. Are you kind of broke up? What'd you say?
Can y'all hear me?
Go for it. I can hear you.
Yeah.
All
Try
right.
it now.
So when Canelo had the Canelo weight at 155, wasn't those sanctioned title fights as well?
There were those interesting, pretty belts that no one other than Canelo has had, and I wish that they would make one for other people. But they're so pretty. They're different belts. You've seen them, right? They're like they don't look like the WBC belt. Like there's like the Aztec belt or something. That's what I'm saying. I don't know what belt they're going to be fighting for at 54. You've seen those, right? Like some of them have like onyx on them.
Yeah.
Their
I seen a belt when they made for Floyd Mayweather when he fought Conor McGregor. You know, it wasn't like a real belt or nothing, but they had one with like a lot of diamonds or something on there.
Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Mark, can I say something
Pete Queen,
about fighters and managers?
let's go.
Fighters, if you ask Nonito how the ranking system works, he's not good. Do you know how the ranking system works?
Hell the fuck no.
Say it louder.
Hell the fuck no.
There you go.
I just want to fight. That's all I care about.
Tell bro I said
I'm
what
actually
up.
talking.
What's up, brother?
The one
Peace.
thing that is Nonito actually, I talked to him about it a couple days ago. We're going to start creating petitioning under Nonito's behalf, not because it has happened to us before, where a promoter has relinquished his title without his say so, and it's happened to numerous boxers and within different organizations, not just one. And the sanctioning.
Slow down, sis.
Sorry.
I'm sorry. You said really fast. Slow down. Tell us how that happens first and foremost before you. Yeah, break that down in pieces. How does your promoter do that on your behalf?
They just say, "Hey, my fighter's going to relinquishing his belt." So you would assume, right, that within the promoter-manager-fighter relationship, everything is very transparent. It's not. And I have seen way too many times, and it's happened to Nonito already, and it's happening now. Within the last 6 months, we've seen at least 3, where the promoters themselves either turn down a mandatory position on behalf of their fighter, and their fighters being shocked that their position was taken from them without their approval. My argument here is I understand promoters have a lot of power, but if you're going to take a sanctioning fee from the fighter's purse and it's the fighter's belt, there should be some kind of checks and balances that the fighter has to sign. I'm relinquishing my belt, or I'm relinquishing my position.
Yeah, it got to be some checks and balances. Got to be some checks and balances. Shout out to my sister, Lady Shan Dundam Season in the building. What up, though?
Good morning.
Good morning, all the way in the UK. Yeah, it's about 8 o'clock in the morning over there for her in the UK. Peace to you. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead, Bo. You want to talk? You want to say something before I speak?
Nah, I'm just letting y'all chop it up. You know what I'm saying?
Get in. It's conversation, bro. It's all good. You got any questions about the rankings, about the business of boxing? We talking to somebody almost 2 decades in the business right here. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand. I mean, my whole thing is, like I said, I have a problem with the ranking system myself because I seen certain fighters, and it's not surprising because back in the day, I think the IBF got in trouble for that. They were, some of these promoters they were paying sanctioning bodies to rank certain fighters at certain places. I don't know if it's happening this day, as with the whole IBF situation back in the day, but I just find it odd, like, you know, there's some fighters like you never even heard of before, and they just ranked in the top 10 when they with a certain promoter. So I don't know, you know, I just kind of just pretty just sit back and chill on that. I don't really dive in it too deep anymore.
I mean, the best of the promoters will not just put you in fights without getting like some type of nod. Okay. So, for example, if you're one of the number 15 or number 20, you wouldn't just get any fight out there, right? Like you wouldn't get a fight where like someone has a pretty record. What you would do is you would try to get a fight with 18 or 15, right? And you would email the sanctioning body and you would say, hey, I want you to approve this matchup, and when we become victorious, I want to move up to ranking number X. Because there's no reason for you to fight anyone else that they're not going to recognize, right? Then you're just fighting the fight. That's something that you do when you're like ranked number 50 or 100. But when you're coming up into 20s, 15s, 10s, you want every fight to be meaningful. Not just stay busy fights, but fights that bring you up to the ranking, but you need to have the cooperation, the approval from the sanctioning body to say, hey, if I do fight this guy, I will move up in the rankings, right? I'm not just throwing money away. I'm not just throwing time away.
No, that's true. I wanted to get your opinion on the WBA rankings at the middleweight division. So I see Danny Garcia is ranked in the top 10 at a weight that he never fought in. And then you see Sergio Martinez, who just came back recently, and he fought like three, you know, in a nice way, I just say like three guys that's not really known or ranked or whatever, and he's in the top 2, or he might even be number 1 at the WBA position. So what's your opinion on the rankings as far as the middleweight goes for the WBA?
I'm not really sure about the Danny Garcia one. I would have to look back and see how he got there. As far as the Sergio Martinez one, I know that he's very he's under the spotlight of the WBA. He just fought recently at the WBA convention itself. And when you're aligning yourself again with any organization, and fighting in front of them, fighting for them, fighting it up the rankings, then it puts you in favor to you know, like I said, to get those approvals. Like, hey, if I'm going to fight this guy, do you approve this match? I'll fight this guy on your freaking convention as the main card. And do we agree? When I beat him, then I'll be put up with it.
Oh no, I just want to put things, because for me, before I really get into the business, I would fight different weight classes, you know, from 12, 15, 18, 22, and all that stuff. So it wasn't really it's not really, they're not really strict when it comes down to that. You know, they would speak on, like, you would petition, hey, can you rank me in the 15? And they'll rank me in the 15. Hey, can you rank me in the 22? They'll rank me in the 22. So it was always like that. And people don't really do that because they don't really know the rules and regulations. So, you know, it was always the promoters. You know, the promoters would do this, and they would get. That's why it was always people that didn't have promotion, regardless how good they were, never really had
representation.
They never really get the opportunities. Like for instance, Raiz Aline, I've sparred with him, I've trained with him, you know, and he was the interim champion, and then when they took the interim champion, he disappeared out of the rankings. You know what I'm saying? And then I know some other guys who was, who, like with myself, losing. I lose, and then should, most of the time they'll drink you 15 or 10, but we petition for that. See, people don't petition. People don't talk. Fighters don't talk. But when you have, like, for me, I tell Richard, hey, Richard, can you hook me up for a title shot if you can, or be in line? Maybe you can talk to Mauricio or anybody else. There's that moment where you got to put yourself in it. It ain't just, like, it could be a lot of fighters. Like, the new kid I'm training right now. Dylan Price. He with usually when you win at the NABO, WBO, you be top 15 right off the bat. But if you don't have the right promotion and representation, that person will most likely be stagnant, and they're gonna try to reach out to the WBO, the WBC, the WBA, the IBF, and all of that stuff. But without proper representation, that fighter will be slowly climbing his way back up. He's on he's on good terms because I'm working with him, so I can get him to a higher ranking, after this fight. But it's like everything in life. It's you get a little bit of connection, but because you voice it out, and if no one is contesting it, they're gonna give it to you.
Oh yeah, so at the WBC, like, that was one of the things. Like, there was an 11 that wanted to switch places with 9. I can't remember who it was or what weight division, but they basically said that this guy hasn't fought, like I said, for like a year and a half, and blah blah blah, and he doesn't have a fight on the books. And they asked, "Is there anyone on the floor who's representing number 9?" And there was no one. It was crickets. And because there was nobody that was going to contest it, they switched 11 and 9.
And the reason for that too is when you don't contest it, it just shows that you don't really have that backing to put a fight together. So you have the top rank, you have the Probellum, you have the match room, you have the PBC or Golden Boy as well. If you don't have a representation to put a fight together, they're not gonna take their time to rank you when knowing that you're just gonna take that ranking without having a fight. And you know what I'm saying? Like for me, they'll be like, oh, okay, he has a good back, he has a good back end. So we'll rank him, and then we'll see how he goes from there. But because the representation and knowing that at the end of it all, I'm gonna be fighting somebody, and somebody's gonna be promoting me. As compared to other fighters, no one's gonna promote them, or they're gonna be somebody who they're gonna probably wait along the line and be stepped on.
Like, when you ask for ranking, you literally should tell them what path you want to be on. Like, what good is it if you're ranked number 9 and yet you haven't fought for a year and a half? They don't want someone to just sit on a ranking spot and be inactive.
Yeah, and that goes to the argument with, is promoters important, or is the fighter important? Because when you get to a level, you have pretty much everybody at that moment, because you pretty much paid everybody to sanction your fight, so they know you, so you have a big voice when it comes down to it. But early on in the stage in your career, no one really knows you. Promoters and sanctioning bodies don't really know you. So you need a mouthpiece, and that's what promoters do. They promote you to get you there, and like with Floyd, with Oscar, with myself, I don't promote myself, but I can get the fight because of the fact that I have created myself to a point where I have a say. You get those guys, like even you talking about Maravilla, Sergio Martinez. He has that voice because he was world champion, and they're gonna give him that chance because they know that people are gonna promote him. As much as it's the unfair situation when it comes down to it, but it's the truth of it all. And that's why like I said, boxing is such a wild west. But with people, with everybody, it's just more of like speaking out and talking and contesting it. They're not gonna contest it. Like say, hey man, I'm supposed to be number one because this dude's not even doing anything. I'm like, oh yeah, you know what? I got you because I contested. Unless I say, you know what, go ahead, then I'll be like number 4. Because I didn't fight for it. They're not gonna. If you have a valid reason, they'll put you up there. But people don't talk. Fighters don't talk. They're gonna let their guys talk, and their guy's not gonna talk. Their guy's gonna do whatever they're told to do.
Yeah, this is just it's a new era, which you started to see a lot of the fighters coming up to the mic, which I love. I love because as much as the promoter fighter relationship has its benefits, also has downfalls. We are independent contractors, and we need to look out for ourselves. So I love the fact that these fighters are saying, "Hey, not on behalf of anyone, on behalf of myself, I'm standing here in front of you saying, I deserve this."
Let me try to get Jerry back. Jerry, check 1
I
2.
told him.
Yo.
Jerry, can you hear me?
Yep.
Speak up just a little bit. Let me see if I can turn you up.
Yeah.
All right, can y'all hear him?
Yeah.
Yeah, I am.
All right, go ahead, Jerry.
Oh, am I interrupting anybody?
No, you good. I just want to make sure you was good. They told me to tell you to call back in.
Oh yeah, well, hell, I said a lot. I pretty much said what I know to be true. Yeah, Danny Garcia got no business being ranked anywhere in the middleweight division and in any sanctioning body. He's ranked there because his promoter has got him there. And if that's what it takes, it's naive to think that any, or most of the top 10 fighters don't have managers that know the business. You shouldn't have to go to a sanctioning body and ask them to rank you. That's not how it should work. It should work on your strength of who you fought and your activity. But that just underlines my point. And what Nonito Donaire was saying there too is very important. When fighters don't get a ranking, a lot of times it's because, or if they don't move up in the rankings, it's because their promoter doesn't want to make that particular fight not a good business investment. So they won't petition for the ranking to put them in line for that fight because the promoter don't want to pay for that fight. Because at the end of the day, like Bob Arum always says, someone's got to pay for it. And that's what boxing comes down to. You see, there's no way fighters should get 2 stoppage losses and still maintain a number 1 ranking or have, like I said with Keith Thurman, there's no justifying that. That's not the fault of other fighters. That's what happens when you know who you know. Now that's not to say in some cases that where it could happen where you could petition, you could do things like that, but that to me is just more the boxing politics. And just like someone pointing out in the chat, Martinez being ranked, he got no business being ranked at middleweight, none whatsoever. But there he is.
Let him reply. Let him reply, Jerry. Go ahead.
Well, that's the thing, right? It is definitely something like that because you've seen it all around, right? But first and foremost, and no matter how we contest this, no matter how we say this, boxing is a business. Why do you think all these guys who train all their lives to be a champion in boxing is getting paid way lesser than all these YouTubers? Boxing is a business, regardless of the fact that that what I said earlier with sanctioning and all that stuff, they try to make everybody happy, But again, I'm not getting paid no Jake Paul money, and I've been in the game for 22 fucking years. That's just the thing. I can't contest that because money talks when it comes down to all of that. And as much as it sucks for me being a fighter for all my life for 30 something years since I was 11 years old, I train hard for this. I work hard for this. All these fighters that go there, sometimes they don't even return to their homes, and they're getting paid pennies. Yes, we're not getting paid as much, not less than the UFC fighters, but the point of the matter is, these guys, if you're following the line of fairness and all of that stuff, These guys shouldn't get paid more than us. But the fact of the matter is they are getting paid way, way more than me. Way more than a lot of world champions. You know? And
And let me and this is one of my sticker points. I think that when someone asks for a ranking in a certain organization and then they pull themselves out of the ranking, I think then the promoter should get freaking fined.
Hold on. What you mean? Why and why?
Jose Ramirez versus Regis Prograis. It
Right.
wasn't lucrative enough because why? Because if Regis Prograis and Ramirez goes into a purse bid, he would get the 35%. And 35%, out of that 35%, he would have to pay Top Rank 30% off of that 35%.
And the same thing with when Josh Taylor relinquished his belt because he wasn't getting paid enough money, you know, then I mean that's all there is to it. I mean, just another example of what boxing is about. It's a business, is making money, because some guys, like for me, I would fight for it regardless because that's just how I am. But for a lot of guys, if they're getting paid 5 million and then all of a sudden he goes to a purse bid because no one's betting and he's getting paid 30,000, he's not gonna pay. He's not gonna fight for it. You know, I mean, again, that's just how the business is. You know, I mean, I love boxing. It gave me everything that I am, but there's a lot of shit that goes on with it. You know, there's a lot of, it's a wild, wild west. Like I said, you know, there's just no real clear laws to put in place for people to follow.
Go ahead, Jerry. You want to reply?
No, I agree with all that. Boxing is business, pure business, and that's who survives. And people say, I've heard YouTube content creators say, I don't care.
Speak up, Jerry. You just a little low. Can you speak up just a little bit or turn your mic up just a little bit? 'Cause I got you all the way at the max over here. It can't get no louder for me.
Yeah, I hear YouTube content creators oftentimes talk about, well, what do you care about what a fighter gets paid? Well, I've learned over the years to follow the money in boxing. That's how you can tell what fights are going to get made and which fights aren't going to get made. You got to follow the money. The money is what's dictating. Boxing is an unorganized sport. And like I said, like football, those athletes get paid a lot of money. There's lots of money in NFL, but it's got organized. It's organized to where the best teams are going to play the best teams regardless if they're popular or not. That's just not how it is in boxing. Boxing, you got to have some cachet. If you don't have it, you got to have a promoter or someone representing you that has some cachet to put you in those positions. And it's unfair. And you just heard Nonito say, been a fighter his whole life. So I'm a champion of the fighters who are fighting. They're not businessmen. They don't know about stuff like that. Most of those guys, that's not what they do. They know how to throw a left hook and they know how to throw an uppercut, and that's what their job is. But that's why fighters get screwed so much, because you know a lot of them don't know, and even the ones that want to know probably get kept in the dark about some stuff, you know. But in the end, it's all to the detriment of boxing. But like Nonito said, it's pretty much always been that way. Boxing's always been a corrupt sport.
Right.
It's an ugly corruption.
All right, go ahead, Bo. Let Bo jump in the conversation.
Now, I was going to say, like, normally, I just want to know how this process works. So before we get to the what they call it, the purse bid, is that due to when both camps can't come to an agreement? Like, how does that process normally works?
Yeah, basically you're supposed to start talking, you know, for example,
Negotiating.
yeah, us and Maloney. It's saying, okay, well, if Nonito goes to that side of the street, how much are you willing to offer him? And then we counter, well, if you're willing to come to this side of the street, this is how much we're willing to offer you. It has to sound good, because again, whenever you fight under a different promotion that's not your promotion, you're looking at a 10 to 30% deduction from the fighter's purse itself, right? So the 35% for Ramirez, if let's just put it on $1 million because it's easy. He was going to make 350. Top Rank would make 30% of the 350. Okay. If we can't agree, then it goes to a purse bid. And when it comes to the purse bid, this is not us doing a paddle versus a paddle, meaning I'm bidding 1 million and someone puts up their paddle and says 1.1, 1.2, and we continue down the road. No, it's a closed purse bid. So you have an envelope, with what your maximum bid is, and they sit down and open all the envelopes, and the highest bid wins.
Oh wow.
Yep. There is no back and forth. That's literally how, when people get shocked, like for example, Marv Nation came in out of nowhere and outbid everyone by almost double. Because, of course the guys in the game, Top Rank or Probellum at that time, Probellum was partnered with TGB for that fight. And whoever else was trying to put in their bid, um, they're literally saying like, well, this is how much it's worth, right? But the rogue is someone like, like Marv Nation trying to, at the time, also Matchroom, when they were trying to make a statement for themselves, and they'll put an outrageous number to win the bid, so then they can make a statement. They're like, oh shoot, Marv Nation came out of nowhere, pretty much doubled everyone's bid, and now they're hosting the fight in freaking the Dignity Health in Carson. And it gives them the eyeballs when you outbid everyone like that. That's what Triller did with Tio and Cambosos, and then they failed, right? They couldn't keep their purse bid. Then it'll go to the second highest purse bid.
Right. Yeah.
So, my bad.
No, you good, bro. Go ahead. We having a conversation. It's all love.
So basically, like, instead of doing like another purse bid, they just, like you said, just go to the second highest pretty much. So they don't really do it all over. Oh, okay.
No.
Mm-mm.
That's how Eddie
there was one. No, there was one. What was it? Do you remember there was a guy that they had, like, it was $1 million, $1.5 million purse bid. They won the purse bid. I think it was Frank Warren. And then I don't know why they redid the purse bid.
Because I was going to ask about that. So last year, the whole Demetrius Andre situation, Eddie Hearn won the purse bid. No, Frank Warren won the purse bid last year because he outbid Eddie Hearn. So I guess Andre got injured, and all of a sudden, a few months down the road, when Andre was recovering, they started a whole new purse bid again, and this time,
weird.
Frank Warren bid it like, what was it, like $300,000 or something like that?
Yeah, 300,000.
Yeah, I remember that. That was weird to me because usually they'll go to the next one if somebody relinquished. Unless everybody relinquished, then we'll do it again. But I don't know. I don't.
That would mean that Eddie, like if Frank Warren didn't want it, then they would go to Eddie, and Eddie's like, I'm not interested no more.
And then they'll do it again.
Then they'll have to rebid, and then again it starts, from whatever the minimum purse bid is and what they think that they're going to win. If Eddie already told Frank Warren and the sanctioning body, I'm not interested in this fight, like I'm not going to put it up, so you can toss it to purse bid, and he knows that, then he can bid at it at the lowest possible, whatever the threshold is.
Yeah, only thing I didn't understand. Oh, my bad. Go ahead.
No, these promoters talk. They know who's going to come into the purse bid, except the rogue like Marv Nation. They wouldn't know, right? Like, most of these guys talk. You going into the purse bid? Are you interested in this fight no longer? And of course, it's never in writing, and they're holding them by the word. But Frank Warren's bet, like, paid off on that thing because of the fact that he already knew that no one else was going to bid against him. No one was interested in the fight anymore.
Yeah, because the part I didn't understand was, so when that fight fell through because of that 300,000 purse bid, and who was it? It was Frank Warren guy. He fought another Eddie Hearn guy. I forgot the guy's name. The guy is supposed to be fighting Canelo this upcoming May.
John Ryder? Yeah,
John Ryder. So I happened to do some research, and I found out that fight was negotiated for I think it was like $1 million. Like, it went back up. between John Ryder and the guy he just beat. So I was like, well, I didn't understand that part.
I mean, it just really depends on like the temperature of the room. Like people get really excited when it's fresh, but when someone falls out because of an injury, there's a lot of questions. Is he going to push it back more? Is he going to fully recover? Blah 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 blah. Right? The same questions we had from Spence when he got in the big car accident. And at that point, like they're wondering if those questions, if the promoter's having questions, if this fight is going to pursue, then they're also going to speculate if the fans are going to have that same temperature and not support for the fight.
Oh, okay. Oh, wow. Yeah, this whole business side of boxing, man. Oh man, it's like a spider web, pretty much. It's like, you know, it's more confusing than anything, to be honest with you, because, you know, coming from a fan perspective, we just think like, you know, A and B, you know what I'm saying? Why not just do this? Why not do that? And the way y'all explained it, it's a lot deeper, you know, with a lot of situations. So I definitely learned something new coming from y'all, and I really appreciate that, you know.
Yeah, I mean, like even like the Maloney, like I know I'm still pretty heated about that whole thing, but I can read between the lines, and I know a lot of the people that surround Maloney in addition to his network, and I already knew they were speculating on going to the WBO route. In addition to his dad, and Nonito's dad is training the guy that they're speculating to fight Jason in the WBO. And the reason they went that route is hugely because we were under Top Rank. They know our price tag.
Also,
and
I'm sorry, go ahead.
And this fight is supposed to, the fight for Jason Maloney's quote unquote title is supposed to be under the Devin Haney Lomachenko card. How much leeway, how much profit margin do you think they have to play with to bid on a Nonito Donaire fight versus Jason Maloney versus the guy that Nonito knocked out by body shot? He's going to come way cheaper.
Let me play this clip right here. HOD sent this in. Can y'all see the screen?
Yep.
All right, this is on ESPN. Just listen to this.
The ball was dropped. There's another. What you think, Dre? There's another element here that we haven't dealt with, which is Top Rank says they will not do business with Probellum under any circumstance. That's a separate issue. However, that's where
I hate he cut it, but listen.
There's another. What you think, Dre? There's another element here that we haven't dealt with, which is Top Rank says they will not do business with Probellum under any circumstance. That's a separate issue. However, that's where.
All right, what you think of that, Rachel? Top Rank said they would not do business with Probellum under any circumstances.
That is, it's what do you call it? It is just throwing the accountability on someone else. Okay. And what I mean by that is they say they won't. And the reasons they haven't said it recently is because there was a cease and desist sent from Probellum because Bob Arum alleged that Daniel Kinahan was the funding source behind Probellum without any evidence. And so that's why you don't hear Bob saying that anymore. But secretly, we all know that Probellum, that Bob will not deal with Probellum. Fine. That's cool. You know what your way out is? Win the damn purse bid and you push Probellum out.
Look, say that again.
If Bob didn't want to deal with Probellum, all he had to do was enact an immediate purse bid and push Probellum out that way, because the winner of the purse bid is the promoter. There would be no Probellum on the ring. They don't have to say Probellum live. They don't have to do any. They don't have to acknowledge Probellum. They don't have to deal with Richard at all. We don't get to say where, when, and the venue. We don't get any of those says.
But that guy that's still his fighter though, and you get what I'm saying? You still his fighter, and he signs a waiver or release of work, whatever the legal term is, but he still get a cut. Maybe they just don't want to do business with them. Like, no, we don't want to do business with Richard Schaefer. Like, is that so far-fetched? Talk to me.
It's far-fetched, but considering that every single person he's dealing with Tyson Fury. Tyson Fury is completely known.
That's Frank Warren.
To deal with them. No, Tyson Fury was under Kinahan. He paid. He was Frank Warren, but he actually admitted that he paid millions of dollars to Daniel Kinahan as his advisor.
Yeah, but right now he's under Frank Warren and Top Rank. So Top Rank saying, okay, we're doing business with Frank Warren. That's okay. I think some people just don't like Richard Schaefer sometimes, and I think some of that kind of goes back to the Golden Boy PBC shit. What do you say, bro?
Yeah, the Golden Boy era.
The Golden Boy era and Top Rank era, when they were the only ones dealing with fighters and stuff like that. You know, they have their own.
Richard Schaefer brought a lot of guys to PBC, right?
Yeah.
And I think they just mad at him still. Like, oh man, not you again. You slick. I don't trust you. You too smart. Sometimes you can be like, you too smart for you.
Listen, at the end of the day, if you are the owner of a company, i.e. Oscar De La Hoya, and your fighters' contracts, and this is why Golden Boy and Top Rank couldn't push Al Heyman out of the business when they both had lawsuits against PBC. They couldn't. They were trying to push for poaching, monopoly, et cetera, et cetera. You can't poach a fighter that's not under contract anymore. And if Oscar De La Hoya, at the time that Al Heyman signed him, was not active enough as an owner of his own company, why are we shifting blame?
Hold on, what you mean we shifting blame?
No. I'm saying, like, they're blaming Al, they're blaming Richard. You're the owner of this company. You don't know that your fighters' contracts are up. This is also around the time that he was having issues. I'm not going to enumerate the issues he was having, but he was having issues. So if you weren't focused on your business that you own, and you weren't on top of the contracts that were about to expire, let's just say,
but
I
want my number two to get that done. I don't want my number two to send my guy somewhere else.
He wasn't sending them anywhere else. Without the authority of Oscar to re-sign, which the same thing with Carl Moretti or Todd DeBuff, to have Bob's signature for Berlanga, they had to let him go. You see what I'm saying? Like, so if you're not being active, you're not responsive, and you're not being responsible for your sign-offs because of whatever you're going through at the time, who else's fault is it besides your own? That's what I'm saying. You're the owner of the company. It sinks or fails with your final word. Let's say Golden Boy continued the contract with Abner Mares. Abner Mares couldn't continue after a certain number of years or year or whatever because of his eye injury. That would be a hit on their revenue because they signed a fighter and they can't do anything with him. And they gave him an extension bonus. Right? So they always need they always need the owner, Bob Arum, Oscar De La Hoya, to give the final say because it's completely their company. But if you're not responsive because you have your own shit to deal with, you kind of just have to swallow it and say, yeah, you know what? I let these guys go. I didn't freaking pay attention. I wasn't responsive.
I need that Richard Schaefer interview. I gotta talk to Richard. I gotta get him up here one day.
Hey, Mark, I got a question for Rachel. Can I ask it?
Go for it, bro.
Rachel, recently with Errol Spence and Bud Crawford, if you're familiar, it was reported that Crawford was offered 35% of the net of the back end, the pay-per-view, I guess. And then Espinoza a couple weeks ago said that this happens a lot in boxing, fighters getting paid exclusively on the back end with no upfront purse. I'm curious to know if you know whether that's true or not.
So as far as the back end of the purse exclusively, it has been done before. I don't primarily like it because it is, it's a gamble. I mean, we live in Vegas, we understand what gambling is, but
Well, there is fighters that has a guarantee and get paid in the back end.
yes, correct. Yeah. So
Well,
basically,
that's usually how
Let him answer. Hold on, let him finish. Hold on, let him answer all the way, bro. I want to hear this. I'm sorry.
no, Mark, go ahead. I need some clarification. Go ahead. You were saying that yes, they have a guarantee, and then.
No, I'm curious how often, because Espinoza said that it happens a lot that fighters fight without any guaranteed purse, because that's how I typically have known it to be. There'd be some guaranteed money and then piece of the back end, but they offer him, Bud Crawford, no guaranteed purse, just back end money. Would you say that happens often or no?
It doesn't happen often. And the reason it happens is when a fighter is asking for more guarantee. And so if, for example, he was a guaranteed purse of 5 million over at Top Rank, okay? And then he's coming, over to TGB and Al Heyman and saying, hey, I want more than that. And I had talked to people that were directly related to this, and they had said 22 million or don't call me, 15 million or don't call me. And at that point, when you understand that he wants more than they can actually give as a guarantee, then you start to put the risk on the fighter as well. You want to make this, then okay, fine, we'll bring you into the back end. And being that the net is going to be 35, we're not talking about gross, we're talking about net. He would have known every single expense that was getting put through.
But Steven said he didn't agree to that. Steven Espinoza said, I don't feel comfortable with that. Like, I don't want to call you the week of the fight, trying to get your approval on certain expenses. But my thing is, if you don't know all that was spent and all that was made, how do you know if you got the right gross, let alone the right net without itemized billing? You wouldn't take that, Rachel.
No, it would be. The thing is with net, it would be itemized. It'd be completely itemized. But here's the thing: is what you're saying.
I'm just telling what Steven said on camera. He said, and you want approval of spend. I don't feel comfortable with that. That's his word.
That's the quote. Approval of expenses. That statement in itself is different than transparency. You want transparency, you're getting it with net. That's what it is. In addition to the Muhammad Ali Act. So there's two ways that you're going to get your transparency. But what you're saying is you want to be able to approve the photographer that I have used for 5 years and costs $5,000. You're going to tell me no. I want to use Joe from around the block that runs, what is it called? The photo picture studio.
He didn't say that. That's not fair, Rachel. That's not fair.
No, you said approval of expenses.
Approval of expenses is pretty much him.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No. Go ahead.
No, it is approval of expenses is pretty much that. Like it goes from the other end to the other end of the spectrum, because of the fact that hey man, why y'all paying this dude $10,000 when I can get this guy for $2,000? That's just a whole lot of problems in itself when these guys have been using the same thing over and over and over and over for so many years.
Well, not just that. What my problem was with that was when you say you want to prove expenses. My problem with that is, let's just say we were signed to fight on that TGB card of Bud Crawford and Errol Spence. You have no right in knowing how much we're getting paid because I signed a service agreement to fight on a TGB card, and this was my this is what I negotiated for myself. What allows him to come in and say, "Hey, Nonito's he costs too much. Kick him off the card. I want some guy who's going to cost 30,000. I don't care if you get him from Mexico." And cancel out my contract because he wants approval. I don't care about the transparency. That's good. Have the transparency all you want.
That transparency can be done through.
And just because I just want to be fair, because y'all see that, y'all ain't gonna lie, y'all already see the hat I'm wearing over here. You see what's going on over here. Okay. So I just want to be fair. When you say what, I want to reply to both of y'all. When you say what, no, shout out to my brother Brandon Washington. He's like, oh, he said they killing you, Bud fans. He loving this right here. He's one of Aerosmith's biggest fans. Shout out to my brother Brandon Washington. I want to say this, Nonito. I think that's an unfair assumption to just say, oh, we're gonna want to switch out the cameraman you had for 5 years doing. You know what I mean?
No, I understand. I understand all that. I'm just saying that when it comes down to, yeah, go ahead, bro.
Yeah, I just think that's unfair to make that assumption that that's what he's gonna do. And also with Rachel, to your point, and I'll keep it short and let you guys retort. I think it's a budget already for the undercard. I don't see that happening where he's saying, well, how much Nonito getting paid? Don't give him that much to bring in somebody else. No, I think that's another unfair assumption to assume that he's gonna try to say what fighter gets paid how much. No, it's a budget for the undercard. This is the budget. This is who we got, and this is who we're gonna pay, and what they pay, and what they're asking, and what we're paying them. I just think that's an unfair assumption to assume that's where he's going with it. He just want to make sure, like Michael Buffer was talking. It was on Twitter. Michael Buffer said, I remember he said, I think that's important because it was something going around at a fight where it was a soda machine at the fighter's camp. And it was told that, I'm going to try to find his Michael Buffer tweet. And it was told that, because I did a whole episode on it. He said it was told that, hey, these sodas are free. And the sodas end up, by the end of the shit, it was like almost a little over $100. You know what I'm saying? Damn near $100 a can type shit.
Yeah.
No, that's I understand what you're saying though. I understand what.
Don't give me no free soda machine. We ain't drinking no sodas in here. You know what I mean? But you can't just put a free soda, tell us it's free. But once it break down, oh man, we getting charged out the ass. It's like these are $40 Coca-Colas.
But when you talk about approval of expenses, as much as you're saying, well, we can't assume that he's going to do that, giving someone free range to have approval of expenses is a plethora and a generalistic term for every single and anything that is an expense on that card.
Yeah, and that's why it's everything you can say it's unfair, but in all of that aspect is assumption to the max, to every level and degree can be assumed because of the fact that you have the control when it comes down to all the expenses has to be approved in ways that they have to see it, you know, and that can create a lot of shit and bullshit that can go along with it. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, it gives them a whole spectrum to complain about, a whole spectrum to decide whether or not. You know what I'm saying? So every assumption in all shapes and form and levels it can be assumed because he has all the rights for that.
In addition to opens up people for lawsuits. So if there was, for example, let's just say the week of on Wednesday, there was a fighter. So Nonito's going to be on the undercard, and he's like, fine, whatever. What's his opponent making? 50 grand. Okay, fine, whatever. I'm good. I'll sign off on that. Wednesday, Terrence Bud Crawford is at the arena, or doing the press tours and all that stuff on Wednesday, and Nonito's fighter falls through at 50 grand, and they have to go and find a fighter, but they have to pay him 20,000 more.
Hold on, say that again. Say that again.
So let's talk about approval.
Okay.
And the sign-offs, because it opens you up for liability and lawsuits. The reason I'm saying that is when you give someone the authority and the blanket to have to sign off, physically sign off that yes, I approve of this expense. If Nonito was approved on the card to fight a fighter that was making, let's just make it 100,000, fine. His opponent is 100,000, okay? And on Wednesday, he is on all the fighters on a press conference. Remember that Bud Crawford is fighting the exact same week. So he's fighting, he's on the press tour, he's doing everything everyone else is supposed to be doing. And on Wednesday, the guy Nonito's supposed to fight at 100,000 falls out. He twists his ankle, whatever. And the promoters now have to go and find someone. And on Thursday, the night before the cutting of the weight, they find someone at 120, 20,000 more than what was initially approved. Do you think the conversation with Terrence Bud Crawford the night before a weigh-in for $20,000 more to have to get a signature on that card is going to go well?
When you word it that way, sis, I think we've taken out of he has somebody that's going to answer those calls for him, like those last minute things, but also they can sell them. Hey, bud, blah, 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 blah. All right. Like,
do you know how pissed off they're going to be?
Who's going to be pissed off?
Bud, you're bothering him with stupid shit.
It is what it, but I think we're assuming that he doesn't have somebody he trusts to make those decisions for him. They just got to have a conversation with him.
Hey,
no, you can't, because if you're
this is what I believe. I think he has somebody who's advising him wrong.
He has a manager and a trainer. The manager is his trainer, no different from you, bro. It's just.
But does he have power of attorney to sign off financial instruments and legal documents? Can he sign a contract on behalf of Terrence Bud Crawford? Does he have power of attorney? If he does not, he cannot sign that. And if he does sign that,
he doesn't though, Rachel. Like,
no,
okay,
but
he has a limited power attorney. Okay, for fight week or for things like this. Like, I just think it's wild that we just normally assume that, oh, it's just bad. He's not the first one. I mean, Bernard Hopkins is still alive and breathing, and he handled a lot of his shit on his own. Like, he's a living example.
Let me give you an example. Everybody has a team, right? Everybody has a team. The people that does it well, like Floyd and Oscar, they have a team.
Hold on,
now,
did you say because people saying Oscar don't know what he's doing the other day when
back in the day, let's just rewind
when he was fighting.
When he was fighting, when he was doing all this stuff, when they had Richard around him and they had a whole team around him, you know, he was making the right thing, right? Let's just say Floyd. You know, Floyd, when he was fighting, I know exactly what was going on, who was behind it, and all that stuff, and what was the deal was going on behind it, because I know, you know, and that's the kind of person, that's the kind of thing that you will say, you're like, wow, he really has control over this shit. So do I feel that what's happening with Bud, like, for example, I personally think that it's, you know, because I'm not in that conversation like that, but I think that the advice that he's having and the people that are advising him is not giving them the right ones, you know, at least the way that makes him look good, you know, because like
I just agree with you, man. Like, I didn't like the David Avanesian fight. I don't necessarily like the Golden Boy move, but I kind of understand what Hank Lundy said when I interviewed him. He said he don't trust that team. He just don't trust them. He don't trust them.
You're not supposed to trust anyone. But okay, so here's let me land this plane.
Take your time, y'all my guys.
If he was so concerned with what the bottom line was, instead of saying I need approval, you should have countered with I am going to approve that 10% of the revenue, the profit, or the revenue, whatever, will be that the expenses will not exceed this percentage of what I'm going to get paid.
Why not Showtime counter with, hold up, sis? Why not Showtime counter with that then? Since they're the more experienced business people, such as yourself, You know you're dealing with somebody, like they say, Bud got bad business. Bud don't know what he's doing. This is his first time being his own boss. He's stepping out. What you trust him, Bomac? Blah, blah, blah. Why not the more experienced people say, hey, let's do that? Or take the Andre Ward Kovalev approach. Like, you want a guarantee? We want back end. We want to do the sales. We're going to trust ourselves. We'll give you a guarantee, but we're going to do the split, the pay-per-view money. So you cut off. It doesn't have to be the same for both people. And we know that's been done with Ward and Kovalev too. So why not the more quote unquote smartest people in the room with all the experience? Why not counter with that? That's never been presented to my knowledge.
You're talking about why didn't Showtime present it to them?
What's that? Hey, yeah, what you just said, why not counter with that? That's called a counter. What you just
because they gave him the contract and then he sat on it and he signed the David Avenesian fight. They were waiting for whatever he was going to give back. There is no counter if we just gave you whatever you supposedly wanted redlined and we sent it to you, and then you turn around weeks later and say, hey, I'm fighting David Avenesian. He didn't counter.
He said they sat on it though. He said he tried to reach out to Al Heyman. Al Heyman said his mom was sick. Then he tried to reach out.
But that's the thing, brother. That's the thing. That's the thing. What I'm saying is that, but saying all this stuff, Spanish, all this stuff. We're not behind all of that. This is all of our assumptions. We don't know what's going on.
Right. Both of them.
What's his name?
Both of them got stories.
Yeah, they got their own stories, and we got our own stories. As fans of fighters, we have our own narratives because of what we think fits the whole bill. That's the problem with it. It's that's why like with me and Maloney, right? I came out there. I'm like, hey man, we never had anything like that. But unfortunately, we're not getting it from everybody else. And that's the unfortunate thing, is because we want to know the truth. We don't know the truth. Nobody knows the truth except those people that know the truth. What?
No, it's just he blindsided everybody. Did he tell Steven Espinoza that, hey, I'm gonna go and negotiate BLK Prime?
No, he did. No, I'm talking about the whole thing about people's opinion when it comes down to that.
Oh yeah.
Not the Avenesian stuff.
That's what we're talking about, the Avenesian stuff.
All of it's combined though. So both of y'all are on point. No domestic shit going on over there, please. No domestic at the Dominaire, please.
I'm a close hand fist her ass right now.
Close hand fist. And she gonna put doo-doo on your toothbrush. Respectfully, of course. Hey, look, all I'm saying is this. You say he blindsided him, right? You think they were blindsided by Adrian Broner going to BLK Prime too? It's no way like Adrian Broner blindsided him. They knew BLK was around before we knew what was going on with BLK.
Wasn't Adrian Broner a free agent at this point? So they don't really care.
Was he at that point? No, we didn't know Adrian Broner was a free agent till he did what he did. That shit blindsided all of us. Like, damn, AB, you fighting on BLK Prime? That shit wasn't going around.
Yeah, he was already a free agent.
Yeah, but nobody knew it, I guess. But that shit was out there. And as far as we know, he's still a lot of those PBC guys are quote unquote free agents, but they don't have a network deal, but Al Heyman is still their advisor. Still PBC guys, right? Tank Davis is free agent. Tank Davis a free agent by promotions, right? He's not locked in with
promotions, correct.
Yeah,
but AB he was locked in with TGB to a certain extent, and then they didn't renew the contract, which makes him a free agent. The thing is that a lot of the fighters, if you look at it, the promoters never say that, hey, this guy's a free agent now, come grab him. We don't care. You as a fighter are the ones who have to say it. A lot of the fighters don't want to say it because it makes them look bad. When Nonito left Top Rank never put out a statement that, hey, we are releasing Nonito. When I went out on the free market to say that Nonito was released from Top, that we have a release agreement, everybody was very skeptical. Everyone two-step. No one wants to get in a lawsuit, and I had to give them what is it called, the release agreement to show that Top Rank signed off. But they're not going to go out and publicize that they released that fighter. They're hoping that that fighter doesn't have any options and comes back.
Does that go to what when he said Al Heyman was like, "Yo, look, take it or leave it. Errol Spence gonna make 8 figures without you."
Sorry, what did you say about Al Heyman? He's like,
For me, I thought that was the red line for a guy like Terrence Crawford. When according to him, keep in mind, like I said, Errol has his version, Bud has his version, his fans have their side, Errol's fans have their side. Look, I got both of their hats in here, and you know what I'm saying? I respect both of those guys.
yeah, you wore the wrong one yesterday. But anyway, continue.
Yeah. Hey, look, I wore my Errol Spence hat yesterday. I had the Texas lady up here. Hey, look, but little did I know how close she was to the Crawford camp, though. How about that? But she's been following Spence. She's been in it. Man, shout out, man. Let me do that real quick. Shout out to In the Ring with Christine, man, and Team USA. She assured me.
She's dope. She's dope. I'm so glad you got her story. So glad you got her story.
Yeah.
I told you, like, these women, like, I feel like they're still undervalued. Their stories, man, can make movies.
We're not even done yet. We still got other dope ass females we're gonna talk to, even guys too. I got some guys that's lined up for interviews, but I ain't gonna lie. I probably won't do 5 days in a row next time. I'll probably skip a day, like Monday, Wednesday, Friday. I'm gonna space it out, or I might space it out next time. You know, just book them further out to give them time to prepare for it, see how I do it and rock. But I don't know. I kind of want to do a week. I enjoyed the whole week, but it was draining. This shit was draining, man. This shit was draining this week.
No, it's just because you try to do Nonito's regimen. That's all.
Yeah, that too. Got to put a case on. Got to put a case on the Flash for that. But that's between us. Yeah, and the Tylenol. Yeah, I had to take some dope, man. I was like, man, I need that kind of Ben pack. Where them eggs at? I'm saying, I needed some eggs. I need them kind of Ben eggs so I can feel strong again. After I did that Donaire regimen on my heavy bag upstairs, I'm gonna try it again, and I'm gonna film it, and I'm gonna send it to y'all. And depending on how I look, y'all tell me if I can release it. But I'm gonna start.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna film myself here in the bed so y'all can see what I'm working with, man. I'm kind of nice, man. I'm kind of nice. I kind of missed the blessing, man. Oh yeah, or the blessing, yeah, or maybe it was the blessing. I'll be out here talking like it's been, yeah, because I probably would have getting fucked up. I ain't had no defense for that shit. I don't even know how you have defense doing that kind of training. Shit. For those who don't know what we're talking about, I talked to Nonito and Rachel not too long ago, and they was talking to me about their training regimen. They gave me some of the secret sauce. I tried it. The next day, I thought I had COVID-19, y'all. I was stuck in the bed. My body was aching. I had headaches. I was feeling weak. I didn't know what the hell was going on. I took 2 COVID tests. Thought I was about to die, and I was like, "Oh, that's what's wrong. You tried to do the Donaire shit, nigga. Like that ain't what you do. You know what I'm saying?" Yeah, my boy said bags don't hit back. You damn right. You damn right, because I beat the hell out of that bag that night and that day. And it wasn't good. It wasn't good. It wasn't good for me the next day. I thought I had COVID. I was so sore. But to get
back to bed. Go ahead.
Get back to what you were saying, man. I was super excited about talking to In the Ring with Christine. I'd be remiss if I didn't tell you guys to check out that episode. I got some timestamps in there, but the interview was so dope. It's about an hour. So it's a nice little commute, go to work, come back home, ride and listen to that. But it's timestamped so you can skip to some good parts. But I'm gonna re-timestamp it and add some more in between it because it was a lot of talk in between those timestamps that are missing. But man, y'all check that out. Also, the interview with Franchon Cruz is super dope. The Christy Martin joint, and of course the 3-hour interview. I got it timestamp yours over the weekend. We did a 3-hour half interview with Rachel Donaire and of course the Filipino Flash pulled up at the end, and that shit was legendary. You know what I'm saying? But we got bots and royalty in the building. Make some noise. Smash the like button. Rachel Donaire. Nonito Donaire. On his way to being a 5-division champion. And we were talking about the rankings, and people were talking about corruption in the sport. What's good? What's bad? What's wrong with it? How did Keith Thurman get ranked? Why are they fighting at 154? And from somewhere, she started hating on Terrence Crawford, and I couldn't let her slide. I mean, that's my sister, but I couldn't let her slide with that
Why
shit.
is it hate? You know, here's the funny part, Mark, is that I'm actually in Bud Crawford corner when it comes to in the ring against Spence. I'm actually in Bud's corner. Me and Nonito have gone against a bunch of YouTubers before and said, no, Bud wipes Spence. We're like, Bud wipes Spence 100%. And everybody, you know, and then, you know, this mess happened. And for me, like, I can separate, I separate Bud Crawford in the ring, his ring IQ, everything that he's done, all his accomplishments, and, you know, everything from the person that is on now this business side of the table.
Yes, ma'am.
You know, and so for me, like, when people ask me, like, okay, so what do you see? There's just certain things that I am completely not, like, that he said on his live, that I was not comfortable with.
Me neither.
For example,
Me neither.
Yeah.
I can name one off the top of the head. He said, well, it was things that I didn't like, but I was like, you need to elaborate on that. How does that happen? When he was like, he said they had a whole nother lawyer in there that don't even represent me. I was like, say the names. I was like, Mike Tyson, you got to say the names. And you can't just skip over that. How's somebody in there negotiating for you that you don't know, you ain't got no approval of? How did that happen? What's going on with that? Like, I wanted more clarity on that. So for the people who say, oh, you're a fan,
no, for sure,
I'm accountable, I was like, hell yeah, he need to let me do the interview. You know what I'm saying? We can
I agree.
Like, we'll go all the way through it, line for line, and we can have a good time, crack some jokes, but some certain things is some confusion on, even the timeline. And then when he was talking about certain things Spence was saying, and the way he replied to it and what Spence replied to, I was like, y'all got two different timelines almost. But even still, in the midst of all of that, I always say, damn, y'all couldn't match that BOK Prime deal. But people will reply to me, well, they didn't know about it. And I was like, oh. When I was like, maybe it was the disrespect. Like, bro, I wanted to talk to you. And I wanted to come out and see you. He was like, my mom's sick. The next time he was like, can me, you, and Spence, my lawyer, and whoever that lawyer is, he was like, that ain't never been how a fight been done before. So it was like and then the third thing was, hey, look, Spence gonna make 8 figures without you. It's take it or leave it. It's like, damn, man. Like, I think that was the point for him where he was like, let me explore other options then.
Then why not say
it? Not because you don't want to pump fake. You like, because then they be like, all right, well, it's over. So I want to make sure this shit real first. Bro, we got a deal for real. Send me the check. Okay, I got $5 million in the bank. All right, shit, it's over. Y'all fucked up. $5 million in the bank is different from you and I talking about.
You hear me moaning right now because
I thought Nonito over there playing with you. You know how y'all do. Let me give you the drop.
We don't.
Hold on, let me give you the drop. I don't know what Flash over there doing.
He's under the table right now.
He doing what?
He's under the table right now.
I bet. Hey, Bo, you know what it is. Hey, look, whenever I play that drop and people laugh, they tell on themselves.
Yeah.
Bo was like, yo.
Yeah, I'm surprised you downloaded that. I said, oh, shit.
Hell yeah, man. This is a hip-hop political sports show with a comedy twist. We like to let the jokes fly because life is serious enough. Go ahead, sis. What you say? Flash, wipe your mouth.
Well, no, wait. He's busy. So the one
one more. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Let's go, sis.
Yeah, like so even when it like for me, like the most serious part of that live was, telling them, there's some hedge funds or whatever, but I'm not gonna tell you who they are. Just show up and meet them. Okay. We are not gonna this is not
I don't remember
cap.
him saying
This is
that.
100%.
He
Huh?
didn't say that on the live. He said, but I ain't gonna tell you who they are. He didn't tell the live who they were. What he did tell Al was they said they know you. And if you watch
They
that
know
BOK
you.
Prime
Yeah.
fight, if you watch that BOK Prime fight, the commercials, all you saw was hedge fund commercials for that BOK Prime fight. All you saw was banker commercials, commercials for like securities trusts. Look at that fight again. But you can't watch it up there. Like if you could watch the replay, all you got to do is watch the commercials. You can see all the
No, I
hedge.
get it. I get it. I
So
get
he
it. But
lying.
he said he had told Spence though. He said he told Spence, and he's like, just come over and we'll go see these people, right?
He said
Okay.
He told Spence, I got 50 million. They want 20, they'll give you 25, they'll give me 25. What's up? Spence said I gotta talk to Al. That's the way I remember it.
I thought he asked who is it.
I don't recall him saying that, but I gotta go back and play it. I got it downloaded. We can go through it one day. Let's do a members live like that one day, and I'll record that, or members only recording, and I'll put that out. Me and you can go through that whole shit line by line. I don't recall him saying that.
So
I remember
the problem with this, okay, and I'm just gonna freaking put it out there. You could put a case on it if you want to. You might want to put it on there. Okay, cool.
There you go.
Bud Crawford was already known to be with Kinahan.
Okay.
Bob Arum had said that that's his advisor.
Yeah, it was rumors of that. Rumors of that. I never heard him.
Bob Arum said that that's his advisor. Bob Arum himself said that.
I'll accept that. Let's go. Let's roll the dice. I'll play.
Okay. So I'm not showing up to any goddamn meeting that any of Kinahan's people are going to be at that dinner table, and there's a picture of me cohorting with the people that Kinahan has in the U.S. Not doing it. I'm not meeting anyone around the block without knowing who in the world I'm meeting.
But according to Steven Espinoza, they had already did that due diligence and realized Bud Crawford was no longer involved in the Kinahan business. And he did
not when BLK Prime came into the picture.
But if I told you I'm not with Kinahan, I'm not with Kinahan. Are
So
you assuming? Hold on. Are you assuming right now, or are you alleging, or do I got to put a case that you are saying BLK Prime might still be, or Dana Kinahan might be involved in that? Or matter of fact, don't even answer that. I don't even want you to answer that on the line.
You don't want to get
Yeah,
blamed.
these are my friends and family too, so I don't even want you to answer that. Let me.
You really don't want me to answer? I can answer this factually.
I don't want to answer. I don't want you to answer in a way to open you up to any legal jeopardy, because you guys are my friends as well.
It's not going to be legal jeopardy. So this is all I'm going to say. The people that's behind the people behind BLK Prime also had a business called BLK Prime in the UK. So and that same one leads back to the same address that's in the US that has Stellar Prep Academy, that has XYZ properties, that had different things that were shut down from them with the DA. It's public record. So I'm not alleging anything. It's public record, so you can look it up.
So what? So that means people fucking with BLK Prime, they probably gonna go to jail in a couple years. FBI coming to kick in the door, IRS coming to take the Ferraris, all of that shit. What you talking about?
All I'm saying is that some guy in where was it? Danville, or I can't remember if it was Danville or not. Danville, Nonito said, was the address of record for the UK BLK Prime, who also owned a hotel that had numerous DA allegations, 156 drug trafficking and prostitution hotel, who also owned Stellar Prep Academy, where the office of BLK Prime US, their legal notices were put to. So
I'm listening.
I
I'm
don't know
learning.
how much.
Keep talking. Go ahead.
And unless, I believe I took a screenshot, I would have to look. BLK Prime at the time that this was announced, their terms and conditions and legal notices and et cetera, was copy and pasted from Hulu's terms and conditions because they accidentally forgot to leave, to take off out of Hulu's name
I don't know. This
times
is new,
within terms and conditions.
this is new information for me right now. You breaking news for me. You breaking news. Breaking news. I did not know this. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I mean, everyone can make their own like connection, but I mean, for me, all I know is what's on the board and what I have seen, and it's public record
But
that
you don't think somebody like Christy Martin would do her due diligence before she would involve herself in something like this, though? Because she's the promoter record for the AB fight.
yeah, and before they use bash boxing. I mean, that's what they do. Like they're going to
That's a whole
they
different question, though. That's a whole different. I was like, you don't think somebody? I don't know Bash Boxing. I know Christy Martin though.
Mm-hmm.
She was a fighter, a champion, Hall of Famer. Worked with Don King. She's seen good things, bad things in boxing. I ain't talking about the personal shit. I'm talking about strictly the business of the sport. You don't think Christy Martin did her due diligence, or they don't do due
on a
diligence?
streaming service? Like, I mean, honestly, if the streaming service has the money and they have a platform and they're hiring her to be the promoter, most people won't have to do that, like, because the actual connection is not put together, right? But
No,
for me,
I don't know. I'm asking.
but yeah, I don't know, because if someone said, hey, would you promote, for example, does Jarrell's DJing at Border Wars? Do I know everything that Border Wars does and everything? No, he's getting hired to do a service. Christy Martin is getting hired to do a service. Okay. The money,
You don't know when Nesta Gibbs and the Boxing Boys got their funding and why
Correct.
they like how did you go from being at your crib to here? Like, who's funding?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. Yeah. And so when you're hiring me for a service just to put on an event, okay, well, what's the money? Okay, it's this. This is my service fee for using my promotional license to put on the event. Okay.
I'm about to hire you for a service, so we need to get the fuck out because I need to hire you for a service.
Shut up. He's dancing. Stop dancing. Don't dance.
He about to burst out his song.
Drop that beat one more time.
He's like, can you feel the love tonight? Flash, Flash said it's time for my wife to go. Mark, you trying to put a case on my wife? Nah, man.
No, but I mean, like that's all it is. Like I had done way too much due diligence, probably because Nonito was at the WBO in Puerto Rico, and I went down a dark hole and started looking up like what people were alleging, and I found, different things, that everything that I said, that anyone could look this up. It's not hard.
But people said he was gonna be there too. They was like, look at this office, it's shut down. They ain't got the money for Crawford. They said the ticket sales were fake. Man, they said that the production was gonna look trash. The production looked great. The venue was packed. The man said he got paid. Like, what's the checks and balances to find out if they even paid him $10 million? Like, how do we check in? What's the process for that, Rachel?
It's the state commission. But yeah, the state commission is actually under the Muhammad Ali Act that is not allowed to release those numbers legally by the Muhammad Ali.
That's my bro right here. This Keon, this you?
Yeah. What's going down with y'all?
Hey,
Man?
what's up?
Rachel, Nonito, how y'all doing? What's good, Mark?
My brother, man. What up, man? We disagree on this shit all the time too. I fuck with Keon. That's my guy. Got nothing but love and respect for him. But I always tell Keon, man, man, we can agree, and he always say the same thing. We can agree to disagree about who gonna win, who ducking who, but we don't have to make diss videos about each other, or ain't got to be up here. Martin Ash, you a bitch, yo. You think Errol Spence, blah blah blah, or Keon, motherfucker, you ain't got the keys, nigga. They're like, you know what I'm saying? I ain't got to disrespect this brother. Like, I think he's super talented, got a dope delivery. And man, he got a great show, got a great audience. He can get up there and rock that shit out for hours, no panel, just cooking. You know what I'm saying? Chopping it up.
Yep.
So I fuck with Keon, and so Keon, I appreciate you pulling up, man. What's popping, my G?
I appreciate you, man.
Plug your channel before you get started. Let me give you the big screen. Plug your channel.
Oh yeah, everything boxing, you know, it's just like you see it on the screen. You can catch me dropping videos, going live. Yeah. That's what it is. And y'all get the like button, y'all hit the like button and continue to support Mark Nash, man. Great show.
What days and time you go live, Keon?
Usually, you know what I'm saying, Monday through Friday, I usually try to. Sometimes I don't make it live, but I'm dropping content every day. But usually Monday through Friday. And I know you got East Coast time, so that's on the East Coast is 2, 3, 4. It's 4 on the East. Oh, no, 5 on the East Coast.
Where you at, Key?
I'm in Arizona now. Yeah.
Oh, man, good weed in Arizona.
Yeah.
All right. Go ahead. And what time though? When you say Monday through Friday, what time?
I go in on I go on at 2:30 Central. I mean 2:30 Mountain Time. 2:30 Mountain Time.
So that's about 3.
So that's 3:30. So that's 3:30 Central. That's 4:30 on the East Coast, and then on the West Coast, that's 1:30.
All right. These niggas ain't good with math, man. And it's late at night. They probably already don't have some shots. Talk to us, Key. Thanks for pulling up, and thanks for chopping it up with Donaires and my boy Bo with me. Appreciate you.
Sir, yes, sir. Man, I'm listening to y'all. I'm listening to the joy. I'm listening to the show, you know, and I'm enjoying it. But you know what we do? We talk facts, Mark. We talk facts. You know, it ain't about protecting whatever fighter you like. It's about facts. And Rachel is speaking all the facts to you.
No. She has some assumptions in there.
Nah. Okay. Well, okay.
Some assumptions.
Okay. All right, Mark. Let me. Okay, we're gonna start off like this. Mark,
I cut you all the way off. I'm sorry, Keon. Go ahead. Let me let you cook.
Nah, go ahead. Cause we gonna meet just me and you or whoever want to join in. Okay, Mark. I got somebody that's been looking at your channel. They love your channel, and you know what? They want to give you 1.5 million to go work with them. I'm talking to you right now, Mark.
All right. Send me the email.
You with it?
Send me the email. Let's work.
Are you with it?
Send me the email. We'll talk.
What you mean send you the email?
You telling me that right now live on air. I need to see the agreement. And I'm gonna send it to my girl Rachel and hire her as my manager right now for my sports entertainment.
So so if you need to see the agreement, what are you saying? Like you need to know who it is? Well, I mean, what is you saying?
You say you got somebody who want to do 1.5 million with me, right?
So
I didn't say
you down with it or not?
I'm down, Keon, but I can't just take your word for it. I need to see something from somebody other than you.
So what do you need to see? Like, well, if I send you an email, then that's gonna kind of reveal who it is. Why do you need to see that?
Keon, I'm down, bro. Let's do it. Fuck it. I'm with it, man. Let's go.
See, the thing is,
I ain't 1.5 in my life.
See, you trying to skip around, but
Crawford don't see 1.5.
All right, let me finish what I'm saying. Let me finish what I'm getting to. Right now, Rachel was telling you that Errol Spence asked who the investor was, and you tried to insinuate that man never asked who the investor was. Like he's just gonna be like, oh, okay, I don't even care who the investor is. I just need to talk to my promoter, bro. That ain't how it went. And she's telling you that he asked. That's the first thing if somebody comes to you with a huge offer, the first thing you're gonna be like, oh yeah, for real, who is it? So you telling me, but see, no, hold on, let me finish because I was listening to you talk.
Yes,
You tried to insinuate that Errol Spence never said that. He never asked who the investor was. When you know that man asked who the investor was. That's just
that, I'm wrong.
No, that is just, bro.
I didn't mean to say
common
that.
sense.
I'm wrong for that. I'm wrong for that. I didn't mean to say that. If that's what it came across that I insinuated, no, I didn't mean. I was telling you. I was talking to her about the actual live stream versus what happened on Twitter. But
yeah. Well, see, on the live stream.
Hold on, but let me be clear. So
Okay.
you can end this right here. Well, not end it, but just with that point right there, you're 1,000,000,000,000,000% right. Errol Spence is right in the same space. Somebody saying they're gonna give me what? Errol Spence ain't never got 25 million, and if that was the deal, Errol Spence is 1,000% right to say, who the hell giving us 25 million apiece? Because you ain't never made that, and I ain't never made that. What the fuck is going on? I agree. So we cool on that. We both on the same page. Let's go.
Okay, yeah. So he asked who it was, right? Now, Bud already showed that he was lying because when Bud, and this is what you're talking about. You are just talking about what Bud told you when he did the Instagram live. Bud skipped the part of Errol Spence asking who the investor is. Bud says, oh, well, and I tried to tell him, I had 20, and he told me that he need to get back with Al. He need to get with Al. Well, you left out a part with the part where he asked you, hey, who is the investor? And then you told him, oh, well, let's all just meet up. Let's get together and let's all just meet up. And then that's when Errol Spence said, well, I need to run that over with Al. Bro, I'm not just going somewhere and meeting up and I don't know who I'm meeting up with. That's what Rachel was getting. That's what Rachel was getting
Bert
to.
Crawford was going to pull a John Wick and kill him or something. What you think was about that?
No, but what do you mean? She just explained to you, okay? We all know that Bob Arum came out of his mouth and he said, hey, Bud, he came to me and he said, look, this is who I'm working with. This is who's my manager. This is who is managing me now. Daniel Kinningham. I don't know why Bob would lie about that.
Manage him or advising, because it's different. It
doesn't matter. He came to Bob Arum and whatever he said to him.
Slow down. And I'm gonna let you keep cooking. Managing and advising is two different things, because as Rachel, Christine, Franchon, Christy Mark, everybody who pull up this week, they all said the same thing. We was talking about certain things in boxing are regulated, certain things are not. Advisors are not. So,
but Daniel Kinnahan, any business that you do with Daniel Kinnahan in the U.S.
So now y'all want to
sanctioned.
Y'all jumping me.
But Mark, you know what I'm saying? You're trying to play.
All I'm trying to say is
you can't even buy. No, you can't even buy. I can't even buy a jacket from Daniel Kinnahan right now. Anyone doing business with is what the U.S. sanction is. So it doesn't matter, advisor, promoter, whoever, if he's paying your rent, whatever, all of that stuff, if he's paying you off on YouTube, all of those things, doing business with Daniel Kinnahan is sanctioned by the U.S. right now.
You guys prove that they doing business with them, because if what you're saying is true, everybody going to jail. From Christy Martin, Bash Promotions, Adrian Broner, Terrence Crawford, everybody. IRS is coming to pick up everything.
What does Adrian Broner have to do with Terrence Crawford?
No, we're talking about doing business with BLK Prime and assuming BLK is Daniel Kinnahan.
No. I don't know what anybody else is talking about. Okay. I'm talking about Terrence Crawford. Bob Arum said that Terrence Crawford, right? Whether he said it was his manager or his advisor, I don't remember what the exact words, but he was dealing with. This is who I'm dealing. That's the word we're gonna use. This is who I'm dealing with now.
Fair enough.
He brought him to him and said, this is who I'm dealing with now. Right? So I don't know why Bob Arum would lie about that. Well, Errol Spence heard the same thing. The PBC heard the same thing, that the PBC already had spoke on it. They had to find out if he had any dealings with Daniel Kinnahan, right? That was one of the discrepancies in the beginning.
And for the record, Keon, just to let you know, I didn't like the David Evanesian shit. I didn't want him to fight David Evanesian. I was with everybody else. Like, I want you to fight Errol Spence. So just to let you know, but did I buy the fight? Absolutely, because I knew I was gonna get paid for the fight, and it's tax deductible. I'm a content creator. You get what I'm saying? So to be fair, I bought a whole bunch of pay-per-views that I didn't like the fight. So you ain't gonna win me over. Yeah, I'm keeping a buck with you, G. You ain't got to win me over with. Well, y'all respect David Avenesian?
No, I wasn't even gonna bring that because we talked about that.
You know how I feel about that shit. I didn't want that fight.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't even gonna bring it up because I mean that don't really have nothing to do with these facts in this conversation. But the bottom line is yeah, man, that's what Al Heyman is for. Okay, if you don't want to tell me who I'm going down, who I'm gonna meet up with you and sit with.
I agree.
Okay, well, let me run about my advisor.
My Harvard,
who we talking about
Harvard advisor.
Like that's what I hired him for.
Exactly.
That's what he's for.
I agree with you 1,000,000,000%. We ain't wrong on that.
So I mean, it sounds like that. You know, I know you're a huge Terrence Crawford fan.
No, I'm agreeing with you on a lot of this shit right here. Like,
but you got to hold his feet to the fire with some of this stuff. And he was when he told the story.
I was pissed about it, but I got to move forward. Just like I was pissed about Spence fighting Ugas.
But hold on, Mark. Hold on. Let me finish real quick. It's not about who was fighting who. We passed that, right? It's about if you see Terrence Bud Crawford, you see a lot of holes in his story, and you can pick apart. Okay, well, he's leaving stuff out.
Keon, you say he got to fix them holes,
but he got to fix these holes.
Yeah, he was leaving. We all seen he was leaving a lot of a lot of details out. Just like what I just mentioned, he was leaving things out.
Man, he's not the best public speaker.
Man,
right?
He knows what he's doing. He's not a dummy. Terrence Crawford is not a dummy. When he talks, he knows exactly what he's doing. He's lying. That's just what it is. I mean, y'all don't want to hold his feet to the fire.
Lie though. Give me that specific lie. Give me the specific lies that I can Google, pull it up, and like, yo, that was lying.
I mean, bro, if we all have common sense.
No. Common sense is uncommon.
We all have common sense. Come on, man.
No. Look, not having common sense doesn't mean you are a liar. Sometimes you're misinformed. Sometimes you are.
Okay, well, we just talked about one. He tried to say that Errol Spence never asked him who the private investor was. He just said that he had to talk to Al Heyman. That's a lie. You know that's a lie.
Where's the
like
proof?
I said, if I have a big deal on the table for you, and I'm like, oh man, you know these people, the first thing you're gonna say is, okay, well, damn, who are the people?
But
who are they?
Hold up, it's very possible that Errol, all he did was, it's very possible Errol's.
Okay. If you think you really believe, if you really believe that, all right.
Okay. But me believing it on you not believing it is not the same thing as I can pull it up on Google and it's proven false. That's
so. I mean, it's cool if you think that Terrence Crawford ain't never told no lie. And he hasn't told lies. Okay, it's cool.
My brother,
that's what you really think.
Good brother, and I call you my brother. I got love for you. All I can tell you is who you believe and what you believe was omitted or not omitted from the conversation is not the same as somebody quote unquote lying. If he, because what Errol Spence should have said and what I would have said, especially I got somebody handling my business. Oh, Mark Nash, we got this project for you. Send it up like my first shit with you. Send the email. I need it in writing because I like who is it? Because that's what I'm gonna say. Who is it? Talking to Keon, but I'm talking to somebody who already paid millions of dollars. Yeah, I'm gonna say who is it, and he's gonna be like, okay, blah blah blah. Well, I send it to Al. Well, I need to talk to Al. Hell yeah,
Mark. Hey,
and Errol Spence,
Terrence Crawford. Hey, Bud need to hire you as his publicist because I heard Rachel and Nonito break down the whole business of what he was really asking for, and you still was protecting that man wouldn't hold his feet to the fire. He need to hire you as his publicist because you're doing a great job.
Keon, don't do that. Don't do that.
You're doing a great job for my man, Bud.
Let's be real. They even admitted they gave assumptions. They right here. I'm not talking about them behind their back.
Come on, man, Mark.
They made an assumption.
Come on, man. They taught you. They broke it down and they taught you things you didn't even know.
Oh, when
how about this one, Mark? So there was someone in the chat. Screw the Kinahan thing. Everyone can make their assumption on that.
You taught me something. No, so I respect that.
Well, so someone in the chat said that, oh, it could be a write-off for BLK Prime, right? I think it was Philip.
What can be a write-off?
The amount of money that they paid off Terrence Bud Crawford could be just a tax write-off, a loss, right? You understand BLK Prime actually has their business license in the state of California on hold because of tax evasion from 2018?
I'm listening. Go ahead.
With Uncle Dez, when Adrian Broner opened his mouth, we got so much more information because we were trying to figure out who the owner was. I know who Lala Shepard was. She's the president. She's the principal of a rundown school that is no longer in operation, and also the media relations and BP of BLK Prime. But when he said Uncle Dez, that's where I found where Uncle Dez came from. And Uncle Dez is the same one that has BLK Prime in the UK that is also no longer in business and was shut down. And I don't know everything boxing. If someone had told me, but I would have to look at it again. Did they say Adrian Broner said that he has been talking to BLK Prime since April? And at that time,
Well, I don't know. I don't know how long AB was talking to BLK Prime, but one thing I do know is that AB, he was presented an offer from PBC and Showtime with a Rolly Romero fight with Rolly, and they sent it to him, and he never responded to him. He never responded. They was trying to make that fight, and they was trying to get that fight possibly on pay-per-view. Well, now we know why he never responded. And we don't know, but my feelings is that Adrian Broner, he wanted a very, very easy fight and to get paid a lot for it, and he didn't want to fight Rolly. But I do know that. They did offer him a Rolly fight, and he just never responded. He never got back to him. And then the next thing we know, he was signing with BLK Prime.
I gotta look at it because someone had told me he had mentioned April. And when you say April, and you've been in talks since April from BLK Prime, then Terrence Bud Crawford either already knew about BLK Prime from April, or AB already was in contact. One of them is true, not both. So if someone like AB already got in touch with BLK Prime in April, did Bud already know them in April?
Well, Bud said that he had been talking to them since, first his exact words was, he was like, June, before that. So I say at least since May, Bud had been negotiating or talking to them. At least
so
since
that's
May.
the second lie then. Didn't he say he was just got approached and it took a couple days to put the Avenasian fight together?
Well, that's what Blue Blood said.
Nigga, y'all gonna make me play this live right now. I gotta play it. Man. We gotta break this.
Well,
shit.
that's what Blue Blood said. Terrence Crawford, out of his own mouth, he said that he had been talking to them since before June. That's what he said.
So both can't be true.
I'm losing. I'm losing myself on the timeline. I need to get my pen and pad. And write this down.
No, I made a video about it, Mark. I mean, I'm not. I know what I'm talking about.
No. I'm just saying I did a video about it too, but just going back on, like, I don't do videos about it as much as probably you have, respectfully. You know.
Yeah, he said since before June. So I mean, before June is May. So I said at least.
I think he said
since May.
He actually said a specific month in his IG.
That was his exact words. He said, since before June.
But according to his IG live, though, I'm just saying, only thing you can compare it to is what Spence said in the tweets. And at that point, it's all about who you believe. That's all I'm getting back to, Keon. You get what
I'm saying is what he said out of his own mouth.
Right, bro. And I'm telling you, even going by what he said, the only thing to combat it is what Errol Spence said. And it's all about who you believe at that point.
Errol Spence doesn't know how long Terrence Crawford was dealing with him because he didn't know.
And right. And I get you on that. But Rachel, you did videos before saying he got offered a guarantee. I never heard of no guarantee. And Blood kept saying there's zero guarantee. But you had did videos already saying like,
I don't care. Blue Blood's probably gonna come for me. Whatever. He literally said
I had never talked to you before. but you had already
No,
did,
no, no.
and people were sending.
Yeah, and this is what I'm saying. Bud Crawford said he had April, or well, AB was April, and Bud said that he was before June, a little bit earlier than June. But then Blue Blood said he met him at 7-Eleven, and then all of a sudden this fight got made in 2 days. So
April,
if you already knew the BLK Prime guys,
but say April or May.
before June. So it's, literally years and months before June.
Right. So
Mhm.
right.
Yeah, but the fight
Oh,
fell through when? In October. And when Blue Blood was confronted with the issue, what did he say? Oh, I met him at 7-Eleven, and the fight was made with BLK Prime in a couple days.
You and I both know that's very possible too in boxing.
No, it's not.
Oh man.
No, it's not.
That's how, bro. Mike Williams got the damn Hank Lundy fight. Got the AB fight with BLK Prime in less than 48 hours. I know that for a fact.
But no. Okay. So what you're saying is, wait.
With BLK Prime, like if you independent, if you are independent, Rachel, you know this. If you are independent, you can get a fight made in 2 days.
So, Mark, let me ask you a question.
Wait, everything boxing. Let me wait. Everything boxing. Wait. Hold on.
Hold up. Only reason I know this because I, for one, know this. Like I, as an interviewer, and just in my little space, I had my Hank Lundy interview booked on Sunday. He was the guy that was about to fight AB. His shit got canceled on like a Saturday. On a Saturday, my interview was on Sunday. While I'm interviewing Hank Lundy, Mike Williams Jr., Dad had already sent me his bout agreement on the 21st. The same day I'm doing the interview. Hold on. I landed right here. Hank Lundy is on camera talking to us, telling us, hey, look, I'm going to try to fight it. It's still some things I can do. Who knows? That's why his dad sent me the bout agreement. And at the top, I saw Christy Martin Promotions. That's the first time I knew Christy Martin Promotions was involved in this event because I got the bout agreement. And he said, Mark, I don't know what the fuck Hank Lundy talking about. He still might be going in. We already signed, homie. We fighting AB on the 25th. He said, but don't say nothing until they change it in box rec. So I knew when I was interviewing Hank Lundy that Michael Williams Jr. was gonna fight him, man. I wasn't at the liberty to put that information out there. And if I'm lying, I can get when Mike Williams Jr. come on for fight week, his dad gonna tell y'all I'm not lying. I just couldn't tell y'all that. That wasn't my place to break the news yet. But I still had an interview with Hank Lundy, and Hank Lundy got hope. I don't want to pop his hope balloon, so I'm just telling you, man, that shit was moving fast, and it was moving that fast. Mike Williams was signed on the 21st. That's the date of the text, the email, and the bout agreement that I got with Chris Martin at the top. I'm just saying, independent, so it's easier.
Are you ready?
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry.
Okay. So you're talking about two different things. One is Bud Crawford got Avanesian, who was already signed to another card, and they had to contact the promoter. They had to pull that card from the promotion. They had to pay off the opponent, and then all together get it approved by the commission. Get a promoter that's approved by the commission to have his his promotional license.
That's not fair.
To throw the event, book the event, etc., etc.
He's already official. His promoter's official. Rachel, you know that.
Who's promoter?
Tom Warren.
Frank Warren. Yeah, I know. But what I'm saying is you cannot pull out a fighter within 48 hours and schedule an event in 48 hours. Okay. This is why I'm saying it, because they had to negotiate with a contract that's already on with BB of C. So the same thing won't happen with with Lundy. What happened to Lundy, they had to double back for the BB of C. They had to pay off the fighter they already signed to the contract and have him agree to release the contract out of any liability for pulling out of a valid contract. That negotiation has to go down. Then, in addition to, they have to get the Commission of Nebraska to approve the fight, and then also have the venue locked in, all in 48 hours. with a time difference.
I tell you what, it was easier to get Avanesian approved than it was to get Michael Williams Jr. approved. And I just know that, just knowing what I know.
Michael Williams, the difference in the two is that Michael Williams Adrian Broner was already signed to whatever commission in whatever state. That event was already approved. So were the fighters. So was the date. It was already approved. The only thing that they had to do was send over the new opponent and get him approved by the commission. But everything else was already put in line.
Is it possible that the Terrence Crawford shit was already done too, but we just didn't know because it wasn't public and nobody was Googling and searching what was going on in the Omaha Athletic State, Nebraska Athletic State Commission? Is that possible, or am I just pipe dreaming?
No, but I'm saying if you're going to say it's a couple days is 2. You're going to tell me that you did all that in 48 hours.
I'm telling you, they did Mike Williams Jr. in one day.
Not the same, Mark. It's not the same because you already have an event that's already approved. You have one side of the opponent that's already approved. You have the promotion that is already approved. Christy Martin, she already put in her promotional license. Why do you think it took 2 weeks for anyone to find out who was walking that paperwork? When I found out who was walking that paperwork, I called him and asked, and he's like, "I'm walking Bash Promotions."
Oh, okay.
It wasn't done in 2 weeks. It wasn't done in 2 days. It was not built in 2 days.
I don't believe it was done in 2 days neither. I don't
That's
even know.
what they said.
His exact words was,
I would love more information on that. But in my opinion, I do know how quick Mike Williams signed, how quick he was offered, how quick he was signed, and he was just like, wait. And I do remember talking to people from, I don't want to say too much, but fuck it. I was talking to people from Christy Martin Promotions, and that was before I had my interview with Christy. And we were talking about, hey, look, I was talking to the commission, blah, blah, boom. And it was almost like, remember how you was talking about that letter you had to write, Rachel?
Mm-hmm.
It was almost like the way it was explained to me, like it was almost like how they was talking to the commission. It was like, hey, look, the kid, his record is this. He only got 1 loss, blah, blah, blah. He was fighting at a weight he shouldn't have been fighting at. He fought 7 times that year. It was almost like they pleaded a case for, like, we got to let this guy get this chance and this opportunity. Like, don't think like we just sending somebody in there to death because nobody want to lose their damn license. Like a lot of people forget when you do these boxing events, they mention doctors' names too. Doctors that were putting their license on the line, like the commissioner here, Dr. such and such, and and the vice president here. Like, we skip all of those names and we just go to the fighters and the promoter and the records. But but that guy had the guy I'm talking about was having to talk to. And Rachel, I hit you up offline. EBT, I hit ETB. I called you EBT. God love. Oh shit, I don't call this man EBT. I'm sorry, bro. Put a case on me. I ain't mean it. All I was trying to say is Mike Williams wasn't even their first guy. Like, it was some people they tried to reach out to that was like, nah, we're not fighting AB on short notice like that. It was, but they got Mike Williams Jr. They sent that shit back ASAP. Let's go. But even it was still people from the Christy Martin Promotions that had to talk to Georgia State Athletic Commission. It was like, yeah, man, what you mean he can't? Yeah, he deserved his fight. This guy the guy only got 1 loss, and they basically was talking to me. Now, granted, I don't know for a fact that they had to say this or write a letter, but me as an interviewer and a person, like, I'm picking up what they putting down. The way they're explaining it to me and the way they're talking to me off cam is like they're telling me, I can almost hear it, like, you rehearsed this or you had to say this before. You've had to talk to somebody and say these exact same things to make sure this kid gets this opportunity. And who knows, he might go in there and shock the world on February 25th. Shout out to BOK Brown. I'm gonna be in the building. It's in Atlanta. It's in my city. I gotta be there, Keon. I'm gonna be repping heavy too. Repping heavy. I'm gonna shout you out too. I'm gonna give you a drop.
Nah, we might. I might be out there because, like I said, you got to.
Don't tell me that, bro. Don't tell me that, nigga. Bro, that's my birthday weekend too, bro. Pull up.
Well, now what I'm saying is we have an Airbnb out there anyway, so I might be out there because I need to, go check on it and everything.
Man,
So I don't know, just depends.
Keon, pull up. I'm gonna take you to a couple gyms too here and introduce you to some fighters and some trainers, bro.
Yeah, for sure. You, I've been meaning to holler at you because I see you do music, and my cousin is big in the music industry out there. He best friends with the Brat and everybody, so like she be at the crib kicking it all the time, like, and yeah, so I didn't know you do music until just recent. So yeah, I'm gonna have to link you in.
Holla at me, man. Shit, I'm about to start working on Franchon Cruz EP.
Yes, for sure.
All right, let's pass it around. Go ahead. Go ahead, Donaires. I see y'all are off mute. Go ahead. Y'all got something you want to
add? No, not really. No, yeah. I'm just saying, like, the magnitude of what a Terrence Crawford fight is supposed to be, filling out Omaha, all this other stuff, like that. It's not possible to make the fight in a couple days, like what was reported, and it's not. It's just not. I mean, you're telling me how much work Christy Martin had to do for a replacement fighter. We're talking about Terrence Bud Crawford.
Third replacement for AB, but
third replacement
for AB though. Who's a bigger star? Is AB a big star or not?
No, not at this point.
I think
absolutely not.
But they can't put him in the Phillips Arena. AB fighting it where the Atlanta Dream play at.
AB is not a star.
AB is not Terrence. He's not Terrence Bud Crawford. You're gonna tell me that you could put
people say Crawford ain't shit though. My nigga ETB over here. I'm about to call him EBT again.
Did I ever say that? No. AB is nowhere near the level of Terrence Crawford at this point in his career.
You say Terrence Crawford that can't sell. He ain't fought nobody. Everything boxing.
He can't. Bro, you're talking about Adrian Broner in 2023 and comparing him to Terrence Crawford. Terrence Crawford can't sell when you compare him to Errol Spence's and the Gervonta Davis's and the Canelo Alvarez's and Deontay Wilder's and those type of fighters. Yeah, he don't sell, but he's asking for more money than they asked for.
I don't know about that.
What do you mean you don't know about that?
He asking for more money than Deontay Wilder, bro.
I mean, he's asking for he came to the table asking for over 20 million guaranteed.
Yo, Rachel said that shit too tonight. Says like you got to send me the paperwork on that.
Like, come on, bro. I mean, we know that's your favorite fighter, dog. Come on.
I need some receipts, fam. Like, because I've heard that on YouTube channels, and some of these people are YouTube daddies. Keon, believe it or not, you are a YouTube daddy. Like, you are a YouTube daddy. You got a lot of sons out here. And people will pull up on my show. Well, I was watching Everything Boxing tonight, and he said this. And I was like, did you check the sources? Did you, like, where he get it from? Where is these facts that Terrence Crawford asked for $20 million? Even when I heard people say it was 20, I heard 15, I heard 10. I've even heard people say, oh, he had a contract to fight Errol. It was a rematch, and then he was going to fight Jamil if he won. If not, it was going to be a trilogy. If he got 2 losses, like none of that shit has been verified. And when Terrence did the like I said, Terrence been doing most of the talking for himself.
Small hats.
And I don't know how good that's been for his help and to his detriment, I guess.
It never heard of it.
But I never. But when they asked him about it, he said, "Oh, what you mean?" He said, "Who told you that?" Brian Custer looked shocked. He was like, "Well, I had a PBC representative."
It never heard of it.
Because Brian Custer didn't say a name of nobody or what their level is or what they do. A PBC representative could have been a PBC cameraman. You get what I'm saying?
Small hats.
So who?
I can't say who. I can't say who.
Well, holler at me offline, Rachel, and you can ease some of my fears and pains, and I can change the narrative for what I'm doing without even changing the narrative. I'll just stop throwing the ball over the fence. You know what I'm saying? I'll stop throwing the ball underhanded. How about that? You get what I'm saying?
Well, I'll just say this, right? Where I heard it from is somebody that has a direct relationship to Terrence Crawford.
Bomac or Bernie.
Nope.
It gotta be it.
Nope, and that ain't it.
His wife Isha.
Bro, I'm not telling you who it is. You know what I'm saying?
I'm being facetious, bro. Like, you don't got to say yes, no, or maybe to any of it. All I'm trying to say is it's no verifiable source.
Well, it's a verifiable source to me.
Or online about it. And I'm positive.
All right.
You know what I'm saying? So I would think somebody would have shot me a conversation like, bro, look, I'm gonna tell you, because they hit me up about everything else. And they be like, bro, shit, like between me and you, this what's going on. He was offered $20 million. Anybody I ever heard that from had already.
No, I never said he was offered. I said he was asking for it.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Didn't his cousin or his sister or someone say that he was offered?
Never heard of it. I never heard
It's
of
on
it.
Twitter. It's on Twitter.
I need that. I promise y'all. Like, if that what you guys are saying is true, it didn't hit my radar. And
I'll ask my people if they have the screenshot. I don't know if it's deleted by now, but I'll ask my guys if they have the screenshot, because his like nephew or cousin or something was like he was offered.
Somebody did a video on it, sis. If what you saying is true, everything
No, it was
on his shit. I know he followed Terrence Crawford. Every post.
It was his nephew or cousin.
Okay.
That said that. And then
said Terrence asked for $20 million.
No, he said that he was offered a guarantee. Where the narrative is that he wasn't ever offered a guarantee. He was offered a guarantee. Now, say you don't like it or not, but you were offered a guarantee. You can't leave that narrative out of the storytelling.
But nobody has said that was involved in negotiations. Like, Steven didn't even say that. I would think.
Well, what do you think Steven was telling you when he said that he had several contracts,
sir?
Several different contracts that they sent to him.
Sir, Arrow didn't say that. Derrick James didn't say that. Nobody said.
Steven Espinoza said it. Arrow and Derrick James ain't been talking about the situation.
They have talked about it several times.
Now, come on now. Errol Spence talked about it one time on Twitter. Right, that you heard.
He talked about it in interviews. He talked about.
Why are you doing everything you can to like take up for this man, and you don't want to admit that he did nothing wrong and he could have did anything better? Come on, dog.
Look, sir, I started off with saying I agree.
Nah, man, you can't. Don't do that, man, because you've been this whole time. Every time somebody tells you facts, you trying to debunk it.
No. Now we having a different conversation. I was very transparent from the beginning.
Bro.
Telling you I didn't like this, I didn't like that. If I could interview him, I would have asked him this, I would have asked him that. I don't know if you missed that or you weren't on the panel yet, but I thought
I know what I'm hearing though.
But I said it while you was on the panel.
But I know what I'm hearing right now, what I've been hearing.
No. I don't know. It sounds like it's Groundhog's Day. I agree with y'all on certain things that I thought could have been done better. I agree with y'all where, hey, it's some holes missing. Shout out to Tim Bradley.
But he got to fix these holes.
Yeah, it was some holes in there. I was like, damn, man, I want to know about this. I want to know more about the lawyer that was representing you without your permission. Like, I've been very clear on that, Keon.
We're not talking about that right now.
Yeah,
that's not what we're talking about.
While I was trying to ask a different question.
No, but you continue to move the goalposts, and then you go and see. I know what you're doing, Mark. You know what I'm saying? You're pretty good and you're pretty slick, but you ain't that good when you're dealing with me. You'll walk somebody around the block and try to get them off and try to get people off of the main point what they're talking about.
Bro, I'm the one that stayed on topic. I made sure we stayed on topic and bring it back home every time. What you talking about? You kind of was the one that kind of distracted me from my whole point, because you tried to do a summation and make it like a Martin Nash thing instead of we talking.
I'm saying, what is your point? What is the point?
You don't distract me. Like I said, you just spent like 45 seconds to a minute just trying to distract me and derail me from.
Well, what is your point? What is the point that you're trying to make?
At what point? Because
I'm asking you. You said that I'm trying to get you off your point. What's your point?
That's what I'm saying. Was I talking to you or Rachel? What point was I answering right then? Before you started cutting me off with Mark, without so many
The
words.
point is she's telling you that he was offered an offer. We both telling you that I have somebody directly, right? Directly close to him that's telling me these things.
And what did I
She's telling you the same thing, and you trying to, oh well, we
brother.
need to see, we need to sit down and talk to his grandmama and see, because I ain't heard. Oh, come on, bro.
No, your reply. Hold on, look, that sound cute for the audience, but
I mean, come on, bro.
All right, well, I see now you're doing that. But look, all I'm trying to say is this: your reply was his nephew or his cousin. That's what she said. I don't think his nephew or his cousin is sitting in negotiation rooms. All I was trying to say is, hey, if y'all want to tell me offline, that's one thing. Because I don't know, Keon. All I know is what's been put out to me public and what's been told to me privately. Now, if you guys have some different information, I'm open to accept that. Now, if you have different information that you can't tell online, which is what you said, you was like, man, I can't tell you that. I can't tell you that. How do you want me to hold you? How can you accept me to bite debate on that when you telling me I can't tell you that, I can't reveal my sources, I can't reveal? You want me to bite on the source that you telling me you can't reveal? All right, well, shit. Well, holler at me offline. Maybe tomorrow's episode, after I talk to you, I would have a different perception. But right
Okay,
now,
I pinged you who told me
okay,
that you can't read it out loud.
I won't read it. I won't read it. Peter Khan. No, I'm joking. She didn't say that. She didn't say that. She didn't say that. All right, well, checkmate. I ain't got shit else to say. This is a done daughter for me until I have a whole conversation with Rachel offline. You know what I'm saying? Checkmate. I can't argue with that. Rachel, you see how easy that is? You see how easy that is? That's somebody who's involved. Shit.
Yeah.
Hey, that's all I'm saying. Everything, Boston. Like my brother. Like when I talk to y'all brothers and y'all, I just see your show. You see my show. I think I've been on your panel once. This your first time on my panel, but you know what I'm saying? It's all love, bro. Like we ain't got to disrespect each other because we disagree about this.
I didn't think nobody was disrespected on the show.
You never did. You never did.
Oh.
That's what I'm saying. You never did. I never did neither. That's
Yeah.
what
not at all.
That's what makes us special, bro. You know what I'm saying?
But what I was trying to get at is, right, like me personally, right, I was told by somebody that personally has personal conversations with Terrence Crawford that's close to him, right? The people that you named wasn't it. But I also told you before I even mentioned them, because I'm not going to tell you who it was, right? But I said, well, Steven Espinoza said it too. He said that Bud Crawford he sent him several contracts.
I'm listening. Like I said, I'm here to learn, bro. Like I don't go into any of this shit thinking I know it all. You know what I'm saying? I listen every day.
So Steven Espinoza is directly involved in the business. He is the one that's doing, a lot of the business dealings with Bud Crawford, trying to get him over to PBC and make the fight happen. If he told you that, I mean, you heard that. You heard him say that. But then you came back at me with what? Well, you didn't hear Derek James or Errol Spence say that. Derek James and I said, well, Derek James and Errol Spence haven't been talking about the negotiation like that.
But bro, you heard Steven Espinoza say Bud got offered X amount of dollars.
No, I heard Steven Espinoza say that he was offered that he sent him several different contracts.
But did you hear a guarantee though? Because we was talking about a guarantee when you brought that up. Where's the clip of Steven Espinoza saying Bud turned down 20 million, Bud turned down 15 million? Like Steven.
Well, they never offered him a guarantee of 20 million. That was the problem.
What was the guarantee they offered him?
No, well, the original conversation.
I saw it to you.
I believe they offered him like 8. It was like somewhere around like 8 million or something like that.
Where's that at? Did he say that publicly?
Did he say that publicly?
Yeah.
No, he didn't say that publicly. But like I said, I talked to people behind the scenes, man.
Hold up, but that's a rumor that a lot of people heard, but nobody can show me where.
But the bottom line is, whether he was offered 8, 15, or whatever, he was offered a guarantee. The bottom line, he was offered a guarantee.
Allegedly.
No, it's not allegedly because I know he was offered a guarantee.
Where's the evidence?
I just told you I talked to his people behind the scenes. He was offered a guarantee, Mark.
Okay.
And he didn't want to take it.
I'm listening, bro.
It's not allegedly.
Okay. Well, if you say
his own people are not gonna lie on him. Because they were like, yeah, you know, they should have offered him more. He ain't taking that. But the thing is, whether he liked it or not, he got offered a guarantee.
Is that $8 million for one fight, $8 million for two fights? Or is that $8 million for the trilogy?
Like I said, I don't know exactly what the guarantee was. Like I don't know what the dollar amount was, but he was offered a guarantee.
I see a lot of people in the chat putting $8 million. Rachel, you want to speak on that and to what the chat is saying?
That was one fight.
Okay. All right.
One fight, and the budget was 15, 17 net max mil for the entire fight card. For both of them. So they would have had to split that plus the back end.
Go ahead, Bo, Key. Anybody want to jump in?
I mean, I got 5%. I'm about to my juice about to die all the way out.
Man, I enjoy this shit, man. Keon.
Yeah. No, it was a hell of a cook, man. It's a hell of a cook.
I like the conversation too.
Yeah, it's just, you know, hey man, I love it. It's just, you know, we all here to learn, and you know, shit, we can all learn from each other at the end of the day, you know. And you know, Rachel and Nonito, they in the game. You know, we trying to learn from them. We all trying to learn from them.
Absolutely. But everybody's contract and everybody's situation different, because every fighter don't have a Rachel Donaire in their corner. Let's be clear on that. You know what I'm saying? So we all here to learn. But hey, look, man, chop this up. Cleon, put this shit out there. Just don't call it everything boxing pulls up and cooks Mark Nash on his own channel. Don't type it.
I ain't never did that like that. Yeah. That ain't my style. I don't do that.
Give you a strike. I'm gonna give. Hey, look, I'm gonna give you a copyright strike, and I'm gonna send you the receipt, nigga. I'm like, you can't make no diss videos about me with my content, nigga. I'm gonna send you a strike. Y'all gonna call me the police, but it's all good. It's all love, bro.
Yeah, all love, man. Great show. Salute to everybody on the panel. Bold. I didn't get to chop it up with you, but salute to you, Rachel and Nonito. Salute to you, King and Queen, and my man Mark Nash, man. Like I said, definitely, man. I'm gonna holler at you though. I'm gonna holler at you.
Hey man, I want to work with you, man. I got some good ideas, man, as far as like branding and things I can help out with, even with the intros and outros and little drops and shit.
Definitely.
Plug your dope ass channel one more time with your Terrence Crawford hating ass nigga.
No, I mean, I'm
fucking with you, my brother, man.
He needs to fight Errol Spence though. Hey, bro, and if he don't fight Errol Spence, he needs to fight some tough competition. I want to see the best fight the best.
Would you accept Virgil Ortiz?
Huh?
Would you accept Virgil Ortiz as his next opponent?
Next? Oh, definitely.
Okay,
that's a great fight.
Mark, don't be trying to change the narrative. He can't fight Virgil Ortiz. You know that.
Yeah, he can't fight it. But I'm saying if it were to, yeah, of course. I think that's a hell of a fight.
What if you fight Alexis Rochinez? What would you?
Trash.
All right. Well, look. Let me put the rankings on. I know you got to go. Keon, can you see the screen?
If it ain't to me,
hold on. 1 and 2 are busy. They both taking the Errol Spence fight. Who would you accept for his to be his mandatory? You don't want to see him fight Cody Crawley, Giovanni, Blair Cloud.
He can fight Ugas. Ugas is a good fight.
Number 9.
I don't give a damn what ranking he's at. Ugas is a hell of a fighter.
Okay. So you want to see him so you would give him credit for fighting Ugas after Ugas got his face broken by Errol Spence. But you
I don't care, bro. I'm a boxing fan. Ugas can fight.
Okay, but you don't want to see him fight Alexis Rocha coming off a knockout win.
Alexis Rocha ain't on Ugas' level. Cut it out.
I just want to record you saying this. Thank you.
Will you record it? You know what I'm saying? Run that shit back. He's not on Ugas' level. Not even close.
All right. We got it. Plug your dope ass channel one more
But
time.
yeah, man, appreciate you. Yeah, y'all can catch me at Everything Boxing.
Shout out to my brother Keon. Appreciate you, big dog.
Bye, Keon.
Shut up, Rachel. Get out of here, Keon. Up here. Bye, Keon. Bye, Keon. Thanks for agreeing with all my talking points.
No, you know what's one of the things that I like to do as an exercise is literally like if you did a 5 million guarantee, right? If you take out your calculator and you did a 5 million, fuck, I'm gonna have to go to the whiteboard for this shit. If you did a 5 million guarantee,
Hold up. Why I got to be the white board, sister? Why can't be the black board?
because I don't have blackboard markers, I only have whiteboard markers.
Whatever.
So if you were to do a 5 million, hold on, a $5 million guarantee, okay?
See, Bo, God didn't even like what she was about to do. God kicked off the show. I didn't do that. That was her. Bo, you still there or he got kicked off too? Bo was like, man, I'm just up here chilling, man. I'm up here kicking it with future Hall of Famer. All right, let me read what they sent in the chat. Somebody said, good evening, everything bossing. He said, like, as in, like, go away, nigga. He said, just for joking. She said, did you kick me off? Never hoid of it. Nah, you just hung up. Let me drop the link again. I wouldn't do that to y'all. No. I don't know Terrence Crawford like that. I know y'all. Like, my loyalty's always been clear. You know what I'm saying? You fuck with me, I fuck with you. You know what I'm saying? Simple. My loyalty is very simple. You fuck with me, I fuck with you. You know what I'm saying? Nah, I ain't kick you off. Go ahead. Nah. So let's go back to your racist ass board. Let's go back to the white board, sister.
Oh my God. All right.
All right, I kicked off that time. Now she kicked off. God damn it. There we go. I'm joking. Go ahead.
No. So if you, it's really simple. Like people don't understand these guarantees and what's behind them, right? So I want to make it really simple for everyone.
They ain't gonna be able
and
to
if you do,
unless you gonna cam up and show the board one day. Like I'm gonna let you know this is a late night show. These motherfuckers be drinking, smoking weed. We can run through it, but maybe I can get somebody who
it's really freaking easy. So if you take a $5 million guarantee and let's just pretend that your threshold is 300,000.
Let's do 10 million. 10. We got 10.
Okay. 10 million with a 500,000 threshold. So threshold means what you're going to get on the back end, any of the pay-per-views, right? So in any case, if you do 10 million with 500,000 threshold and you make money, a 70-30 split on 500,001, then and you don't know if you can make that sellable. If you can't, you don't believe you and your opponent can break a 500,000 buy on pay-per-view, then you'd rather take the 2.5 million, which is half, and say I want a 70-30 split on 150,000 households. Make sense?
Nah, say it again.
Okay. So if your threshold is at so if your guarantee purse is at 10 million and you're like, I want 70% or let's just make it 50. $10 million guaranteed with a 500 homes threshold, which means you get $10 million up front, and then the rest of the other money you're going to have to make, right? So you only make 50% on 500,001 household, right? If it is less than that, then you only walk away with your 10 million. Fine.
I'm with you there.
Okay. But if I
what about the undercards and everybody else though?
They don't take on pay-per-view shares most of the time.
Yeah, but it's still part of the total budget for the fight, correct?
Correct. But what we're talking about is thresholds. So if I was a fighter that knew we were going to sell, let's just say 700,000 homes, 200,000 over, the
That's
500,000
a
threshold.
lower number, so it's more realistic because
You
nobody's
said 10 million. Now you're.
But I'm just saying, like, the only reason I said 10 million because that's a purse that was put out there, or you get what I'm saying. But nobody was talking about anybody selling 700,000 buys. We never said anything about Terrence Crawford. Like, I put the 10 million because they put that number out there. They said 8 figures. But
I
even
know, but it doesn't matter. You can move this number any way you want.
all I was trying to say too, even with that number, we don't know if he got a signing bonus just to be the first guy to set it off. Like, we don't know if how much liquid they started with to pay him. Like, hey, look, even if you if you sell this much and the venue holds this much, if you sell this many pay-per-views, we don't know what the liquid was. Like, maybe the 5 million that they paid him up front was, we got 5 million just for you to be the face to get this shit started because you are a champion. And then the other 5 that we paying you is off of what we made. But we got 5 million capital, like, just to throw away on you.
If they have it to throw away, but most of the time what they do is they work on the budget and then figure out how much that they would have to recoup, right? So even on the 10 million, if you go 10 million at 500,000 homes and you're like, okay, well, I'd rather take a higher guarantee because I don't know if I can fucking hit the 500,000 homes. At least I'm guaranteed the 10 million. But going at a $5 million guarantee and the threshold being at 250,000, making 50% actually nets you more than taking the $10 million guarantee up front. But that's if you know your numbers. If you know you can sell more than 250 or 500,000, you play accordingly. Because at the end of the day, if they sell 700,000, both situations being involved, the 10 million and the 5 million, the 5 million will make more and surpass the 10 million because the threshold is lower.
Okay. Shit, I'm learning. Like I said, I'm here to learn.
So it's knowing your numbers. If you don't believe you can actually sell the households that's on the threshold and really the 70-30 split, the 50-50, the 60-40 doesn't fucking mean anything if you can't make the threshold. Like you can get a $10 million payday, but you're not going to hit the threshold, then you walk away with 10 million. That's fine. You could argue, you could say, I'm going to take 5% because I know for a damn fact we're not going to make 500,000 buys. Cool. I'm good with that. I'm good with just walking away with my 10. But if you know your numbers and you're willing to gamble it and take half and take it at 5 million and do a 250,000 threshold and make 50% off that, you surpass that 10 million guarantee.
All right. Well, shit, while I got you, you got to give me your take on the fights we had tonight. I'd be remiss if I didn't ask you that. Did you watch the fights tonight?
No, Nito did.
You didn't watch the ESPN card with him? What was you doing? You was with the kids? You just chilling? You was like, man, I don't really care about it. Don't affect us.
Okay, honestly, I was on a cast that was talking about Passport Brothers.
Oh, yeah.
Do you know about that whole thing?
Some foreign hoes. Talk to
Yeah.
me. What's your take on that? Let's go.
So, I got like Nonito basically had heard about it, and Philippines is in an uproar because apparently there was this podcast that pretty much degraded the value, the education, the of the women in different countries because of passport bros. And by doing so, saying that they're uneducated and can't speak English, they got backlash. And one of the countries that they spoke of was the Philippines. So I was talking about it and basically gave like from my perspective, and actually, by statistics, um, the Philippines is one of the countries that have a very high English rate. So you can go without me and be fine. Um, a lot of the jobs that are required need a college education, even in retail, even in the food industry, etc. So it was this fight about, I guess the quote unquote bullying of African American men that were getting pushed out of their comfort zone of being with African American women, and so they were finding other partners in different countries, and unfortunately, instead of fixing it within, like, okay, what am I doing, what are you doing, how do we fix it, they kind of deflected the topic to degrade women from other countries. And I wasn't okay with that. Um, so yeah. So for me, especially if you haven't been world traveled, when you've never been to the Philippines, like how are you going to speak about what the
Slow down.
Philippines?
Slow down. Who
What
said
happened?
that? What they said that what now? As far as the women?
So what they said is that that African American men who are disregarded as toys um, are going out, getting passports, and marrying women of different races. They specifically said the Dominican Republic, um, Thailand, Philippines, and there was another country. And a lot of women from these countries are coming after the women that said that within this country, within the U.S. Basically saying it's not our fault that you don't know how to treat your man right, and now you're coming at us telling us that we're uneducated and that we can't speak English and that we need them because we don't have any other choice or other option. Like basically,
That,
instead of
that's false. That's true. That's totally untrue.
correct, which is why I was talking on it. Because if you've been world traveled and you've been to the Philippines to speak on the country of the Philippines, you would know that they are the most hospitable, speak English from the get, literally is taught it in elementary school. That's one of the subjects that we are taught. And they are educated, but you're seeing a lot of the Filipinos now clapping back over at the women that had said that about them right now. So there's a fight internationally with these women that had said this about there's Dominican girls that are coming after them. There's Thailand, there's Philippines, there's other countries. I think Brazil was one of them too. That's basically clapping back at what was said that they're uneducated and can't speak English. So yeah, of course,
Yeah,
like
I've heard
you
some
know,
women say, yeah, passport bros are like they're predators. You guys are predators. You guys are trying to do something to these women. They from poor countries and they don't speak English, so you guys are taking advantage of them, type shit. And you said that's a myth. That's not true.
not. I mean, I can't speak for the other countries. I haven't been to the DR. Or any of the other countries. I've been to Thailand, but I didn't get very much experience because I was locked in the Olympic
The
Village.
Philippines, women from the Philippines are very educated. They actually are more educated than the men. You know what I mean? And higher education, and from what I know from just living here in America, like my wife's a nurse, and some of the women that she work with, like they have sponsors. They're Filipino women. They're nurses. They work right there side by side with her in the OR, and yeah, like they have sponsors over here that brought them over from the Philippines because of their nursing background in OR, and they working right here in Grady. Like it's the only trauma unit right here within a certain mile radius. And hell yeah, the Filipino women getting it in. So that's not necessarily true with the women.
Yeah. So I mean, that's just basically the fight that's going on. And what I had said was, if like because they're going back and forth, literally on TikTok, YouTube, everywhere. They're going back and forth, and a lot of the U.S. women are saying like, well, you don't speak English, you're uneducated, you're this and that. We need that, you need them. But they're also saying, like, all right, go play with our used toys. We don't want them anymore. Like degrading African American men, right? And it's like it's a weird thing to me because if you throw out a man out of your home and degrade him and take his self-respect, I don't have a say as to where he finds love. And I feel like it's like they created a racial divide again, which was unnecessary. If you didn't want him, what do you care where he sticks his dick next? It shouldn't. It really shouldn't.
Oh yeah, we're going to members only. Let me click this button. We're going to members only. I love it. Let's go. Let's talk that talk. Let's go. Yo. Yeah. I agree. I couldn't agree more. Bo, you still there? Or you wanted to sleep?
No, I'm still here.
Okay. Now you said it sounds like it's a racial divide there, right? Do you think it's just some bit of black women just don't want people like if I can't have them, you can't have them? Because let's be honest, you can call it I use toys or whatever, but for you to have that passport, you're not a felon, so you're not no big bad drug dealer, murderer, killer motherfucker. You ain't get boo boo off the block, or you know what I'm saying, whatever nicknames they got for Ray Ray or Pookie and Ray Ray. You didn't get Pookie and Ray Ray. You got somebody with some money, some wherewithal, has a passport, has the means and the checkbook to go overseas, stay, and like I think that they call them used toys. It could be discounting the quality of the men, you know?
Exactly. Well, I mean, like, so I did a bunch of research.
He just didn't settle for you, boo boo. He moved on.
Exactly. And I will say 100%, both me and Nonito, whatever my exes do after this, I can give a rat's ass. If they're happy, they're happy. I'm happy for them. But I'm not gonna, like, it's almost as if the way that they're speaking is, if you're not with me, I want you to castrate yourself.
Nah, that ain't about to happen.
But you know what I'm saying? Like it's like you're not allowed to find happiness, and these men are finding happiness, and it's this type of weird jealousy. And instead of confronting the issue at hand, you're going to deflect your anger and resentment over to a woman that is making him happy.
You think it's that matter of fact, go ahead, Bo. What's your take to that? Before I say anything else. You want to jump in?
Nah, but I do have a question, but I can save it for another time or whatnot. So I wanted to ask like on. I mean, is this like pertaining to the Doniers? I mean, I was gonna say like, you know, don't need to have been boxing for like about 2 decades pretty much, and
yes,
and I know, you know, you probably coming to close to retirement soon. So my question is like, as far as
no, he's not. He about to fight another title. That man about to fight for another title. He said he ain't quitting until they tell him he gotta quit. You ain't see that other conversation we had? He was like, man, I ain't. Like, man, he was like, they always say, man, you 40, when you gonna quit? He said, never, motherfucker. like I quit another time. Like, man, I can go back and be champion again. I still got my skills, my wherewithal, and these motherfuckers at 118 can't beat me. Okay, anyway, beat me, but I can beat the rest of these dudes, man. Like, I got a plan. These dudes, I'm about to be a 5-division champion. So I don't know about that part, why he just about to quit in retirement.
Well, I'm just saying, like, one day you're gonna have to hang him up soon, right? But what I see from a lot of boxers, right? You know, they've been doing it forever, and sometimes, you know, boxers is not gonna want to let it go. So my question is really like, are y'all really prepared to the the retirement day? Because the reason why I ask is because, for example, somebody like Kell Brook, right? It basically came out that he was on camera doing something and he apologizes, but he said he was stressed out because he hasn't fought in a while and he's trying to battle the whole thing of being retired and everything. So I just wanted to know, like, are y'all prepared for the day, like when he just might to hang him up one day, to the point that maybe that might be a tough thing for him, like, is it going to really affect something that he really probably don't want to do,
So I think for Nonito, what a lot of people, I think a lot of people on YouTube realize this, is we're homebodies. We don't, he doesn't super live for like the glamour of it all and the claps and the glory. And that's what a lot of people live for, right? They don't know what to do without it. I am going to keep Nonito within the business of boxing, so he's not away from it. Like, it's not cold turkey. He does he does ringside photography, he does photography outside of it. He does he trains fighters. And I think with him still living his being within the same environment and not just cutting him out completely is a huge key. So 100%, he has both of those avenues to explore. He's exploring it now with Dylan Price. He's, today he went over to the Top Rank gym and was coaching Dylan Price against some of the harder fighters over at the Top Rank gym. And he enjoys it, so I see him moving in that direction. I feel like some of these other fighters, don't it's hard to not be around the people that you have been around for decades. And when you do that, I think that's where these mental breaks come from. And so him doing the ringside photography and still being within the game of boxing, still being able to utilize his brain, that's a huge thing. Because I think if you're not using your brain, that's when you start having problems as far as not solving puzzles, dementia, all those other things that happen. And that's when you start to age. So he's more than I'm already seeing him move towards mentoring, coaching, in that retrospect. And I want to get him back into ringside photography, and still have him be excited for the game of boxing, even though he's lending his talent in a different way.
All right, appreciate that.
Yeah, so back to these passport bros. You are all for it. Like, hey man, if you can't find, you don't feel like it's not enough women in your own country, no matter where you at. Like, how do you feel about that? Will you specifically say, I'm done with Filipino women, I want some white girls, or I want some Asian girls, or some black girls, or whatever? Like, when you specifically say, I'm doing that for, like, how do you feel about that?
Well, I feel like a lot of them, the reason is because of the fact that some of these other countries that we're talking about, specifically the Philippines, is very family oriented, very, very family based. We are not so much trained, but influenced that a household runs with a father and mother. And that is what it's supposed to be. We don't have divorce in the Philippines. That's not actually a legal law. There is no divorce. You have to go through the churches to get an annulment, and it takes like a decade. It takes forever. So that being, yeah, there's no divorce in the Philippines. Go look it up.
Oh, so what happens then? Like, I don't love you no more. It ain't working out. I want to be with somebody else. How does that work?
You can separate, but by the eyes of law, you're still married. And
marry somebody else?
I
want to marry somebody else. I don't love you no
No,
more.
no,
Ah,
no.
I'm
You would
stuck.
have to get a full annulment from the Catholic Church, and that usually takes 10 years.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
I'm learning. I'm learning tonight.
Yep.
Don't get married in the Philippines, man. I'm stuck with you for a dime. I need to get married in California or Vegas.
Yeah. And so, like, that's the thing is that I think, there's some ways that I think the Philippines is still backwards for sure. The divorce law, I think, is, but I do think that it gives the foundation that you have to stick it out. Like, you have to figure out your problems. Um, the fact that during COVID, when we were released from COVID lockdown, there was so many divorce rates, like, is alarming. It tells me that you literally are doing a 9 to 5 job, and you have coffee with your significant other maybe for 30 minutes to an hour in the morning. You leave for your job, you come home at 6 p.m., you have dinner an hour and maybe another 30 minutes, and then you go to bed. We have a lot of distraction. But what COVID showed me is that people don't know how it feels like to be 24/7 with a person that they married 5 years ago. They don't know who the person that they're married to right now, and they lack the connection and the communication skills to progress their relationship and not distract themselves.
Hmm. I don't know.
Hey, Mark, I'm gonna go ahead and hop back in the chat. I appreciate you having me on.
Yeah, it's on members only, so it ain't no more chat for you.
Okay, cool.
Unless you sign.
Okay. That's cool. And I appreciate talking to the Donairs as well. Look forward to talking and chopping it up with y'all again.
Yeah, you too. Nice meeting you.
All right, same here.
Yeah, man, I enjoyed Bo. Bo was cool, man. Bo was cool. All right, so the passport bros is cool. I remember, like I said, I remember having a sister people. She was like, they prey on women with low economic standards, low education. I was like, well, I think Ludacris' wife was a foreign sister, and she was working on her PhD. I don't know where he met her in the States or if he met her overseas, but yeah, she was working on her PhD, about to be a doctor. Ludacris like, nah, you good. and kind of stopped her dreams and goals. He was like, I just want you to be my wife and love me and blah, 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 blah. And whatever they got going on. That doesn't mean she's not an educated woman. She speaks her language and this language. You get what I'm saying?
No, there was this one podcast that, that this whole situation had dropped on. And what they were saying is it family or career first? And a lot of the women on the panel were saying it's career. And he goes, okay, well, the women from the other countries want to raise a family and families first, because that's what it is in our country, in the Philippines. Um, and when you do career over, when we talk about, okay, so you're graduating college possibly at the age of 24, 25, and that's if you didn't change your major. The amount of people that can safely have a child after the age of 35, because you're starting to dwindle your options, right? Is less. It's a high risk pregnancy after that age. And you also don't know if you're going to have any biological issues on getting impregnated immediately. So what the standard or what their expectation is, or what your priorities are, and the priorities within this in the US right now is, I'm an independent woman, I'm a queen, I'm this, I'm chasing after my job, I don't have time to have a kid. By the time you're ready to have a kid, you're 28. Now you're going to go look for a husband at 28. It's going to take you a couple years of screwing around with different guys on Tinder to find that guy who wants to marry.
Oh
But now
no,
we're looking at
hold on,
30.
Rachel. You gotta go through a whole phase first.
Who unless you're already dating like someone in college that understands your timeline, You're meeting people when you're ready. You're like, okay, now I'm ready to settle down. Now I'm 28. And 28 is giving. Because if you graduate at 24, 25, you're not at the height of your career yet. You're looking at you need to have time in 3, 4, 5 years till you're making the money that you want. Okay, well now I'm ready to find a man. You go find a man. He's not going to propose on the first date. You're looking at 1, 2, 3 years down the road. Now you're 33. You have 2 years until you're a high risk pregnancy, and that's if you get pregnant on the first time you decide to have a child. Because if these women are smart, they're on birth control pills or they're using protection. If they're using protection without hormones, it's easier. But if you're on hormones, you have to be off those hormones for a certain amount of months before you can even be viable to receive and impregnate. That's excluding if there's any biological issues with you getting pregnant, implantation, et cetera, that if you have a problem with implantation and you need to do IVF and all these, that tax on another 2 years and $10,000 a pop, $15,000, $20,000 a pop every single time you try to IVF.
Damn. I didn't even think of
But
that.
these other women, so in the Philippines, you're graduating at the age of 16 from high school. They have about 2 years over you. And then, if they decide to get married, I've seen many women in the Philippines drop their careers for the chance of being a wife and caring for the household.
Right.
And
Dave Chappelle got a whole bit about it when he was like the Philippines men are the head of households for many of the households, and they travel abroad and they send money back home all the time. And the men there are emasculated. He said, and here comes Manny Pacquiao. You know what I'm saying? A man's man. And he said something about gay people and they take his shoes off. They took his Nikes from him. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
So,
but I mean, listen, the accountability factor is missing.
Speak on
I'm not shaming these women that want to do their career first. They want to do me first. That's fine. But if a man at the same age as you, at the age of 25, wants to have kids, and you're not ready, and he goes and finds a woman, regardless of race, nationality, or citizenship, she wants to raise your kids. She's more than willing to stop being a registered nurse and stay home and raise your children. Why are you attacking that woman that is giving that man a dream?
what you mean they're attacking a woman though? Giving them a dream? Like, you don't think that's a little extreme with the way you kind of worded that?
No, because if he's not happy, if you're not providing him an opportunity to make babies with you, right? Because you're like, I need to be making 100,000. I'm only making 70. I need 3 more years. I need to be 30, whatever. And you're expecting this guy to wait. And he's like, no, I don't want to wait. I want to have kids now. Apparently your goals are not aligned. And he's like, all right. He goes to another woman. She says the same thing. Goes to another woman. She says the same thing. Is it wrong for him to find his happiness with someone else who is more than willing, regardless of race, to fulfill his happiness?
Hell no, because something happened to Mrs. Nash tomorrow. I'm gonna be the first one in the Philippines. But I ain't eating that bloat. What you call it? Boulette?
Balut.
I ain't no balut. Under a pale bloom, under a pale moonlight. Come on, baby Nash. Come on, baby. Eat some of the balut, baby. Yeah, it's gonna get you hard. We gonna fuck all night. No, I don't want no balut. Just give me some shrimp fried rice. Give me a shot of some whiskey, some rum, some tequila, whatever. But I mean, like I eat everything on your body, but I ain't eat no damn Daffy Duck raw eggs. What's up, HOD?
What up? What's going on, Mark? Hola, Rachel. How we doing?
Interesting conversation.
I love it. I love it, Mark. This was what we were talking about earlier today.
My brother, I told you, HOD, I got you, man.
You know, this is and I mean it's a little bit off the topic with what happened to the Tate brothers, but they speak a lot upon how the alignment in this country for the uh, uh
Hey, y'all
for
cook
the
up and y'all hold it down now. I'm gonna step away for a quick second. I need to get some water
Yeah.
and I need to go to potty.
You need a
we
rose.
didn't
Go ahead.
we didn't need it we
You
didn't
said,
need
hold
all
on, hold on.
that.
You said I need to do what? You said I need to what, Rachel?
You need a rose.
Yeah, you already know what I need to go do for real.
You need some Depends, bro, so you can get put on the show, man.
See, she was respectful. See, now I gotta kick him out of the classroom. Rachel, you gotta hold it down by yourself. I'm kicking this nigga out of here. No, I'm joking. Go ahead, HOD. I'm a big boy. You got it.
But it's just that the alignment in this country, and I have nothing wrong against the women want to become educated and career driven, but it totally throws offline what the atypical conventionalness of what of raising a family and a man of head of household, and for some odd reason the masculinity in this country is any type of form of masculinity is toxic now, and so I hear what you were saying about the passport bros, and I guess you could hear the comments from the women who are just definitely hating on the other women from other country, because just like you explained, their views and their alignment and their priorities are to be a wife, wanting to have a family at an earlier age, regardless about their career or not, because it's what's most important, and as it should be. I mean, in this country, unfortunately, and a man's value is only determined by his pocket. Well, hell, man, a 20-year-old guy, a 25-year-old man, his value is shit. He's still barely getting educated. A true man's value in this country, he's not making his bread till he's in his 30s.
Yep.
But yet a woman's value is established at a young age just based on her beauty. Period. That's it. Nothing else. You don't have to bring nothing else to the table. I'm just beautiful. I may be dumb as fuck, but I'm beautiful. And I'm valuable. And yeah, you are, because for a man, the value of a woman just right off the bat would be her beauty and her youth. She could procreate. She can have kids. And as men, well, ours is just that we have to earn it. Well, shit, by the time we're 35, these women at 20, they're still doing the whole phase. And it was hard to find a good woman in this country. It just is, to your alignment.
Oh my God. HLD, did you there's I gotta find who I was listening to, but before I went on this other guy's panel about it, he was like, I want you to look at this guy, and he died. But the African American women that went on his panel were making like 30 grand a year, had 3 kids, 3 baby mamas, 3 baby daddies, just living a reckless life. And they're like, but I deserve a high value man. And I'm like, we talked about it on this panel. I'm like, what? What are you giving him? You, first of all, you already got ran through. And then you have baggage, and you expect a man, right? So we're talking about 35, who has his own house, his own car, making good money, etc., etc. And you believe that you should be able to get this man with what you're offering. And what are you offering? Like, because most of these women that were on, I gotta send you the show. It's crazy. They were saying, well, I'm beautiful. And it's like, okay, but what else do you have? Did you get a degree? No. How many baby daddies do you have? 3. Okay. And they're like, well, I just want to stay home. I deserve this life. I was freaking so confused, yelling at this podcast that, the guy had already passed, but how are you talking like this? And they're like, I'm a queen. I'm like, you ain't a queen. Act like one then. Why are you like one of them? Was 27, has a daughter. She's on this podcast asking for advice on how to find, her expectations of a man. And then she's like, I gotta go soon because I gotta drop off my 3-year-old cancer survivor to my 80-year-old grandma because I'm gonna go out tonight.
What the hell?
You know what
It's
I'm saying though?
it,
Like
it
this.
it's bad, Rachel. It's bad in this country, and I don't know. It's the culture is bringing these young girls thinking, and you said it right on the money. Oh, that it's about getting educated and be career driven and blah blah blah. By the time you're done with all that, you're almost 30. You've been a hoe for over 10 years. And I'm sorry for the double standards, but it's a double standards between a man and a woman being a hoe. It's just there's just a difference, and the value that is put upon for a woman who's been run down the merry-go-round versus a man. Is it unfair? Well, yeah, that's how it is, but it's very different. I think the value of a woman, when a man looks at a woman, he looks at her past. And when a woman looks at a man, she's looking at the future, what he's gonna bring onto the table. That's the way we are, and that's a fact. We want to know if what you've been through, yeah, and how that's gonna affect my future then. So, in this country, we have strayed away from the family oriented thing and the value of family, and men have in part to blame to that too, because they have also done their part to devalue women's place in a home. When that's, to me, I think it's probably the most important job of any family is the woman taking care of a home and the kids, because that is that's everything. Nothing else really matters.
Well,
But
this is
men,
interesting because the guy that was on the podcast that I went to, this is the third time I've heard this because I've asked people on a back chat that no one saw, not a chat, but like a Discord, members only Discord, and I was like, so explain to me what changed in the decades of the value of family. And all three of these groups, separate groups, told me it's when the government told them that if you're a single mom with kids, we'll give you education, we'll give you financial support, blah, 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 blah. And these women push their men out on the streets so they can get the government paycheck. I don't know how true it is. Mark's gonna have to give us, a little insight, but I've heard it from 3 different African American male groups that said that was the destruction of the family within their community because they were getting paychecks from the government to push out the men.
I think it's beyond just I mean, and the African community. I think it's overall in this country. I mean, I'm Puerto Rican, and I see it. I made a comment earlier, and they're like, "Yo, the women are just they're not family orientated, and then have no skills of anything about a household. Don't know how to love a man and support a man and the things that a man needs. I mean, and it sounds like I'm trying to be in the 50s, but the thing is, there are different roles, and I don't know if that's how it is in your household, Rachel, but I know that I grew up in the world. Yeah, that's the man has his role as to be the provider, the protector, and whatnot. And I'm not saying that the woman is not to bring in her half of the of wanting to do whatever she does for her career, but there's a dynamic that in this country that has been separated to the point that we don't need men. As women they don't need a man. And then when they up their values in their careers and they're making good money, well, I mean, women are hypergamy by just that's just the way we are naturally wired. And so you're looking up for a man who's going to be, if you're making $150,000, now you're looking for a man who's making $200,000 to $300,000. Well, how many men of those are out there?
1 to 5% of the population.
If that, and then I mean, and we're just talking about like numbers of making money. Are you gonna like them? Are they cute enough for you? Are they tall enough for you? Are they whatever? Are they of your same race that you want or not? I mean, it's just it's complicated, the whole dynamic of what of marriage, and because it makes everybody in this country very disposable, and I'm gonna look for the next one, and that's how it is now, I think, in this country. And that's why I don't blame any of the men who are using the passport way of looking for a wife on a traditional side. And yeah, if he's making more money, that makes him more valuable, in the sense that he could provide to have a family, and these women from other countries are gonna value him for that. And now, like I said, there's not to say that there haven't been, pieces of shit men out there who have undervalued the role of a woman as a wife, a household maker or whatnot, or even if if she is working, but because he's making so much more, he undervalues her, and that is a true problem out there for these motherfuckers who do that. So I'm not saying that has not happened, but for most men who are trying to want to have a atypical family, it makes it very hard in this country. I mean, it's just very hard. There's very few women out there that you can say like, wow, that's a good woman. Rachel, you're a good woman. A girl behind the mic, good woman. Women like yourselves, that I'm like, man, you can tell that you're just different from the rest. You guys are that 1%, and it's hard for a man in this country to find that. And so if they have to go to another country and find that to be happy, so be it. And these women who are hating on it, that they're taking our men and all that bullshit, will learn how to be a woman for a man here in this
Do better.
country. Yes.
Yeah, and that's what one of the guys on the panel, they said. They're like, "Oh, you're just looking for this and that." He's like, "I'll tell you what we're looking for. It doesn't matter what race. Femininity." Because the problem with, I don't know what it is and when it changed, but the queen, I'm a queen, has almost changed to thinking that they need to be masculine. And the masculinity scares off a lot of masculine men. Nobody wants to be married to a masculine.
Nope. And there's nothing wrong with a strong woman, because I love an educated, I love an educated woman who knows her shit. She knows how to direct. I got no problems with any of that. But when it comes then to coming to me, I need my baby girl. I don't need a. I saw somewhere like, I don't need, I'm already had to handle the world. I don't need to come home and have to handle my wife. She's battling me too. You know what I mean? I would need my partner, my sweetheart. You know what I mean? My peace.
See how you said sweetheart, though? A lot of these women forgot how to speak to a man, right? So if I was to be like, HOD, what we're gonna do is we're gonna go out to the club. We're gonna take down a whole case of beer together. Like, fuck this shit, blah 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 blah. And yeah, so I'm gonna take care of this bill because I don't need no motherfuckers to ever, take care of me. Let me show you how I do. How attractive is that?
It's not. They, look, unfortunately, it is so easy to find all these. How they got fuck boys. Well, no, all these women are fuck girls. They're so easy, and that's fine. All right, so that's it. But that's as far as it goes, because I don't want that trashiness as my wife. I don't want all that shit. And they don't get that. A man it's hard for a man to want to be romantic and wanting to be chivalry and all that stuff, because the women don't act like the type of women that want that type of stuff. They act like you
No, they
said,
say I can
masculine.
open my own door. I can open my
Yeah,
own door. My husband still opens the door for me, and I appreciate it every
absolutely.
time.
You see, so there's a disconnect because Rachel, because you yourself, I consider you to be a very dynamic, strong, educated woman, very empowering. Yet you understand the balance and roles between a man and a woman as far as your relationship goes, and your marriage and how it is. And I see the same from Nonito. You just said it. You still like to be, you know, the nice guy to open the door and to pull your chair and to be the protector and whatnot. But these women nowadays here in this country, it's very very different. I just don't get it. It seems like we're it, it everything I believe that it has to do with being a man in this country is trying to be stripped away, trying to produce weak men, and I do see that everywhere. A bunch of moist men, and if a man stands up and is square and he's just trying to, he's toxic. And a woman who's trying to be masculine is independent and strong. And it's like there's a role reversal going on that is very weird to me. And so I understand
Well,
these
I,
these
I think
these
one of
men.
my question was like, okay, because a lot of these women are like, well, so I don't need a man, and I'm like, okay, so why are you looking for one? And why are you upset that these men are looking for other people to fulfill their happiness if you don't need a man? In addition to, if you don't need a man, are you now turning to women?
It's an okay option nowadays.
It is an okay option, but just let's be honest. Like if you're saying you don't need them, they're your used toys, then why are you upset that I'm playing with your used toy and I'm really happy with it?
Because they know deep inside that that's what they want and need, but unfortunately they don't know how. I mean, we have I know for a fact, and I'm already seeing it, the generation of women in their late 30s, 40s, some in the 50s, who who were that school, career driven, uh, climbed up the corporate ladder, did all the traveling in the world, and they thought have all the money in the bank, and now they're in their late 30s, in their 40s, and they're realizing how empty they are without having a family, without being able to have their own. And I'm not saying that's for all women, but there's a lot of women who do yearn that. And if they didn't, they end up realizing it when it's too late. And it's a lonely existence. And I feel bad for a lot of these women because you can see it that they're not happy no matter what. You can only buy so many, Gucci bags or whatever the hell. None of that's gonna make you happy. So
Well, and that's the thing is that like I keep saying femininity is lost. You can still be that, that boss bitch in your career, right? But the way I talk on YouTube, the way I talk to, promoters, sanctioning bodies, and other managers, etc., and even my work, my career outside of boxing, is not the way I talk to my husband. You hear us talk like cute, cuddling, Mark putting a case on it all the time, playing the freaking you porn music or whatever. Like it is what it is. Like the thing is I know how he will treat me like a queen because I treat him like a king. There's
exactly.
no way he's gonna take like because I have a mouth and I'll tell anyone off, but I'm not going to talk.
She said she got a mouth.
I do when I used it. I used it earlier when you all were talking. But
I'm back, and that's why he sleep.
yeah, he's good and relaxed. He's good.
Shout out to Donaire. That's why you the king. That's why you come to the Hall of Fame. My wife would be so shocked. She's like, I can't talk like that up here. I'm like, man, even if it ain't true, just say it. It's entertainment. She was like, no. I'm like, all right, well, get out of here then. But
yeah, but he, but the thing is that I know how to be feminine with my husband, right? If I, like I said, if I talk bar talk if I talk the way I talk with other guys in the industry, in boxing, and am very masculine, my chest puffed out, that's not sexy to him. That's not attractive because he wants a feminine, not a masculine. And I've been able to compartmentalize that my business is separate from my relationship. You can do both, but the problem is that women stepping into this, the role now of being able, having the freedom to make the decision, don't remember how to balance the two roles you have to play. For example, take out Nonito, take it to my parents. Do I talk to my parents the same way I talk to promoters and do contracts? No.
That's a loss. I think there's some there that what you're just saying right now, Rachel, is something that needs to be spoken more upon, and it's gonna. I mean, I think the damage in this country is done for the past at least maybe 3 generations, and it's only gotten worse and worse. And so, how do we turn that around? It's gonna be very hard because it's what's pushed out there, as how women need to be, and you see it everywhere you go. You see it on these chats and panels, and it's how do we fix that? I just don't even see a way to fix that unless it's a whole entity of this country wanting to re-promote, family stuff.
It's accountability. Nick Rich said that all those passport type chicks ain't no better. That's fine if they're not better. But the problem is that we need to fix the perception of the women here. And if the perception here is angry, jealous, resentful, and degrading their men, we need to do better. You cannot deflect to any of these 90-day fiancés or anybody else. There's a reason they're going out there.
Nick Rich, call in.
Why don't you look in the mirror? Huh?
I said Nick Rich, call in. Damn.
Oh.
Yeah, Nick Rich is a sister. You know what I'm saying? She's a woman. The name is Nick, but she's the woman in this picture. She had to change her avatar with her and her husband because everybody kept flirting with her every time she pulled up. She had to change her avatar. Like, I am taken. Here's my marriage picture, I guess. But she is a woman. I want to say something you got, a couple things you guys were saying in my absence. Because I know people were gonna say, Mark, you just gonna let him say that? You're not gonna say nothing? I just want to talk about a couple things that you guys brought up, and I think it's key that we can't act like it didn't happen. The black father was purposely and creatively and taken out of the household. Like when you was talking about the Section 8 and like, hey, look, we're not going to give you benefits if you have a man in the house. It started with, we're not going to give you benefits if the father's still in the house and he just can't afford to, we just can't afford to provide. No, then it went from like, you can't even have a boyfriend, like you can't have no help and get help type thing. So that came up, that started that whole I can do bad by myself type movement. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, Mark, but even then, that started before that because the men weren't taking care of business.
No, bro. No, it didn't. It all started more or less around the same time, and that's that crack epidemic. Like, that crack was pumped in the black communities. It wasn't pumped in no other communities like it was pumped in our communities. And the CIA was involved. This ain't Mark Nash saying it. This ain't no conspiracy shit. This triple C's. This the Contra shit. Like Freeway Ricky Ross is still alive. His story is still there. They got shows and movies about it. Like this shit is a fact. You can Google it. Yes, the CIA was involved in bringing cocaine in to North America, and mainly pumping that shit into black communities. That shit spread quicker and faster than they ever thought when they start making crack and freebasing and shit like that. Like freebase turned into crack because freebase motherfuckers were blowing themselves up. Richard Pryor got caught on fire. Put a case on it. But no other community ever since the birth of this nation, has been targeted like the black community. I'm just saying, like, so I would be remiss if I didn't say, hey, look, man, y'all motherfuckers, like, y'all.
I think as the minority community being of most.
After I let y'all talk for like 40 minutes right there, uninterrupted, HLD. You ain't even let me finish, but go ahead. I'm a yield. But just remember, I was quiet for a long time. I let y'all.
You were taking a dump, bro. Come on now.
Whatever I was doing, nigga, I wasn't taking no dump. I did.
I mean, that's not the same, man.
But I sat there and chill. But go ahead.
I understand what you're saying, Mark, but yeah, maybe because of being the minority of most, it's shown to be like as being the most affected. But all that shit affected all minority communities into one form or another. In Puerto Rico, it's the same fucking thing, man. I mean, we're trying to act like it's the same shit.
Let me bring my sister Nick in. We're talking about being targeted by the government, though.
Yeah, we've been targeted. Who the hell does cocaine? I mean, it's an island.
Who is we? I thought Puerto Rico was Americans too, so it shouldn't be no we.
You know what? Wait, what you mean we? Yeah, we in Puerto Rico on an island, separated from the country, as far as being connected to the states. Where does all the cocaine come from? Where does all the other shit come from?
From Puerto Rico, bro. I'm just telling you, the blacks in America were targeted more than the Filipinos in America and the Puerto Ricans in America. That's a fact. Like I don't even know if we arguing that.
No, I'm just saying that
I can't argue that because I don't know.
I'm sorry. Let's go ahead, Rachel.
No, I'm just saying I can't argue that because I don't know. I didn't grow up that way, so.
But you grew up in California, though, right? You know the gun laws changed in California when the Black Panthers start walking around with guns. That's what changed the laws in California. When black folks saying, "Oh, legally we can hold guns," it was like, let's change this up. Let's go to Nick Rich. 321. Where's that at? Where's 321?
At Central Florida.
Okay, Florida. Always some crazy shit going on in Florida. Y'all got the wildest governor.
Yeah, Florida man is not my cousin.
Nah, that's your governor now. He governs you. You will respect DeSantis. I'm fucking with it, HOD. Leave her alone. That's my sister though. Hey, Nick Rich, thanks for pulling up, man. Shit. You're a visitor. You're a visitor and a guest on this one.
Hello.
Nick Rich, you heard me when I said I was like, she had to change her avatar just to let these motherfuckers know she was taken.
That is true.
Yeah, they were just flirting.
It as a deterrent.
Yeah, they were just bothering.
Is the deterrent working because he changed it?
No, it's working a little bit. At least they think she's the guy in the picture.
They think I'm the guy now. They think I'm
they think she's the guy in the picture. But yes, bro, when she just had that picture of her with the little slick back, all she had was like her slick back. And I was like, oh, she's gorgeous, skin glowing. Everybody was like, so what's up with that boss, though? I was like, hey, man, you know her husband's with her right now in the car. They have an agreement. She can watch this show, but you can't be flirting with her right in front of her husband in the car and be like, yo, get off this panel, shawty. You know what I'm saying? This is over.
That turns a lot of men on anyway.
That turns you on. You a coke. What they call it? A cook or coke? Hey, look, HLD shit. Who knows?
I'm the single guy, man. What are you talking about?
Hey, Rachel, that's us with the green band walking into the island for the first time. That's us green banders. Like, oh my God, you flirted with my wife, nigga. Take this green band. This your first time. But talk to us, Nick. Thanks for calling in. HOD, I'm gonna mute his mic so he won't keep cutting you off. I'm the only one that's gonna be cutting you off. But go ahead.
Well, I definitely agree about the toxic femininity that we witness here in America in terms of the role of what the woman should be in the household and what the role of the man should be. Those things are definitely an issue within this country. And I definitely can relate to some of the comments in regards to women wanting to be treated as and revered as a queen when their character and their lifestyle isn't that of a queen. You know, they're not making queen type moves. So I get all of that. But it was just a comment in general because I think there was like a generalization, if you will, about, hey, I understand why these guys are going after these visa foreign passport type looking outside of the United States to find the type of woman that they're looking for, because a lot of women from other countries, you know, they're reared differently, their mindset is differently, and they're family oriented, and and they value their husbands.
And she's gonna appreciate me giving her this American lifestyle.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, she's gonna respect me. She's gonna be like, "Thank you,
get
baby."
all that. And I was just saying, hey, you know, it's not always sweet when you're dealing with that aspect of it too. And I just brought up the situation. I've watched maybe about 3 or 4 seasons of 90 Day Fiance, and I know Rachel mentioned, oh, you can't use 90 Day Fiance to deflect on the problems that are here, and that wasn't a deflection. That was just an example of it's not always sweeter on the other side of the street either. There are issues with the mentality of women globally. I don't think it's just an American problem. Just from what I've seen, a lot of women are opportunists. They will play the role. They will put on the smile. Yes, sir. No, sir. 3 bags full, sir. Just so they can come to America and have a different type of lifestyle. And they're willing to acquiesce, and they're willing to adapt, and they're willing to give up anything and everything just so that they can have a better standard of living. So is that love? Is that, you know, or is that just another way of coming up? You know what I'm saying? So it's just one of those things that you just have to find a careful balance in making generalizations about women in America versus women abroad.
Well, I think that the argument was based on, like I said, you know, yes, there are situations that there are going to be women that's going to chase the green card. There are, and there's also ones that are going to want that love, right, and that respect. But at the same time, these women in these other countries, they didn't ask for this fight. So when the fight got brought to them, when they were named, when on that podcast where they were like, these women from the Philippines and Dominican and Thailand, they're uneducated. They don't speak English. They need our men. So you can play with our used toys. We don't care. It's degrading, and it's humiliating when we are in a time where we're supposed to be uplifted. This is our time to empower women, and you're degrading another woman that you have never met. You've never even been to her country, and you're stereotyping your false narrative because you are upset that your ex went over there, and whether it may work out or not is his life after he walked out the door from you. So why put that on that woman and that society when she didn't ask for this? That's what I don't think is fair. For anyone to say the Philippines is uneducated or we don't speak English is a falsehood. And whoever listens to that podcast will believe it to be true.
Nick Rich, please reply to that.
First of all, you just hope that any audience members are educated enough for themselves, or at least have enough common sense to not just take the word of somebody that's speaking on a panel on YouTube as biblical truth. You know, for every opinion, there may be a counter opinion.
Right.
So when we have sweeping generalizations of some chick running her mouth and saying some foul stuff, yeah, you can direct the resentment for that conversation to that particular person because that particular person is being ignorant at that moment. But that in no way is a reflection of all women in America. Whoever
Oh, no. This conversation is literally back and forth, hashtag passport boys. Like, they're on TikTok. Like, these women that are speaking very vocally against the women that the passport boys are marrying are the ones that are countering and going back and forth and, just going like, what I feel is the only way to correct this is for a woman like yourself, Mark, who's married, other men that are married, that are saying, hey, listen, they're not the problem. Okay. If your problem is with black men going there, then your problem is with black men. And what is the communication barrier that is dealing right here in front of my face? Your face and my face has nothing to do with the girl that he is now with. And that's what I'm always solution based. So how do we fix this without degrading anybody else? And I'm not saying the whole population of African American women. I'm talking about the ones that are clapping at the Asian and the Dominicans and all these, and them going back and forth on TikTok, right? And literally doing freaking videos of their response to the response to the response to the response on a war that was created by naming these countries.
Right. Well, hopefully, and I don't even want to say hopefully. I seriously doubt that kind of stuff is going to be some kind of major campaign and it's going to take flight. By and large, there have always been a segment of black women that just cannot stand the fact that a black man will go to a woman outside of their race. That's just a given. There's no questions about it. There's no way of, you don't have to tiptoe around it. There is a segment of the population within the black community of black women that will straight up have a fit if a black man dates outside of their race. That's just what it is. So, but with that being said, because of those people and their mentality, and them spewing their toxicity, just in my opinion, just let it be. Allow them to be fools. Allow a whole bunch of, 100 full of cackling, angry people, stirred up, mad up about life, blaming their problems on everybody else except themselves. If they want to congregate amongst themselves and have a roast fest and be ignorant, I don't think that it's something that requires a whole lot of attention. Sometimes when you don't give things a lot of attention and you don't feed into it, it either dies down or it'll quickly dissolve on its own at some point in time. Those people, it's no different than a racist white person that literally does not want whites to interact or date or marry a people of color. It's the same thing, but do we have to have like these major campaigns and trying to stomp these people out and weed these people out? Or do we just call their ignorance for what it is and keep it moving? I'm not one to really try to go around and change people's ignorance because I end up losing a couple of brain cells arguing with people about their ignorance. If someone wants to be enlightened about love in general and loving people in general first, that's a conversation that has to be had, because you can't you can't dictate to these people, you can't legislate to these people, you can't regulate these people, you can't do anything to these people to change the ignorance of their mentality. So if they're ignorant, they're just ignorant. And how much time do you put into an ignorant, stupid argument? You know, I for one stay away from black women that have that mentality. I don't like it. And even within the black community, as a black woman, you know, there's a thing called colorism that some African Americans face within our own community against other African American women. So, and I don't even want to go there because that's a whole nother can of worms. And I don't, there's no one else on the panel that's a black woman, I don't think right now, you know, that can kind of, you know, speak on that issue with me. But there's just a lot of hate in general. Hatred comes in all shapes, size, colors, creeds, forms. It's pick a poison, and there's some kind of way for you to find some sort of hatred, and that's just a group of people that are releasing the ignorance and the anger and the hatred that's within them in their own space and trying to change their mentality. I think that would be an unfortunate waste of time.
Let me bring in my guy.
So as far as like as far as colorism, Filipinos are the same way. There has been campaigns where we're supposed to, you know, lighten our skin. We were colonized by the Spaniards for hundreds of years. And to this day, you know, a high nose bridge and a white, unhealthy white, is valued. And it's only been within the last 5 years that a large group of us have decided to speak against bleaching our skins. There was even a freaking TV ad that said, "Oh, you didn't get the job, it's because you're too dark." That still happens right now in the Philippines. And for me, maybe I have too much time, but it's I feel like they're ignorant because they don't know. And at the point that I give you that education, then and you decide to do what you want with it, then yes, you're a lost hope to me. But my hope is always going to be that even when my husband does his, you know, university Sundays, that's talking about accountability, talking about different things on how to improve yourself. There might not be a lot of people watching it because they want to talk about boxing, but there's going to be that one person that will change their life. And when we can change them one at a time to inform them, it's up to them if they're open to receiving the information. But saying what the fact is and how to fix it, then we can change one life at a time. That's fine. At least we tried.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, see, in that situation, you have he has his own created space in which he can educate people. But if you're going to engage in a bunch of ignorant women on TikTok going back and forth with their own little campaign about, hey, black men are dating foreign women, you know, that may not necessarily be the space to try to create a change. So, yeah, I'm all for change. Educating people. Yeah. Yeah, you definitely, if those opportunities present themselves, it's them presenting themselves in the correct space.
Yeah. No, and I don't know these women that are going back and forth. I was just only called upon because I am Filipino, and my reaction to it, I don't have a dog in this fight, but at the same time, I was offended, but I'm also not going to spend my energy doing reaction of your reaction to my reaction and all these reactions. My whole thing is always a generalized statement on how do we move forward? How do you look at yourself in the mirror? How do you have accountability? How do we change this? How can we change the society and the thinking? Because like I said, 5 years ago, it literally was okay to tell people to bleach their skin, like take bleach and rub it on their skin to get them as white as possible. And it's taken a little bit, but that it's not me going back and forth with someone on TikTok. It's me speaking and continuously speaking until the change is made.
Yeah. I understand.
Nick, I got you. While I got you, while Clip's getting set up, he just walked in the crib, rocking with us. I got you. Take your time, bro. Get set up. You're gonna probably, hey Clips, you need to beam back in and switch to the laptop from the phone. That's cool too. Nick, I got you. I'm gonna drop the link again for you, Clips. And it's a members and mods only type of party. Like if you're not a member or a mod, don't click my link. Or unless you're a woman now, of course, women, like, yeah, you can click. But it's like the club. Ladies free, men gotta pay. You know what I'm saying? Nick Rich, you know how I go.
Man, it's supposed to be equal right. What's going on here, man? That's 2023.
Ladies are free. Y'all fellas gotta pay. You know how I go. Now, granted, if you a Hall of Famer boxer or future Hall of Famer, oh yeah, you can click the link and yeah, we're gonna let you up in here. You know what I'm saying? If you're a future Hall of Famer, like, who am I? Rachel, no need to. Nick Rich, you see how I did it there? Like, ladies,
Absolutely.
yes. Members,
Absolutely.
yes. Hall of Famers, yes. Professionals in
Yes.
this business, yes. Or if you're a white lady, I'm gonna let some white ladies up here too. So you could, if you just an innocent old white lady, you're like, well, I just watch your show and I'm a white lady and I don't know nothing about. We can let you up to too because you're white. You know what I'm saying? You heard me with my Dave Chappelle voice. You are a white.
You see how women's value is determined over men so easily just because you got a box and you're beautiful. Come on, for free.
Hey, look, I don't know if they're beautiful now. I just need to know if they're a woman.
But if you're a dude, you got to be making some money, or you got to be well established.
I don't care if you make money or not. You just got to pay $2.99 to be a part of my conversation tonight.
HLD, just identify as a woman tonight. You good?
That ain't gonna work on this show. Look,
I'm afraid that Mark would go for that. I don't want to open that door, man.
Now, you know what? HLD is like that cousin who act different around you when other people come around. Like, why you got to treat me like that in front of the donors? You know, my brother, man. Don't act like that, Rachel D. HLD, do not act different because Rachel and no need to. Like, why you got to do me like that? Come on,
hey,
bro.
man. Presence of the ladies, you know.
You get it too. Yeah, man. Ladies and free, fellas gotta pay. Just like at the club. You know what I'm saying? Ladies free, niggas y'all gotta pay. Nick Rich, I gotta get you to speak on something that I spoke about earlier. When they was talking about the women in this country and the way the women in this country, like, I don't know if I worded it wrong for my brother HOD, but I was like, yo, the black father was taken out the household purposely with design and government things, and crack was introduced to the community. It was put in our community. Like, am I tripping or am I just trying to shoot some gas? I just know it was a time where the black men in my community wore suits. They were leaders in their community. They was inventors, and it was at the point where they took the black father out the household. Can you speak on that? Because you've been around, you know what's up.
Mm-hmm. Well, one way to degrade society is to attack the family. And one thing about America and its history is that the majority of Black people that are in America are descendants from slaves. I'm not going to say everybody that's a Black that's in America came here on a slave ship. But I'm just saying the majority of the Black population that started this country, they were brought here on a slave ship. And even when we were in slavery, or when Black people were having to endure the lives of slavery, the Black family still wasn't something that was cherished in terms of keeping it together. It was easy for a family to be bought and sold and split up. So that cohesive unit wasn't always a pillar in the fabric of Black people within this country. And then once there were some freedoms allowed where Black people were no longer slaves and people were able to move a little bit more freely in life, you saw the Black family coming together. You saw communities coming together. You saw people trying to build from the ground up, from nothing, starting over, starting from scratch. And you also have evidence of time and time again where that family unit, that Black family, that nucleus, that unit had been attacked from outsiders. So you had mentioned just even within recent times how the Black community was targeted specifically for drugs. the Black community was targeted in terms of government benefits.
Housing,
It's
redlining,
housing,
gerrymandering,
exactly.
voting.
It's a situation where you're earning less than minimum wage. You have a mother, 2 children, and a husband. They need shelter, obviously. Okay, but in order for you to receive this shelter, it has to be a single parent household income. There can only be one income. And a lot of times, for financial reasons, a lot of women and a lot of men either did not marry or decided not to marry, or was in the house but not in the house, just for financial gain. And actually, I know of some people personally that have done that as recently as within the last 20 years. I know of a person that received the Section 8 benefits, if you will, and was living in public housing. And she had already had maybe like 2 or 3 kids at the time. And then she met someone, and she used to kind of sneak the guy over into her house, because the unit that she lived in, or the apartment complex that she lived in, I mean, it was a situation where they had like neighborhood watch, if you will, and they were spying on people and wanting to call the front office because you had a man in your household. I mean, that stuff does happen. As within recent history. So this is not something that happened a long time ago. So there have been a lot of programs that have been created to attack the family. And if you attack the family, you can rock the core and the foundation of a society in terms of making it weak. And these are just things that we can't deny and can't overlook.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. It's a whole documentary. Michael Moore got a documentary called Sicko, where and these are Caucasian people, where they got a divorce because it was more affordable for them to just, live together as basically girlfriend and boyfriend. But legally, if we stay together, our benefits change. You get what I'm saying? Like, our health benefits change. That whole shit was about how the health benefits in America are skewed and kind of screwed up. I got my boy, that guy Clips, in the building. What up, fam? Before I go to you, I think Rachel wanted to reply. Rachel, I saw you was off mute. You ready? Did you want to reply to that before I go to Clips, or what?
I actually have I have a friend that they have 2 kids and stuff like that, and they're business partners, but they won't get married because of that exact reason. So yeah, I know what you're talking about.
For sure. Let's go to Clips, man. Clips said, man, I've been waiting to get off work, smoke this first blunt as soon as I get off work, and chop it up with the neighbors in the neighborhood. Let's smoke something. Smoke it up, my nigga. Talk to us.
First of all, neighbors, everybody within the sound of my voice, I love you. What's happening? What's happening,
bro?
What's happening to Big Nash? What's happening, HLD? What's happening, Donaire family? What's happening, Nick Rich? Okay, puff, salute.
Puff, salute. Let's get it.
Okay. First of all, wow, great cook up. Great points. I even like what HLD was saying. I'm with Mark, though. I think some of it was glanced over. We forget that there was a systematic. I've heard the words used to describe what happened to the Black family and families in general within America. It was also systematic. Each thing happened in 20-year intervals beginning in the 19th century, if you study it. And a lot of it didn't begin in America. It actually began in pre-Nazi Germany by Aldous Huxley and the people who founded the programs called eugenics, which a lot of our social programs are still based off Aldous Huxley, the guy who wrote Atlas Shrugged and all like that. And in eugenics,
talk that shit, Clips. Go back, because you said that shit real fast. You got to say it again and give them time to Google. Say it again.
The man's name is Aldous Huxley. Aldous Huxley is a German scientist and philosopher, and he ran a lot of think tanks. He was also a member of the Thule Society. The Thule Society was a satanic group. They were the ones who groomed young Hitler and prepped him for power. They were all about restructuring society. They were all about upsetting God's law and upsetting the natural order. So not just with black people in general, they had plans on attacking families and decentralizing people who were poor and keeping them poor and decentralized and preventing them to rise up against the new one world governments that these groups were trying to forge in the early 1900s. As it comes to black people, when Operation Paperclip happened after the end of World War II, and we brought in, and Nazis became NASA. Pretty much. It happened. These are all facts. Look it up. I'm not.
Von Braun did the moon, the lunar missile.
Yeah, Von Braun. He was a fucking genius. But yes, he was also a member of the Thule Society, and he comes from the school of eugenics. Okay, and so when they came over, those who weren't into the military programs, they also got into the social and the social programs and programs that decided the infrastructure of post-World War II America. From those eugenics programs, you get things like Planned Parenthood, which still exists. Okay. And so under the Planned Parenthood movement, what they did, and these people actually wrote this in their dissertations and theses. Okay, they saw that the women's movement post-World War II, putting women to work because all the men were all fighting and everything. They saw how it was destabilizing white families because of the shift of the paradigm. All right, because here you got this grunt who comes home from war. He's got his little bit of money, but as you know, them soldiers didn't have much. But guess what? That woman wasn't too hard pressed while he was gone because she took her ass into the factory. She was a riveter. She's doing this. And so, you know what I'm saying? So this is deeper than black folks. This is white society. The eugenics.
All documented too. Keep cooking, bro. Just keep cooking.
Yeah, thank you. They spent years doing theses. You could look this up. They did theses and lectures talking about, well, if we can increase this dynamic, what we can do is we can decentralize people. Now, mind you, let me go back. Now, mind you, what I said, these all go back to early satanic groups who based out of Germany and based out of Europe.
You lost me with the satanic part, but everything else was documented. I'm sorry, but
no, the Thule Society is Luciferian in its origin. You know what I'm saying? All right. So I remember a lot of people from the Thule Society were also contemporaries of who else was around in the early 1900s, really pushing an agenda that we're still fighting to this day. We were fighting who? We were
Germany.
Not Hitler. We were fighting what's the boy's name? Damn, it slipped my mind. Crowley, Aleister Crowley. And so Aleister Crowley, you know, at the same time, he's pushing this idea of thelema, of the will and free will, and do as thou wilt, or AKA I'm doing me. And so they use American individualism and the false notion of American exceptionalism to say, hey, women, look how great you're doing. See, you don't need a man. See, you don't need all this. You could do this by yourself. You could do this by yourself. You don't need this. At the same time, they were making men, black men, white men, whatever, stick further to the old paradigms of the male being the provider. So I'm saying what I'm getting at is in 20-year intervals, they kept breeding this culture of, like HLD was alluding to, a man's value is only his worth and his usefulness to society or a woman. A man's value is how a woman views him. Meanwhile, a woman is valuable just because she is a woman. Okay. And so now when that transfers into the black community, when Parenthood gets into the black community, like Nick, Rich, and Mark were saying, you know, many of us, especially those of us of, you know, saying of African-American, you know what I'm saying, background, we have these stories of our grandparents and our whatever, where, yeah, we started seeing by the time, like I'm born 1980, by the time our grandparents are around, we're seeing the breaking up of our families. We're seeing that women are being incentivized not to want to have a family because, yes, financially, she is being benefited by being a single mother. Okay. Now you have sorry ass men. You have and then you have also the attacks on the fake male ego that a lot of fake men came to. So you had a lot of violence. You know, these weak men are lashing out against a woman because he doesn't understand the shifting paradigm, and so it's fucking him up. It's fucking his pride up. So now he tries to physically dominate the woman, and so now you have this period where you have domestic violence and shit like that at an all-time high, all feeding into the narrative. And the reason why I wanted to go back to the Satanist thing is while all this was going on with these people who are infiltrating our government, one of the biggest sects of the OTO, which is a very big Satanist group in America, who's been infiltrated all sorts of Hollywood and government. The OTO was founded by Anton LaVey, who got the torch from Aleister Crowley, and Anton LaVey's understudy Michael Aquino. Okay, one of the biggest groups were called the Daughters of Lilith. They still exist. These women, these white women, became the forefront of the women's movement. And if you study the Daughters of Lilith and you studied a lot of their papers from a lot of their forerunners and their college papers and their manifestos from the 60s, they were saying that it was very important for them to break up the Black conscious movement by steering Black women more towards the female movement. Girl, you don't need this. Girl, boo, boo, blah, 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 blah. And so now you started seeing a lot of Black women more enthralled by female issues than the issues of our community. Go ahead.
I don't mean to cut you off, because I'm loving this timeline, but I want to be conscious of everybody's time, and I want to give people time to interact, because I gotta let Rachel get her piece in, because she's been here for a very long time. It's a 6-hour show. I think she's been here since the 2-hour mark. So let me let her get her last piece, because I saw HOD drop off and I didn't get his final thoughts. Let me let Rachel give her final thoughts. Me and you, Nick, Rich, and I can we can close it out. Sister, you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
No,
Eclipse, this is the first time I've actually really heard you cook, so really impressed. Nick, great meeting you. Would love to talk to you again. Mark, this is the whole reason for the channel, is to open up, inspire, and have these conversations. Yeah, exactly. And thank you for holding this space. I'm gonna go into my femininity, and I don't want my husband to come up at 3:30, 4 o'clock and be like, "You still on the panel right now? You need to go to bed."
Talking to these men, and he already know HLD want to know what's up with it though. HLD, every time he talking to you, he like, Mark, hit my drop. So he can't leave you around. HLD he know what's up with it. HLD want his green.
I think I put him to bed pretty well, but
Shout out to you, Rachel. Shout out to you, Rachel. That's a good woman. She took care of that home. She took care of the panel, and she took care of her husband. She like, it's all good.
I don't feel like I got taken care of. I'm sorry. I don't know. Respectfully, of course, but I enjoy the conversation. But go ahead, sis. Go close it out. Give me your final.
No,
you stay where you at.
No, amazing conversation again. I hope. I mean, maybe we should schedule this so it's a members only.
Yep, a whole episode members only.
Yeah, let's get at this, and I really want everyone to come up and talk about it and give their views, because this was, like I said, this is the 4th time I've heard about the government taking apart the families. Like I said, if you didn't hear before, I've been on different discords and things like that off air, and I was like, so why do you think this is? Why did the male Black figure left the family? And they all told me this exact same thing, not as detailed as Eclipse, but the same story. So there is something there that I'm very much interested in, because like I said, I'm always about solutions. How do we fix this? Who do we have to fight against? And let's schedule this, Mark. Come on.
I'm gonna send you some YouTube videos. I'll send you some movies that's been made about it. Like it's real movies, like Hollywood movies. They took the stories and changed it, but you can go find it. It's real stories out there. the spook that sat beside the door. That's real shit. Like the CIA and the FBI, they have admitted it years later. We infiltrated these groups like the Black Panthers and disseminated false information to cause disruption in those groups. Like they had fear of the next black messiah. Like that shit ain't Mark Nash and Clip saying it. Like we trying to, you think everybody against the black man? Y'all gotta pull yourself up. No. You can Google it. Like this shit is out there. It's public record. These black guys that infiltrated it, once they retired, they did exposés. And so Rachel, we're gonna talk about it, man. We're gonna kick it. Because you my sister. I talk to you like every day. Hey, low key, between everybody, I'm probably the only person that missed Rachel Donaire's calls. Like I be missing fucking calls, bro. Like on a reg.
No,
And
he said, please text. He sent me an auto text. Please text me. I'm like, seriously, bro?
I was driving. I had my daughter in the car, but I couldn't even say that. You know what I'm saying? But also I don't want to bother him. So then when I'm ready to call back, I always think of the time difference. And I was like, I don't want to disrespect her. I don't want to bother her. But like low-key, she on the flip side, she be like, am I bothering this dude? Cause this motherfucker he curving me. And on the flip side, I'm like, I ain't trying to fight her husband. You know what I'm saying? Like,
hey, I'm actually texting you back. You giving me an auto text reply, okay?
Yeah, man. But I was driving with my child.
Man, she's sitting there looking.
Stop the damn excuses, Mark.
In rush hour.
Hey, Rachel sitting there looking at her phone like this motherfucker. Nigga,
hey, bro, I hit that button quick, and I went back to baby shark, baby shark.
Rachel, I'm just gonna let you. I would never do that to you.
Rachel, I had to.
I would never give you an auto text.
But on the flip side, of that same argument, she answered the phone for me during Nonito's sparring. After I been talking to them like the not that day, but the day before for like. The show ended at 3. I probably talked to them till like 6. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Interview Christy Martin the next morning, and she still answered my call. While I was interviewing Franchon Cruz, Jazern. Like she was like, "Hey, Nonito sparring, I gotta call you back." I was like, "All right, my bad, it's cool." She was like, "All right, I'll call you back. Bye. Get the fuck off my phone, nigga." I was like, "Oh shit," and Franchon was like, "See, she focused on the fight." I was like, "Damn, man, I feel bad because she still answered this motherfucker call though." And I realized I sent her an auto text. I just don't be wanting to bother her. You know what I'm saying? And I love her so much. Whenever I talk to her, I don't want no 5-minute conversation. And sometimes all she needs is a 5-minute. I was like, nope, I want a 30. Every time I talk to you, I need my 30.
Question.
I love me some Rachel.
Question for everybody on this panel and everybody on this chat.
Hold on, let me clear the air though. Rachel, just let you know, after what you said tonight, if I don't answer that call, I don't have my phone there. Like I am sorry, and I like you know what I'm saying. I think I'm older than Rachel Donaire, but I'll take it. I'll treat her like big sis. You know what I'm saying, even though she looked 25. You know what I'm saying, but it's
no, you're funny. No worries. But you know who ignores my Instagram or Twitter? I can't remember. HLD actually ignored my DM.
Wow.
Believe you. You need more people. When did I ever do that, Rachel?
Y'all niggas worship him.
I swear, I DM'd you on Instagram or Twitter. I was like, how are we not connected yet? And it's like, no answer. I was like, all right, okay.
You know, it's just, you know, that's just the mind game, I guess.
Rachel, I'm so sorry. Like I said, I don't be wanting to bother y'all, cause I know you busy with 100 calls a day, and I don't want to be that guy. Like, oh, you got the personal number and you wearing it out like that. You get what I'm saying? Like,
No,
I just
you're good.
so much, you know, like I respect you too much to wear out my welcome. But when I need you though, I'm gonna bother you. But I don't want to be that guy too. Like, oh, you only bother me and call me when you need me. So I'm gonna do better with that. But you hit me up. You talked to me about the beat stuff. I hit you right back with that. I sent the link. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah. Man, so I'm always here for you, man. But go ahead, give us your final thoughts on everything we talked about, and I'm gonna close you out, and I'm gonna let you go sneak in the bed, tiptoe in. Or look, Rachel, do my favorite move. I go get on the couch and I act like I just fell asleep on the couch. You get what I'm saying? So you don't know when
Oh
I fell asleep.
no. No, this fool wait for me. Like he yeah, I don't know.
He
But
looking at old
no.
videos. He ain't that looking at old videos. Like, where you at?
No. I went in like fuck, I think it was an hour ago, and I turned on the fan, like the air purifier, so it's like loud. And then I turned off the light on my bed because he left it on for me not to trip on anything. And he's like, what are you doing? I was like, nothing. And then I like stuck out of the room. So I know his fucking ass is still waiting for me.
Yeah, he
But
right now. He watching the show. He got a membership, and I don't even know it yet. I ain't hit refresh. He was like, I'm watching your show, man.
His testosterone too high. If he needs another round right now, like doesn't what, an hour and a half?
Let's go.
I mean,
Let's go.
Go get your go. Hey look, that it's a reason why you are the manager and trainer. You got to keep them focused off the ring, outside the ring. It could have been anybody else in the
Hey
world.
man, we gotta let Rachel go get her protein shake, man. So let's let her go.
Now we're being disrespectful. All right. Thank you, Rachel. Good night. I'll hit you up in the morning. All right.
What a great show, folks.
All
right. We're
Good night, guys.
All right, peace.
Good night.
Yo, shout out to Rachel and Nonito, because I chopped it up with them, and Nonito actually he's gonna do a members only fight call with us. So that's gonna be a treat, right? We're gonna do a live fight watch. Now, what fight they're gonna be, I haven't agreed to the terms. I haven't agreed to terms, and he hasn't agreed to terms, but he was like, hell yeah, man, like let's do it. And like we'll be watching the fight live. Y'all will see the fight live, but y'all are only hear and see me and Nonito and a couple of the members. You know what I'm saying? And we're gonna score the fight in between rounds. But like, you know, when they do the fight card, and you know, after 3 rounds, like, how did you score it? We're gonna go to Nonito Donaire. You get what I'm saying? So
gotcha.
Yeah, but yeah, man. Or we might be doing the whole card like that, or we'll be doing rewatches. I just know we talked about a lot of shit, man, and he fucking with me, I'm fucking with him, and you know, and same with the sister, man, Rachel. But let me go to Nick though. Sorry, I don't mean to cut y'all off, but I got Nick on hold. She on the phone.
Hey, man, what's happening, man?
The rest of y'all just sitting at y'all laptops and shit. She actually holding the phone to her ear. Go ahead, Nick.
Well, I missed a lot of your show. I took a nap and
woke
of course,
up and I'm
I
still
realized
here.
that you were on. So I was like, hey, let me see what Mark is talking about. So I caught the tail end of your show where the conversations
Was on Bud.
Yes.
And I was all alone on my island over here. They jumped me, yo. They jumped me. Keon ain't never pulled up on my show ever in the history of my show. That shout out to Keon because I pull up on his show all the time. And he's an Errol Spence fan, and he's a boy. I ain't call him a fanboy. I'm just saying he's a fan and he's a boy. Well, he's a fan man. But I got a wrench over there. It's all love over there. He's wrenched up over here just because he is who he is, and I don't want people to block him as soon as they see him. Like, Mark, we got to infiltrate over here. But the shit that they was talking about, like, yo, I killed them, yo. I bodied them motherfuckers.
Stop it, Mark, bro. You got fried, bro. You like Gristle right now on a.
Nah, fuck
they,
that.
They turned you into Gristle, man.
He holds little dicks, HOD. I want you talking to you, bitch ass nigga.
Motherfucker. Yo, man, I'm like, nah, man. I'm doing good, bro. I don't gotta jump on. He doing He doing it all by himself.
Hold on. I was talking to Nick Rich. HLD jumped in, now Clicks jump in. Hey, Nick Rich, did you hear me say, well, you have no evidence of that. And they admitted nobody had evidence of certain shit. It all keeps coming down to what he said, if you believe Errol or if you believe Bud. But at the end of the day, I didn't want to see David Avenesian. I kept that a buck. How you gonna kill me with that? I didn't want to see that shit. I want to see him fight Spence.
So then all you gotta do is follow the actions of a man.
Hold up, sir. I'm talking to the lady, sir. See how he didn't disrespect Rachel? But as I'm talking to you, he keep cutting us off. Black woman don't get no respect. Black woman gets no respect. Go ahead, Nick. Go ahead, Nick Rich. He still cutting me off right now. He won't even let me.
Go Go ahead, our Nubian queen.
Go ahead, Nubian Queen. Get right, Clip. Go ahead.
Stop calling Mark the Nubian Queen, man.
I'm gonna slap shit out you and kick you off the panel. But go ahead, Nick Rich. But you get what I'm saying? Like, it was a lot of speculation. Like, well, what if Crawford didn't want to? I was like you assumed that. He had to admit that. She admitted they assumed those things.
So
I love them. They
were
still my brothers and sisters, but
I missed all of that action.
oh, you missed me smoking, Rachel and Donito Donaire, everything boxing. Everybody was against me. I killed them all. I caught bodies.
What do you mean by that?
Your back is broken.
What, a vertebrae or what portion?
Spinal. Man, I broke my back cooking them niggas tonight, man. But it's all good.
Mark Nash versus the world. Mark Nash versus the world.
Yeah, man. I had to do what I had to do.
So I'll watch the replay on that. So I caught the tail end of
You won't see it. It's
show.
on members only. Matter of fact, unless you got, are you on my backup channel? How'd you even get the link tonight, Nick Rich?
I'm on your backup channel too.
I don't know what you was typing there, but you was still typing. I was like, how is she typing? Maybe you were still on the channel and then refresh. I switched to members only at some point.
Oh, okay.
Probably.
I haven't refreshed.
And I haven't rinsed you up yet. And I was like, yo, ladies only. That's my new style, y'all. So I'm about to take all the wrenches away again. I know y'all mad about it. But I'm going to take all the wrenches away again. But only wrenches going to be is the ladies. Because I like having the ladies on the show, right? Ladies saying free. Y'all niggas got to pay. But go ahead, Nick Rich. Don't judge me. But ladies, please support the show too, though. Like, Lee, we need you. It's only $2.99. You can do it. Make up a reason for it. But go
Make
ahead.
up a reason.
Make up a reason. Say, hey, man, look,
Mark,
man.
you're part of the problem in this country, man. Why these women are running all over us, man, with the bullshit, bro. Toxic femininity, giving them overvalue, man. You're the problem, bro.
HOD. Hold on, HOD. And Clips, you jumped in right behind him. Mute your mic. You jumped in. As soon as he said something, you said something. No, that's not the way we going. We got to keep the lights on, man. Y'all, come on, man. Don't y'all want to have women a part of the conversation? Right.
Yo, man, they already on here because HLD's here.
Let me mute your mic. Damn, you fucking up my promo. Nick Rich, he fucking up my promo. Now, HLD, I'm going to bring you back on, but you can't be cutting me off when I'm trying to sell this show now. I'm trying to sell a membership. Respect my hustle, man. God damn. Now, this is what we do. This shit is not free. It is for the people, by the people. I did a whole women's week. I'm trying to build a women's audience. Like I'm trying to.
Did. Your women's week was very good, Mark. I enjoyed.
Who else did one though? Who else did a women's week? And if so, did they do it on this level?
Man, you saw it here first.
I ain't talking to you, Clips. I'm talking to her. She on the phone. I'm talking to the lady. Yeah, come on. Go ahead, Nick Rich. Let's hear it. Who else did one that you know about?
I don't know of anyone that's done the ladies' week. I don't know of anyone that's devoted an entire week to different perspectives of women in boxing. You've had all sorts of guests of women from a variety of backgrounds, and it was a good week. Hall of Famers, you're pulling out big names. I mean, very good, top-notch stuff, Mark. I enjoyed the content. Thank you.
Did you learn anything new that you didn't know about the ladies? Because you are a fan of the sport. Did you know Christy Martin, right?
Yes.
Had you seen her documentary on Netflix yet? And know she got stabbed and shot.
I did not watch it. Last week, you had mentioned prior to her coming on that she was going to be on, and you encouraged me to watch her documentary. And I said, oh, I didn't even know she had one. And schedule for the week, whatever. I didn't get a chance to watch it, but I definitely am going to watch it. But I definitely remember Christy Martin. And
Jim Martin is in the documentary.
And
that's why you got to watch it, Nick Rich.
I definitely remember. She used to live in the area that I live in. And so when that whole entire situation came up with the abuse and stuff like that, the bulk of a lot of that incident, some of that stuff happened right here in this area. So I was very familiar with her story just from like the media coverage a long time ago when that happened. So, but I definitely remember her and her career. that was a highlight for me. I think that was probably one of the major highlights. I enjoyed Rachel's time on the show. I caught Frank Sean's interview as well. That was very good. I love her personality and what she brings to the table, and her.
I was the most
perspective.
nervous about that one.
Were you?
Oh my
You didn't come
God.
across as nervous. I was in
Because
the
I was so
chat.
sore. I thought I had COVID that day. That was the day I thought I had COVID.
Oh
And
yeah, because you didn't know Nito's workout.
yeah,
You
I did
said,
his
and you
workout.
said,
Hold on, Clip. Yeah.
I shouldn't laugh.
Yeah, so
I'm
I was
sorry.
super sore. I really thought I had COVID. But also she was a black woman. You get what I'm saying? And I knew I wanted to talk to her about the cheating. I wanted to talk about Jimenez, the PEDs. I know I had some serious topics I want to talk to about it, but more importantly, she's the only one before the show that I had like the longest conversation. Usually when we about to do the show, I'd be like, all right, boom, boom, boom. I'm gonna do my intro, yada, yada, yada. I'm gonna introduce you to the show. Hey, look, and purposely, I start off like this. I'll be like, all right, so we're gonna do the show. I'm gonna introduce you to the audience. Thank you again for your time and energy. Blah, blah, blah. You know what I'm saying? I talk to him like this. We just having a regular conversation and let him know what's about to happen. Then I start the intro. Frank Sean caught me like where I was more loose before the show even started. And she was like, look, how long is this gonna last? Cause I got shit to do. I don't mean she didn't say it like that. I'm exaggerating. Put a case on me. I promise. I swear to God, she did not go full diva mode on me. But she was like, but we talk like while I'm talking to her, I'm sharing the link out. I'm blasting it everywhere. Because if I blast the link too early, it get pushed down in threads. You get what I'm saying? So I'm learning on the fly. Like, don't blast the link out too early. But also, she had to catch a flight in the morning. She's doing me a favor for Rachel, really. You know what I'm saying? She don't know me. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Maybe she looked at some of the content. Maybe she didn't. I don't know how Rachel presented it to her, but Franchon Cruz Dezern is the first undisputed female champion of the world. Like she owes me nothing. So I was a little nervous when she's like, well, I only got 30 minutes. So you ready? You know what I'm saying? I'm paraphrasing. And I heard that be more accent. She was like, yo, you ready? Like I got like so I was like, well, let's get it. And then I gave my long ass intro and I gave her flowers. And if you watch that interview again, you'll see around the 22-minute mark. I was like, well, I know you got to go. She was like, no, you good. I was like, I won her over. I won her over. Because I start off like I said, I'd be like, you ready? Like, it's going to go like this, blah, 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 blah. But when the show started, I'd be like, yeah. What up? You're back in the lab with your favorite neighbor, your man, Mark Nash. He is I am he. She was like, oh, shit, this nigga done woke up. You get what I'm saying? It didn't start off like that. You know what I'm saying? Even with Christine, I was like, all right, so just let you know, like, once the show started, I'm in show mode, okay? She was like, all right, we're cool. Let's get it. And I was like, all right. So when I did it, what I did, she was more adept. I gave her a heads up, like, yo, how I'm talking to you right now and how I'm about to talk on the show. You know what I'm saying? I'm about to turn it up. I'm gonna hype them up. I'm gonna wake them up. So this shit was dope, man. Like, that's like, man, this whole week has been special for me. Like, I got a 3-year-old daughter, Nick Rich. So one day she's gonna see this shit. This shit on the internet ain't gonna never go away. And not with the people I'm talking to. You know what I'm saying? The people I'm talking to this week. Like, yeah, you're gonna find these old interviews. You know what I'm saying? These gonna be some gems and telling these stories. Olympic coaches, managers, trainers, Hall of Famers, current champions. Like, so I'm glad you enjoyed it. I just hope I hope you all learn some things. My thing is next week and this weekend and going forward, I just got to start dropping the clips and chopping the brick up, because it's so many gems and so many stories that we got this week that it might get lost in the sauce, and I don't want it to get lost. So that's my only reason saying, damn, next time I do this, my Women's Week, I don't want it to be for, because I posted one today. You know what I'm saying, too. But something came up. I had a matchmaker pulling up. So, you know what I'm saying? But I still got connections with people. Like, I'm going to have a promoter on, female promoter. She's the only promoter in her state. And I ain't even got to say her name. I just tell you, look up the state, look up Alabama. Only promoter that's a woman in that state. You know what I'm saying? So, but she's done Roy Jones events. She's done a lot of events. You know what I'm saying? So, but she's super dope. She's super dope. So we're gonna get her on the show. We're gonna get a matchmaker on the show. We're trying to get Richard Schaefer on the show. We're gonna get AB on the show, hopefully, fight week. So I'm just trying to reach out to people, just trying to be great, man. And trying to talk to the people about the business. So I'm glad you enjoyed it. Yeah. But I'm telling y'all, next time I do it, y'all got to pay me my $2.99 for this shit. Y'all got to pay me my $2.99. I need my $2.99. Once Lady Shan dropped that cash app, she was like, yo, your interview week has been better than my DAZN subscription this week. I was like, the price too low. The price too low. And once Nonito told me he committed to me, because he committed to me. He told me. I didn't ask him. He told me. My good brother Nonito Donaire, my brother. And I call him my brother because I got love for him.
There you go.
I don't care if you fighting Deontay Wilder next week. My money going on Nonito. First round stoppage, you're gonna lose. I'm sorry. At least I'm keeping it real with my brother. I ain't gonna lie to him. Like, hey man, don't do that shit. I told him before the fight. But I said all that to say this. Once he told me we're gonna do the live fight and we're gonna call a fight together with the champ. Oh my God. I said that's gonna be the $10 pack. Niggas ain't getting that for $2.99. Y'all better sign up for the $10 pack for that one. You know what I'm saying? Calling the fight with the motherfucking future Hall of Fame champ. You know what I'm saying? So hey look, preference has its privileges. How about that?
I understand. I completely understand the hustle, Mark. I completely understand.
But man, you're a part of this shit though. But I definitely got to mod you up because any conversation we having with the ladies and the members, like ladies, especially a woman like you, because you're not one of those people like the black woman ain't never did nothing wrong in her life. Y'all niggas just like you don't play that game. You know what I'm saying? You never play that game. You like, people are people.
Truth is truth.
People are people, good and bad.
Yes. You take them as they come. You never know what you're dealing with until it reveals itself. And once it reveals itself, you say, hey, that's foul.
Yes, ma'am.
You acting up right now. You are acting up.
Hell yeah.
I don't care what color you are, what your background is. That's just what it is. So truth will always prevail. That's my motto. But in terms of your show as a wrap up, again, I caught the tail end of your show, and it was more of the conversation about the back and forth on social media. Black men not dating black women, but they're going to Filipino women, or they're going to women from other countries, and the opinions about that, and there being a whole lot of venom being spewed as a result of people making those types of choices. And my ultimate opinion about that is ultimately evil comes in all shapes, forms, and sizes. And if you want to pick a type of evil to portray in your life, you can. And these group of women that are band together on social media to talk trash, talk down upon a person for their choice for where they want to find their mate, and it's based on pure ignorance. You just at some point have to understand that it's good to detach yourself from ignorant conversations. If somebody is seeking knowledge and wanting to learn more about a particular subject, sure. If you feel comfortable with spreading some positive reinforcement about a subject matter, then by all means go for it. But to try to change ignorant minds, you'll end up losing too many brain cells in trying to do so, and losing your own sanity and arguing. And you don't cast your pearls before swine. Sometimes you just have to keep it moving. So that's just my take on it. And then in terms of what Eclipse was saying, I am very connected with a lot of his thought processes. Not all of them now. But just said some things that I'm kind of like, I don't know, I've never heard that before. But when he speaks on the history about how to denigrate or degrade a particular sect of society, and the foundational aspect of it, and where it's all rooted from, and where it all came from, and the thought processes behind it, I'm totally on board with a lot of the things that he was saying, and a lot of those names that he was mentioning and pointing out, and and in some of the work, I had come across some of that same information as well. So I can definitely relate to what he was saying, and at some point in the future, I'm sure, Lord's willing, we'll continue to have those kind of conversations here on this platform, because a lot of that stuff is very interesting, and I think it's knowledge that needs to be shared. So, and for you, Mark, as a whole, I appreciate your platform because you talk about so many different things. You talk about sports, you talk about boxing, you talk about what's happening in life, you talk about technology, growth, society, the good, the bad, the ugly. And then we have fun. We talk about music, old music, new music. Anything and everything is available. It's like a box of chocolates, and you just never know what you're gonna get with Mark Nash. So I appreciate you, and I appreciate your platform. Keep doing what you're doing, brother. And I continue to will always show love to you, always have respect for you.
Thank you.
And just love being a part of what you're doing and what you're building. I just wanted to give you your flowers, sir.
Ma'am, I couldn't appreciate you more. And I'll never forget the day you came up here and lit it up when we start going through that contract with Bud Crawford. And I lost friends that night. Some people got mad at me that night, and they ain't been bad since. Some of them came back one more time just to cuss me out again and left. But once you start explaining, like, hey, look, y'all think he just saw, because he said Bob Aaron was like, y'all not reading the contract. You're like, let's go through the lawsuit. Let's go through it. And most of it is, hey, look, you promised me this many fights, only got this many fights. You was talking bad about me. That's a violation of fiduciary duties. Like, nobody even knew what that word and that term meant until you pulled up. So, like I said, I thank God for you, and I wish you nothing but
that
health.
was just one of those weird situations where everybody had an opinion without even knowing what the evidence was. And I'm like, if this man has actual documents to support what he is saying in this lawsuit, that's just what it is. It's black and white. Now, if he doesn't have it, then the courts will, it'll play itself out in the courts. So, but yeah, I definitely remember that time that I pulled up one of those late nights, couldn't sleep, surfing YouTube, and they're talking about the lawsuit, because at that time I don't know if I was on Coach Malachi's show. Yeah, I was on Coach Malachi's show, but I didn't know that you two were connected.
Yeah, that's my
Maybe
guy.
that's what it was.
It's my guy.
Yes, because he was the only boxing YouTuber that I would like actually be in the chats with. There is a couple people I used to put a couple comments here and there, but I started watching his show, and then one night you were on live, and it was really, really late, and people were just calling Bud all kinds of names and just speaking so matter-of-factly about things that they
didn't even have a copy of the paperwork.
Yeah, they didn't have any paperwork, and it's like you just don't say stuff all free willy-nilly like that. That's not how it works. That's not how life works. It doesn't work like that.
What was the conclusion of that lawsuit?
Or even like it's ongoing. It's still ongoing.
It didn't get dropped?
No, it's not dropped.
Yeah,
It's not dropped. It's not dropped.
At one point, it was a state filed lawsuit, and then it got moved to federal court. And usually, what happens
And that's
when
because of the
matters get
amount.
moved into when matters got moved into federal court, it's hard to be able to just readily pull up the court documents in terms of a public records type thing. But it got moved back down to the state court, so it is something that you can readily follow in terms of the docket, what's going on. I haven't looked in such a long. I don't. It's probably been over a year since I've actually look to see. I do remember reading an article that it got put back into state court, but in terms of me trying to pull something up and see where it is, I haven't. I said, that situation will play itself out, and it could be something where it gets settled and it gets settled out of court,
I think very much so it's gonna get
and
settled.
with some sort of confidentiality clauses attached to it, so we may never know. It depends on how that matter gets resolved, though. But I'm sure if Bob actually wins, we'll know that. That part we will know if he does win.
Facts. Shit, I got girl behind the mic and she gonna talk about these passport bros. Nick, I appreciate you.
So I'm gonna go back in the chat. Then I'm gonna refresh and then go back in the chat.
Hey, Nick.
And if I can't go in the chat, that's completely fine too. I'm just gonna still stay on and listen. How's that?
You can still listen if you're not a member, even if you you can't. As a matter of fact, go try that too, Nick. Like, go back in the chat and refresh. Tell me what it shows you, and if not, shoot me an email. Let me know what I need to do.
Okay, sounds good.
Appreciate
Okay, but I'm gonna hang up. Okay.
I'm hanging up on you first. Yeah. I've been dumped before. Girl behind the mic. I can't let her hang up on me first.
It's the principle.
Can we give a big old shout out and roll call to this new avatar? Like, damn. Did she pull up or pull up, HOD?
I got more where they came from.
That's my favorite redhead. You know what I'm saying?
HOD.
Time on her ass. She look 19 or 21 on this motherfucker. She at the club getting her first drink for the very first time.
You can't be making them birria tacos with that look, baby.
I read a book though. I already know this ain't actual. I was like, man, she don't drink 40 ounces.
Right.
Shorty used to drink 40s. Like, how you do this?
Brown paper bag 40s.
That is not 40. That is not 40-ounce drinking memory right there. That's a glass of wine.
Yes, over a glass of wine.
We're gonna get all our subs up with
Fine
this
dining.
right here. Hell yeah, we're gonna get the subs up with this one right here. What do you want to talk about? You want to talk about cooking tonight? You want to talk about the birds and the bees? Like, can I get your take on the passport bros? We got here tonight because my good sister, my Filipino sister, how about that? Rachel Donaire, she had talked about she was on one of those type of shows.
Shout out to Rachel.
Yeah, man, let's give her a shout out. I always call her Big Sis because she's more advanced in the business that I'm stepping my toes into. I ain't stepped all the way in yet, but don't be surprised y'all look up one day and your man Martin Nash is a cut man somewhere.
Okay. I believe in you.
You know what I'm saying?
You have greatness within you. Remember that? You used to say that.
I say it all the time. I believe that shit. I tell that to people every night, man. I'm always trying to end the show with a motivational quote. I wear a shirt with a motivational quote every day. But sis, we was talking about the passport bros, right? I gotta get your take on it. It was some sisters up there saying like, y'all get our used toys. The women over there don't speak English. They low educated. They this, that, and the third. Blah 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 blah. And her being she was born in America, of course, but. She took umbrage to that. Like, not even personal. Like, that ain't me, but I'm just saying, I'm married. I'm happy, but hold up, sis, y'all tripping. You know what I'm saying? Don't say these women are all, like, you're speaking for a whole country. You know what I'm saying? You're speaking for a whole nation or a whole race or a whole population of people, and you're just trying to assume, like my sister Passion and Bliss, I hate to say it, where it looks like passport bros.
Shout out to Passion Bliss.
Like they predator bros. How about that? What's your take on that? And after that, I got to go to clips because he's been listening in for a while. Then we'll circle back to HOD.
Okay. Yeah, no, this passport bro thing has been going around, and I just been laughing. Like, I mean, listen, as a person from a third world, it's real simple, right? And I understand why maybe like Rachel would have been offended or took umbrage with it, right? Like you say, she's born here, but I don't know, she may know people that maybe were married from Asia to here. I'm not sure, but I said I could understand that point. But I'm gonna give you my perspective real quick from being from a third world country. It's very simple, and because I had this conversation with men behind the mic 2 days ago, because he was talking about passport bros. And I say, this is what Western men.
Hold on. Slow down. Hold on, slow down. What is man behind the mic talking about passport, bro? Is he
That's
trying
what I
to?
said. I was mad. I was
you
like,
out?
does he put on some dude who was talking about it on the TV? I was like, you better take him off. You better
He
take
trying to
him
fuck
off.
you out?
Right. I was like, why are you watching this? He was like, oh no, I just stumbled upon it or whatever, you know, because he was the one who's like,
get rid of your ass. He don't
well,
know.
right. He was like, you ever heard of passport bros? I was like, don't even start talking about that here. You know what I mean?
Slap shit out you bitches.
You already got a mail ordered bride. What are you talking about? I'm just kidding.
Yeah. Never heard of it, but we heard of it. All right, let me wrench Nick Rich up on the backup channel, but keep talking. I'm listening. Go ahead. And then clip you right after her.
Right. So here's my take. And this is what I was saying. I was like, you know, Western men have to understand one thing. You know, the West is so beautiful. West, specifically America. We're living in a first world nation. Okay. And the passport bros, to me, for my third world nation eyes, don't understand what's going on. Okay. Because the one clip that I did see, it was a black man who was like somewhere in Asia. The woman was fine as, I mean, a 10 of a 10. You know what I mean? And he had it all up in the camera. I don't know if he's doing this for content or whatever the case is. That's the one.
10 though, memory. Like, would you do it?
Yeah, 10 like that. Yeah, she was fine. She was like real beautiful.
Fine, it's real. Mem said she smashed, so it's real.
Right. Exotic. I like exotic women. So my thing was like, if you're in the West majority of time, and it's no offense to people that reside in the West, especially in America, I've always felt like there's this bubble, right? There's this bubble of first world nation where people have a different perception of the world's beyond. This is simple. I told this to my husband. I said, listen, everyone in the world except for other first world nations wants to come to America. That means majority third world people. America is the epitome of a dream. So they're going to come here by force by fire. Okay. We all know about what is a 90-day fiance or something like that. Most of that stuff doesn't last because America is the dream. And if the passport brothers could get this, they would understand you're being used. Okay. And like I said, I want to say that not all the women they go seek out are using them. I feel like if you want a real relationship, whether you go to Brazil, perhaps you're working in Brazil and you're there for a contract, 6 months or a year, maybe, but maybe you're dating the girl there and then maybe you bring her back. But if you're doing this thing where you go out to seek these women, what they don't even know, like in Africa, in some parts, there are women that have collaborated with their husbands, with their boyfriends. This is a hustle to get Western men. So you're going to like that guy, love that guy, string him on. He's going to send you money. He's going to send you gifts. Woo, 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 woo. We going to eat.
Fuck me, though. I'm sorry.
Even that, because people are destitute.
Maybe I'm better.
You could be, but
maybe the joke is on that nigga, not her.
Even though it's US dollars, you're funding people in the third world country. When they say you're taking the least of these desirables or the least of whatever, here's the fact. No matter how it looks like, this is the truth. Passport bros are not going to these countries taking the economically, financially sound females. That's a fact. They're not going over there taking the South American top ranked news anchor, whatever the pay looks like over there.
Chris took once she in school to be a doctor.
But doctors don't get paid a lot in third world countries. In my country, doctors get paid like $500 US a month.
Oh, so
heck, teachers get paid $200 or $150 US a month.
Hold on, so by that argument, so like, even if I get a doctor from another country, she's still like
impoverished.
Wow.
That's why I said America is for third world country eyes looking in. This is the win. This is the prize. So they're going to come out. I was telling a man behind the mic, I say most of these women, especially the passport bros, the men that I've seen.
Me and my wife need to get together then and hustle. Like, you get you a doctor, I get me a doctor.
Yeah, but they just want a green card and citizenship. Like, people don't understand how destitute people could get.
Yeah.
And I'm not, and I tread lightly because I don't want people to think everyone that has an international love affair or a love relationship, they something for it. But let's be fair. It's an economical gain. Women will marry. I would marry myself out of my situation. It's always happened over the course of years. When back in the world wars, when American soldiers settled in third world countries and brought them women back, they knew there was a better opportunity on this other side of the river. And majority of the times you get here, and this is what I always say, here's what's cute about all of this. They have this imagination, the passport brothers, that foreign women are submissive and the total package they want, right? So fine, let's say for real, you go find you a foreign woman in a third world. Let's say she's a general practitioner, which is what they'll call a doctor, educated, but they don't get paid a lot. So she's trying to come up out of her situation. And so let's say you date her, you do the right thing, right? You do the international thing. You move her over here, you petition for her. She gets a green card. She goes and does the thing for I think 5 years or 6 years to conform her international or her country's general practitioner license to being a medical doctor here. She becomes a medical doctor here. She goes through the channels. Maybe she wants to, while in those 6 years with you, while she's doing that with her license, she then gets her citizenship because it won't take that long through marriage. And then after that, she's an MD here. Now she's making anywhere from 250, 350, maybe 400, depending what specialty. You think she's still gonna be with that nigga?
You gone.
Gone. That's what they're gone. Divorce. And when you get divorced, there's no take back. You don't give immigration back your paperwork. You don't say I supported her. She's gone. They come here for an opportunity. It's an opportunity.
Hold on, Clips. Hold on. She almost done, Clip.
Yeah, no, that's it. It's an opportunity. Passport bros think they're coming up, leaving American women, trying to get submissive women. Obviously, you're going to get everything you think you want on the outside. But if you ever try to be serious with that woman, have her settle here, the West will protect her and she will become of her own, right? If she don't like you in a few years, she's out. Thanks, bye. Check the deuces.
Go ahead, Clips, and let's go to HOD after that.
Oh no, I was just laughing because what girl behind the mic was saying is so like a lot of people don't understand. Yeah, no backsies. Like it's all good. I keep telling people it's always all good till it's not. I don't fault nobody for trying to seek out a suitable partner, whatever, but you got to be doing that for real reasons. You can't just pull up to Uruguay or fucking Rwanda and say, hey, you're cute. You want to come to America? Of course she's going to say yes. Like, duh. Like, I often tell people, I had my own crib when I was 14. There was a lot of times in high school while, she might really like HLD or Mark Nash, but y'all saying stupid shit like, my mom might be gone this weekend. I could lean forward to her right in the classroom and be like, hey, let's go to my house.
Leave me out of it, nigga. Leave me out of it. Let's just talk about passport bros. Like, leave me out of it.
It's the same thing. Like,
I'm just saying, I don't want to be a part of your personal anecdotes. I just want to talk about passport bros.
There you go.
I'm sorry. I don't want to be a part of it. I'm sorry. You talk about 14-year-old girls. Even if I was 14, I just feel weird talking about my middleweight concept as a grown man. I was just like, I'm saying, Clips, let's not do that. Let's talk about this shit is going on right now. Passport bros.
I mean, they go over there and they're like, yo.
Are black women trash? And are they getting used? Because look, I got to close this one out because we're going to do a full episode on this. So I want let's go around, give everybody their final thoughts because I still even talking after Nick Rich, I was like, damn, man, I need to chop up some of these interviews and clips. So plus I don't want to be right Rachel Donaire looking my wife waking up in the morning like, damn, you still in here talking to these strangers? So do the after party clips, do smoke sessions. Let's go. You up?
Actually, I gotta lay it down in a little bit.
But this nigga right.
Nah. I'm probably gonna do one maybe when I'm off. But
all right, let's. But look, I want to do that. I want to do a topic about this shit with girl behind the mic. She was born in another country. She's here. She's married to an American man. She said, "I'm an American woman, Eddie. Like that nigga couldn't kick her out.
A male ordered bride.
Treat me like animal.
But he didn't order you. Like you was already here. You want mail order.
He ordered me. No, I was here. I'm just playing. I was
Yeah,
here.
yeah. Like stop. Get off the gas. That nigga didn't spend no dowry money. He just saw your ass.
Special catalog.
Was drunk at the bar, and he was in that bitch making beats and shit, passing out his demo. You like, oh shit, you a rapper? You about to blow up? You thought you had American hip hop?
I had me Timberland. Timberland.
Yeah, you thought you had Timbo on the beat.
How much was the shipping? How much was the shipping charge?
Hold up. She thought hey, Clips. She thought she had Timbo on the beat. She just had a nigga wearing Timbs with some stuff.
Hey, Mark, but he a good nigga though. He a good nigga. Shout out to man Bob.
Yeah, man. Because he shares his beautiful wife with us and allow her to crack jokes and talk about hip hop life. I don't even know his political stance, but I know you be up here talking shit. And he was in the background one day. He was like, "Get off that goddamn cap, nigga, you bullshit." He called you out. She was like, and I think as black people, we should do blah blah blah. He was like, "Get the fuck up off that bullshit, nigga." Pass the weed.
I ever heard her husband. That one time you just heard his voice in the background, like, stop.
That nigga was in the back making a drug deal. All you heard somebody say, "I ain't never seen this much cocaine in my life." I stole that joke. I'm sorry. I don't even know where I stole it from, but I stole that joke from somebody.
Yeah.
Oh shit. But go ahead, Clips, and let's pass it around.
Yeah, no, I really just do think that part of the problem with Western culture is that we a lot of times, and I hate to use this word about some, I don't believe that anybody can overvalue themselves. I really don't believe that's possible, but I do believe that some people can outprice themselves, whether in a negotiation or whether in interactions. And a lot of times in this society of instant gratification, we get a lot of people who want maximum reward and credit for bare minimum shit. And that's where the disconnect is. We get, we get a lot of women who, some basic, depending on how you grew up, you would think this is what you do if I'm your man. This is what you do if you're my woman and we together and we love each other. This is just what it is. While you get that, we got this school of thought now where each individual interaction, there's somebody, when somebody's keeping score and keeping tabs. I did this. Nigga, I made you breakfast. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's going to get bad. And we try to go outside of the country to try to find a culture that isn't so material based, but at the end of the day, it's a material world. So, we just got to find new ways of navigating these rough waters.
Damn, man, we need that Smoke Circle podcast starting right now. You should do an hour, bro. You got an hour in your Clips. Unmute your mic. You got
an hour. I can do an hour.
Do 1 hour, bro. Do 1 hour, bro. You got an hour in you.
I'll get it set up right now, man. Go ahead.
Set it up. And stay in the background so you drop the link and I can post it up here. Go ahead, HOD.
Listening to a girl behind the mic is saying, and
I'm out of here.
Yeah.
I'm joking. That's what they want to say.
There are circumstances, right, that those who are going to explore to find a partner outside the country, especially thinking about bringing them back here, you do have to be wary, and you have to make sure you do your relationship homework with this person, because she's absolutely right. I mean, they'll go through all the motions and do everything that's possible to get that green card status, to work through and getting that citizenship. So and things can go upside down after that. That's why it's important that you do your proper homework when you're trying to meet this person and whatnot. When you're making this huge commitment. That being said, by the time that they get asking for that divorce time, I mean, it takes about 10 years to get your citizenship after you get your green card, which takes about maybe 3 to 5 years. So, I mean, at least you're going to have a wife for at least that long time compared to the time that you might have one from here. You might marry her today and next year already getting divorced. So, I mean, there's pluses and minuses with that. But she's absolutely right. Shit like that does happen. Uh, but if you're like in a thinking expat, which is what I'm trying to probably be, I might want to move out to a whole different country, take my riches elsewhere, live like a king in another country, and got to worry about all that other shit about if you're gonna be a citizen to the United States because we're not coming here. So that's just another option for those who are in that status that can do that. And that's where I'm at. But as far as the main reason why I think many men are also just looking for women in other countries is because the women here in the U.S. by majority is starting to look like they're not of the family orientated type stuff. They're not about that life. They're not it's about being two kings in a house, and that shit just don't work. I mean, just like we were talking with Rachel earlier. I mean, what guy wants to have to deal with the whole world, and then come home and still have to deal with another, with his wife. You don't want to deal with your wife. You want to handle your wife nicely with the sweetheartness shit. You don't want to have another boss shit at the house.
Though, HOD, like you got to deal with your wife, and your wife got to deal with you.
No, man, not in that smart, man. I'm talking about being that combative bullshit.
HOD, when you dealing with the pressures of the world, who you bring that shit home to?
Well, then that's even more the reason why it's hard to have two hard working class people in the household, because there's two bosses going on, and you guys are gonna pull each other's fucking hair out. See, that's why the culture of what we have nowadays, that's why we at 70% divorce rate. I mean, it's not working. This new age shit is not working. That's the way I see it. It's not working. And it's not working for our kids because all we got is a whole bunch of single baby mamas, which then it breeds into other shit that's happening with all the crime rates. Come on, man. This shit is not working in this country. It's not working. And that's why I say that, if you are gonna go, and I can understand why. Now, yeah, in this country, I mean, hey, look, women are hypergamy. They want a man of a higher status. But damn, if you're already making, like I said, you're making 200 grand, then fuck, you got to be making 500, right? And then what? You know what I mean? It just there's not that many pickings out there. And so then it turns into a lot of women who are not able to find the man of their dreams. They're in their late 30s, 40s, and 50s, lonely like a motherfucker, with a whole bunch of Gucci bags in the house, unhappy as fuck. While us men still in our 40s and 50s and whatever, can still find a younger woman who can still procreate, who can still do the family thing. It's hard. I mean, it's just not, whatever's going on in this country is not working. The emasculation of men is not working.
That's a whole nother conversation, but country is still surviving. The country ain't fell under yet. But that's a whole nother conversation that I'm gonna challenge you to click that link and let's go to Smoke Signals and talk about it. Girl behind the mic, take us home, close us out. Ladies, I want the lady to have the final thoughts. Clips, your link is in the chat. I'm gonna drop that one in the main chat so people can click the link and go over there and watch the show, or you can click the link and join the panel. I'll click the link and join the panel briefly, but I'm gonna be in the background trying to edit some videos. That's the only reason I got to end this shit, because I want to edit some videos, because I already know my wife gonna get up in a little bit. She gonna be on baby and mommy duty, but shit, I don't want to be talking to y'all niggas. I want to get some productive shit done. And I keep looking up and DistroKid keep charging me. I'm like, yo, y'all don't charge me again? Like, what the hell is going on with DistroKid and DistroKid? So I gotta contact them. They charge me for some music that's supposed to be already up on the platform, but memo.
Mm-hmm.
And I understand why they call you memory. Like, it breaks down in syllables. Because I be talking to my daughter about her names. You like, I don't even know why they calling me Memo. Like, no, it comes down to syllables. Because I'm telling my daughter her name in syllables. Baby Nash. And she like, I'm baby. I'm like, nah. But go, I'm joking, but close us out with your beautiful avatar. I love this shit. You killed this one. She was
So-
like, I did.
Thanks. I love it too. I'm just kidding.
No, you not though. You did that. You get the big screen.
Humble yourself, child. Humble yourself.
Now. Hey, look. Hey, look. When you on the panel, I'm gonna put you on the graphic like this. I'm gonna give you the big screen.
Girl behind the mic is like, I don't give a fuck what y'all say. I'm looking in the mirror. I look damn good.
She the baddie in front of the mic. She the baddie in front of the mic. Go ahead, sis. But look, we got to be respectful because, like I said, these are married women. Their husbands might watch the show. If not, we want them to watch the show. Girl behind the mic was like, nope, this is my thing.
This is my thing. I told that nigga. I was like, nigga, nope. He's like, oh, what's the boxing channel you be on? I was like, mind your own business. Like, nah, these my peoples.
Hey, look, give them a fake ass boxing channel. I ain't gonna say no names, but I give you a couple names. Like, tell them you watch this show because I'll never be on that show.
Yeah, nah, I think if you really want to do, you find me. But he knows this is my thing. This is my time because he be on his panels. He be on his stuff, weird stuff.
Hip hop panels or what?
No, just
she ain't gonna tell me what panels he on.
He be on some weird panels. I just be like, why you listening to him?
You know, this the shit that kept black people back for years. Separate but equal. You want it separate but equal, but it's not. It's no place.
We are on an individual identity thing. We come together when we need to. So he's got his thing, his music stuff, and all that other stuff. Like his channels to me are boring. And my channels to him are boring because like he's like, you don't even know nothing about boxing. I'm like, but we talk about other things. Don't worry about it. What I know.
Girl behind the mic, me gusta eso mucho. Me gusta eso mucho individual, me gusta.
HOD.
Comprendo. Comprendo, I understand.
All right, go ahead. Go close this out, sis. And let's go to
Anyways, great show once again. But listen, I just want to make it clear that like even HLD was saying, right? If you're gonna do a passport bro thing, to me, I think the most success is if you are contracted or maybe like that moving to a country. You're gonna do a year of a contract or a year of a work, or you're moving to Brazil. And you meet a woman, you form a relationship, it goes well, and the time that you got to leave that place, you bring her back with you. You know what you got. But I think this fantasy of romanticizing bot love and bot romance doesn't go that far, because then the intentions of it are set on trying to customize a woman. I don't believe America has ran out of women. I believe that if you want to find the relationship you desire, you got to look within. These passport brothers are running away. Have they done internal work on themselves? What's like there's one black man on the internet who I abhor.
Damn, you about to kill him right now?
Yes, just one, because he's in the manosphere and he's the spirit.
Save the rest for okay.
Okay.
I'm about to say save the rest for smoke signals. But I'm gonna do a full passport bros episode. But we're gonna have black women, white women, Asian. Like I'm gonna do it the Martin Nash way. I'm gonna do it the right way. I'm gonna have some Latina sisters up here and everything. So we're gonna do it the right way. But
okay, I was just gonna say,
yes, ma'am.
I see why some of them do it, because they're ugly as all get out. So obviously, no decent sister out here.
And them niggas be fat.
And exactly, so no sister out here is gonna give you the
thank you. Ain't working.
Right.
I can tell just looking at your body type, nigga. Like, bro, you on them blue pills.
Right. That nobody wants you here in America, so you have to go. You know, you have to.
Even then, though, it's somebody for them in America, right?
But even though there is somebody for them in America, but that's the thing.
You want some green card control? Like, I can send you back, bitch. He wants some control.
Let me tell you something. People don't understand, and that was the thing. Do your research. People don't understand, because if I'm a man and I bring a woman over, because that's what's scary about it. It's like you want to have control over this woman. She's yours. This is mine. I brought you here. Let me tell you something. You do something to that woman and she goes to immigration and cries violence or anything like that, it's all on the government. He don't owe her no more. Like the U.S. government will be like, expedite, green card, what you need, shelter, get her help. So they won't kick you out the country. It actually expedite.
Does it depend what country you come from, though?
Nope, it does not.
We treat white and Asian countries different than we treat African countries.
No, it's a law. It's I think VAML something under the Homeland Security.
Oh shit!
It's
So
one.
the African girl can do that to me too.
Any woman you bring over and you think you got, that's why I said it's so backwards to think
Damn,
that
I'm
you
sorry,
will
man
own
behind
them.
the mic. Damn, man behind the mic. She did her research, bro.
I did. You're right. Oh, don't play. Immigrants got rights. So if you think you own them or you're gonna do this and you're gonna do that, they're protected by Homeland Security. It starts with a V. The whatever. Like if the girl, whoever the immigrant is, even if you have
She
petitioned
don't
or
even
not.
know the law. We can do what we want to her. She don't even know the law. She don't even know.
Yeah, sometimes they're naive, but once people come over, there's so much resources.
They're gonna connect with their groups.
Exactly.
That internet is a motherfucker.
Exactly.
All right.
And then you're gonna be going
All right,
back
let's go
again.
to Pro Signals. Let's go kick it with Clips.
Right,
Drop.
I'm gonna go click on his
I
link.
know Clips got some stories to tell his damn self, and Clips been like, "Man, I couldn't even talk over there." He been
Shout
ready
out
to
Nick
talk like
Rich.
a motherfucker over here, but hopefully he let y'all talk as much as I let y'all talk over here. But I am not in control over there. I'm just a guest over there, just like y'all are. But that's my brother. I love him, and I'm gonna drop his link in the chat. And I'm gonna do my neighbors only roll call over here. So hopefully, the link in the private chat, memory, you see it?
Yeah, I see it. I clicked on it. I'm about to go now.
HOD, you see the link? HOD. I'll meet you.
Yeah, I'm on mute.
I'm gonna meet y'all over there real quick, man. You ain't gotta stick too long, but get your bars off.
Copy of that. Let me get into the private
It's all
chat.
love. It's all love. It's all
Oh,
love.
there it is. All right.
All right. It's another great episode of Breaking Beats where we break down business, entertainment, art, technology, sports, anything else you and I feel like talking about. Let me put my boy Clips link in the chat so wherever y'all at, y'all can see it as well. Like we always about supporting each other over here, but one day I ain't gonna lie. One day I'm gonna get so big, you gonna have to pay me for this. You gonna have to pay me for the after party, homie. But in the meantime, in between time, we're gonna have some fun and we're gonna help build and grow the channels that's been rocking with us as we've been building and growing. So let's close this out with a members only roll call. Again, check out my boy Clips, Smoke Signals. I put the link in the chat. We're gonna go right over there. Let me close it out. As only we can close it out. What the drops?
What do you mean by that?
My back is broken.
What, a vertebrae or what portion?
Spinal.
Yeah, I'm tired, nigga. Spinal, nigga.
Yo, what's going on, my man? I'm still hearing Mark, man. I don't know why.
Y'all still hear me over there? Y'all hear me on the other show?
Yeah, I hear you. Can you hit me out on over there, Mark? Close me out.
Hey, Clips, can y'all hear me on your show? Anybody else hear me?
No, he can't. They don't hear you, Mark. Only I could hear you.
Okay, I gotta close you out. Okay, cool. Oh, my bad. There we go. Get your ass off my show, nigga.
What up?
All right, let's close it out. Shout out to all the neighbors. Without the neighbors, the show wouldn't be at the show at this level. And I thank God for you and I support y'all. And I promise y'all, I got a lot of work to do on the neighbors only side that you guys are gonna really love going forward. I feel like this women's only was kind of like a little tester, like see if you guys kind of like that shit, you know what I'm saying? But I got some shit for y'all. Like, you better sign up because I promise you, the next batch of this shit that I put out, I'm not giving it away to everybody. Like, it's too good. You know what I'm saying? I know we got something special here now, so I'm gonna do it the way I do it. You know what I'm saying? Y'all can get some pieces of it, but I just can't give it all away. I just can't give it all away for the people who won't even click the like button. People who gonna get it are these people right here. Kansas City Mac.
What up?
That guy Clips 330.
What up?
True Media Today, USA Boxing.
What up?
Tar Heel Resin.
What up?
Pudo.
What up?
Stephen Bateman.
What up?
Food Revolution.
What up?
C. Jones 0224.
What up?
KP from KC5. Still beamed in while he was in Hawaii.
What up?
TJR.
What up?
Matt Wade.
What up?
DJ.
What up?
Karma Serene.
What up?
Ill Status Boxing.
What up?
Ace Retro.
What up?
Tank the Sweet Science Examiner.
What up?
Beyond and Above Media.
What up?
Pittsburgh T.
What up?
SF City Slicker.
What up?
I Know Boxing.
What up?
Boxing Lounge.
What up?
It's Mex.
What up?
Mike from Boston.
What up?
Rider of the Storm.
What up?
Here to There.
What up?
Miss Queen Sun Kissed.
What up?
Taylor Bell.
What up?
Maddie Yoel.
What up?
Cliff Bailey.
What up?
Con Shonery.
What up?
Lisa Bell, she never fails.
What up?
Cooking with the Champ.
What
On the mic with Terrence Bigley Sr., HOD, Cooking with Sir Sr., Brandon Washington, Lady Shan Dundem Season, D Bevel the Champ, and of course the big fish himself, my good brother Derek Lincoln.
What up, gangsta?
Yeah, man. I've been doing good by y'all. Stuff that don't supposed to be on your membership level, I give it to everybody at the membership level. Stuff that's supposed to be at this level, I do it at that level. But like I said, man, as we going on and forward in this new year, we gotta do it a little different. You know what I'm saying? We gotta take it up to a next level. You get what I'm saying? As we talking to people on the next level. So things are gonna be changing again. Like I changed it once, I'm gonna change it again. We're gonna keep rearranging and changing the game. Like I don't want y'all to look at it like I'm changing. No, I just gotta adjust my strategy to get to my ultimate goal. And we're not there yet. We're not there with the likes. We're not there with the views. We're not there with the membership. We're not there with the donations. We're not there with the people who are participating and just communicating during the live show or leaving comments after the episode drop. We're not there yet. So it's nothing personal to nobody. But when things aren't working to the plan that you have set, you got to readjust your strategy. You got to test the market. You got to try different things. Do the show different. Bring on different guests. So that's where I'm at with it. So I'm always readjusting my strategy. So don't hold it against me. I just want y'all to know it's all love on this side. And shit, sometimes we're talking about these topics. We're going to agree. We're going to disagree. But one thing's for certain, two things for sure, homeboy. Never forget.
I built this shit. Me. Brick by brick. And I'll be damned if I let you tear it down just because you don't like the way another nigga talk.
And I mean that shit, nigga. Drive, motherfucker.
This that squad sound.
I ain't even playing that outro, cause I'm about to change that shit too. It's over. Peace.